Chapter 51:31. Swish, a weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a ray of light shot into the hall. One of the survivors of the heavenly Tao reached out and received it. After checking it, his expression changed. He was stunned for a moment before he looked at Hong Dao with a strange expression and said hesitantly, "The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has come to visit." One hearing this, Hong Dao was dumbfounded on the spot. This person actually took the initiative to come here. What should I do? Not only him, but the other survivors of the heavenly Tao in the hall were also the same. All of them had their mouths wide open and their faces were filled with surprise and shock. No one expected that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would actually take the initiative to come to visit at such a time. The entire hall fell into a complete silence, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it made people feel depressed, especially Hong Jiang. After being slightly stunned, his expression instantly turned ashen, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and his fists subconsciously clenched tightly. He hadn't even gone to look for him, but this guy actually took the initiative to come to him. This was simply too much. At this moment, he felt like his entire body was about to explode, and he had a strong urge to explode on the spot. Putting aside the time when he was on the right bank, at least after arriving on the left bank, this person has only been tormenting himself in the vicious beast forbidden grounds and has never come into contact with any survivors of the starfield. After frowning and muttering to himself for a moment, Hong Dao's eyes flashed with a dark light. He turned to look at everyone in the hall, paused for a moment, and then continued, "So, he has no way of knowing Hong Fei's identity and background. From this point of view, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, should not be here to provoke us." Indeed, hearing this, the survivor of the heavenly Tao who had just raised his hand to receive the light of the transmission took over the conversation and said, "The desolate sovereign who welcomed him from outside the starfield said that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, came here today because he had long heard of the name of the ancestor of the Hong Q, so that's how it is. He is coveting the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir." Hong Dao was stunned for a moment, and then a look of realization appeared on his face. His eyes instantly burst out with a bright light. It is said that this person has already refined the heavenly Tao elixir. This time, he used the name of revenge to wreak havoc in the right bank of the vicious beast forbidden grounds and collected a few types of heavenly Tao elixir. From this point of view, the heavenly Tao elixir of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, to use the heavenly Tao elixir of the heavenly Tao elixir of the heavenly Tao elixir. After being reminded by him, the dozen or so survivors of the heavenly Tao in the hall seemed to have been enlightened. They all came to a realization. After whispering a few words to each other in groups of 2s and 3s, someone immediately expressed his position. Between his words and expressions, there was clearly a hint of excitement and greed. If that's the case, then this is an excellent opportunity. Exactly. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, didn't know that fellow Daoist Hong Fei was from our Chaos Lackstar region. This time, he came here with the excuse of looking forward to meeting ancestor Chaos Lackstar region. He would absolutely not expect that we would make a move against him. Although he has the bloodline of the devil ape and can be considered as a ferocious beast, his true body is a human. It is said that this person's natural talent and attainments in the Tao of alchemy are extremely monstrous and shocking. He can even refine the heavenly Tao elixir, and this is the proof. Now that he is unguarded and has taken the initiative to enter our Chaos Lackstar region, we can take advantage of this opportunity to set up an ambush and keep him here. In this way, on the one hand, we can avenge fellow Daoist Hong Fei and wash away the humiliation of our Chaos Lackstar region. On the other hand, we can force out all the knowledge in the Tao of alchemy that he possesses. Or we can directly search his soul after suppressing him. What's more, he has the heaven-falling bow, the farmer god's cauldron, the 9-colored flame sea, the blood sea secret technique, and a heaven-defying secret technique that can increase one's cultivation by an entire level without a time limit. This is definitely doable. At this point, all the survivors of the heavenly Tao in the hall were extremely excited, and Hong Jiang was even more so. The expression on his face revealed a ferocious expression, and he was eager to give it a try. In fact, Hong Dao, as the master of the star domain, was also interested in this, and it was not just an ordinary interest. However, he had to consider the overall situation, so he had to carefully calculate the success rate of this matter. brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately frowned and fell into contemplation. His mind spun rapidly as he fully activated his powerful divine sense to ponder and deduce with all his strength. The people in the hall did not urge him. All of them suppressed the excitement in their hearts as their eyes shone brightly. Their gazes converged on Hong Dao as they quietly waited for the results of his deduction. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is still in the dark. In addition, in order to explore the secret refining method of the 9 Heavens Great Dao Elixir, he took the initiative to visit our Hong Q star domain as a gesture of goodwill. He will definitely not be wary of us. This kind of opportunity will not appear again in the future. After a while, Hong Dao's deduction seemed to have come to a conclusion. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he continued, although his combat strength is astonishing, and even if this old man and all of you join forces, we may not be able to completely suppress him. However, if we use Patriarch Hong Q's abode to set up the Cosmos Furnace formation, and we have a dozen or so Dao of Heaven experts controlling the formation as the core of the formation, we have a 70% chance of suppressing him. Hua! When? The entire hall was in an uproar as the survivors of the heavenly Dao became excited. All of them were extremely excited as they immediately spoke. If that's the case, then what are we hesitating for? This kind of heaven-sent opportunity will not appear again in the future. Let's just leave the master of the magic hall here today. Calculating the time, he should have rushed here immediately after leaving the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. During this time, he did not come in contact with anyone else. In other words, no one outside knows that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has come to Hong Q star domain. If that's the case, once we suppress him, the heaven-falling bow, Farmer God's treasure cauldron, 9-colored flame sea, blood sea secret technique, and the heaven-defying secret technique that can raise one's cultivation by an entire realm will all belong to Hong Q star domain. We don't even have to worry about anyone secretly coveting it. The Great Universal Furnace formation is no small matter. With more than 10 Heavenly Dao experts guarding it, including 2 peak 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Dao experts, we will definitely be able to suppress him. The area where Ancestor Hong Q's Cavern Star is located has always been like a holy land in Hong Q star domain. Normally, no one is allowed to enter that area. It is indeed the best place to set up the Great Universal Furnace formation. Furthermore, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, came here for the 9 Heavenly Dao Elixir. It's normal for us to take advantage of the situation and lure him into Ancestor Hong Q's Cavern Star. We will definitely not arouse his suspicion. If that's the case, the 70% success rate is still a little conservative. With such a high probability of success, this is a feasible plan. Since we've decided, this old man will first lead a few fellow Taoists to set up the formation. It just so happens that this old man's heart is burning with hatred, so it's inconvenient for me to meet him. After all, the divine senses of a heavenly Dao expert are very sharp. We can't let our guard down. After finishing his last sentence, Hong Jiang did not stay any longer. He immediately stood up and led the 4 Heavenly Dao survivors away in a hurry. Q star domain. Star in the outer realm's void, Yi Xian was standing with his hands behind his back. At that moment, he did not appear in his ape form. Instead, he had returned to his original human appearance. In front of him were 7 survivors, desolate supremacies. All of them bowed slightly with ingratiating smiles on their faces. Clearly, they were extremely respectful. Dang! However, amidst the respect, there was a slight tremor. Clearly, they were extremely nervous and fearful. Such as today, Yi Xian was already infamous in the right half of the left bank. Even typical Heavenly Dao realm experts would not dare to breathe loudly in front of him, much less desolate supremacy. However, Yi Xian now had the appearance of a human. He looked extremely young and handsome. Furthermore, he had a kind smile on his face. However, he had been through a lot of killing. He had already fused it into his aura. Furthermore, he had the dignified bearing of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. It imperceptibly transformed into a suppressive might that emanated. Even desolate supremacy would not be able to straighten his back in front of him. This time, Yi Xian had come for the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Dao Elixir. Although there were rumors in the outside world that even the ancient survivor named Hong Q had not left behind the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir in the Chaos Q star domain, it was impossible for him to do so. However, from Yi Xian's point of view, even if there was no complete refinement method, there should be some manuscripts left behind in the Chaos Q star domain. Yes. To him, these things were enough. From them, he could see Hong Q's train of thought and inspiration. Just this alone was enough for Yi Xian to use as a reference. Since Yi Xian naturally would not be rude since he was here for the exchange of alchemy. When he arrived, he even sent a greeting card. Furthermore, he had no interest in killing the survivors. Therefore, as Hong Dao and company had guessed, Yi Xian did not have any wariness in coming to the Chaos Q star domain this time. He had never expected that the heavenly Tao survivors in the Chaos Q star domain would take the initiative to target him despite his infamous reputation and the fact that he had just severely injured the 10th ranked 3-legged golden crow on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list in such a short period of time. Soon, more than 10 figures shot over from the star domain in front of him. They were all survivors, and the cultivation auras emanating from their bodies were all at the heavenly Tao realm. Hongjiong was not here. He had already led 4 survivors of the heavenly Tao to the depths of the Chaos Q star domain to set up the Chenkuan furnace array. At this moment, the leader of the dozen or so survivors of the heavenly Tao that were shooting over from the starfield in front of them was actually Hong Dao. Everyone quickly arrived nearby and abruptly stopped 300 meters in front of Yi Xian. 10 the remaining survivors of the heavenly Tao all had smiles on their faces. They were obviously very hospitable. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist Yi Xian's arrival immediately brightens the entire Chaos Q star domain. It's really a blessing. Before Yi Xian could speak, Hong Dao took the initiative to cup his fists and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Yi, you have just defeated the 3-legged golden crow and suddenly visited my Chaos Q star domain. This is indeed unexpected, but I am overjoyed. Fellow Daoist, although you have the bloodline of the devil ape, your original body is of the human race. Speaking of which, we survivors of the primordial era actually have the bloodline of the human race, so we are not considered outsiders. In the battle not long ago, fellow Daoist Yi killed everyone and made the 3-legged golden crow, which is ranked 10th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, flee in defeat. It was really satisfying and made all of us survivors feel extremely excited. Fellow Daoist, you have such a cultivation and power at such a young age. It really makes this old man very happy. There are many talents in our human race, and fellow Daoist Yi's talent is unparalleled among them. You are really a celestial." Although these words were a little mushy, they pointed out his position and did not arouse suspicion. Moreover, it was obvious that he wanted to get close to Yi Xian and build a relationship with him. In this way, Yi Xian would obviously be even less vigilant. This old man Hong Dao's shrewdness was really not ordinary. He deliberately did this in order to numb Yi Xian as much as possible. In fact, Yi Xian did not have any suspicions because he could not think of any reason why the survivors of the heavenly Tao in the Chaos Lac Starfield would want to deal with him. There was no reason at all. Of course, part of the reason was obviously that Yi Xian was too confident. Now, even his own cultivation had stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. Under the state of the devil ape's 9th transformation, his cultivation had reached the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary peak of the heavenly Tao, but one of the best even among the peak heavenly Tao. In addition, he had the Shunnong cauldron, which could protect him in any danger. He even had the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. Even if he was not a match, he could at least escape in an instant. All of this was enough to make him extremely confident in himself. Now that he had come to the remnant starfield and had politely paid a visit, his vigilance naturally dropped to the lowest point. Very quickly, the two sides exchanged greetings for a while. Under Hong Dao's warm invitation, Yi Xian was accompanied by a dozen or so other survivors of the heavenly Tao from the Hong Q starfield. They arrived at the Hong Q hall that they had just discussed. Fellow Daoist Yi, I've heard that your attainments in the Tao of medicine are extraordinary and that you have even refined a heavenly Tao treasure. Even this old man is amazed by this. This time, it's rare for you to be invited to my Chaos Lac Starfield as a guest, so you can't just leave casually. You must stay for a few more days. This old man is itching to learn more about the Tao of medicine with fellow Daoist. After the host sat down, Hongdao's face was full of smiles. He took the initiative to mention this matter and earnestly asked Yi Xian to stay for a few more days so that they could exchange their Tao of medicine. This old man, in order to numb Yi Xian and eliminate the vigilance in his heart, this old man had really spared no effort. What he said was also reasonable. Not to mention that Yi Xian didn't have any vigilance in the first place. Even if he did, after hearing these words, he was afraid that his vigilance would dissipate. Just by listening to the meaning of Hongdao's words, Yi Xian knew that this was exactly what he wanted. He originally came here to inquire about the refining method of the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid or to gain some experience. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to invite him, there was naturally no reason to refuse. Therefore, Yi Xian immediately agreed with a smile, then changed the topic, cupping his hands and saying, "Fellow Daoist Hongdao, to be honest, this hall has indeed refined the heavenly Tao treasure liquid, but this medicine is useful to the subordinates of this hall, but it is meaningless to this hall. However, the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid refined by Senior Hong Q has an extraordinary effect on the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, and the primordial chaos realm after breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm. This is truly amazing. In terms of Tao of medicine and talent, although this hall is not inferior to others, compared to Senior Hong Q, I'm afraid that this hall is still inferior. I've come to visit you in the Chaos Q starfield because I've heard so much about you, Senior Hong Q. I wonder if you have any notes on the refinement of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, or any other information about it. If you do, I hope that fellow Daoist can lend it to me for a look. This hall will remember, and will definitely reward you greatly. I've come to visit you in the Chaos Q starfield because I've heard so much about you, Senior Hong Q. I wonder if you have any notes on the refinement of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, or any other information about it." As he spoke, Yi Xian cupped his fists and said to Hongdao, "If you do, I hope that fellow Daoist can lend it to me for a look. This hall will remember, and will definitely reward you greatly." As expected, when he saw Yi Xian mention the refining manuscripts of the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid without saying much, Hongdao was delighted in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Pretending to be slightly surprised, he exchanged glances with the other survivors of the Heavens Tao in the hall, and then he frowned and fell into deep thought. This kind of reserve was naturally an act. Otherwise, if he immediately agreed to this matter, it would probably draw the suspicion of Yi Xian in an instant. By the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid was really no small matter. Not to mention the Chaos Lac starfield, even in the entire left bank, it was absolutely a supreme treasure that could cause a mighty uproar. To tell you the truth, this old man has roughly guessed fellow Daoist Yi's intentions and purpose for coming to visit this time. After a long time, Hongdao sighed. After pondering for a short moment, Hongdao finally spoke, and a wisp of a helpless expression appeared on his face. He shook his head and sighed before he continued. Since Ancestor Hong Q left, the secret technique to refine the 9 grand Tao treasured elixir of the 9 heavens was lost. If I calculate the time, it has already been 1,000,000 years, and it's truly a great regret. There has always been a rumor in the outside world that Ancestor Hong Q's manuscripts are definitely kept in my Chaos Lac starfield. Actually, fellow Daoist Yi is absolutely not the first person to come to my Chaos Lac starfield in these past few years and want to take a look at Ancestor's manuscripts. This old man has long since become accustomed to such requests. Not to mention that if the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid can reappear on the left bank, then not only would it be a fortunate thing for all the fellow Taoists on the left bank, the benefits my Chaos Lac starfield would obtain would obviously be even greater. So, this old man naturally has no reason to refuse this matter. When he spoke up to hear, he shook his head once more while the bitter smile on his face grew deeper. However, to be honest, this old man doesn't hold much hope for fellow Daoist Yi's purpose of coming here today. Because even if the manuscripts really do exist in Ancestor Hong Q's abode, I'm afraid you won't be able to obtain them. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as his interest was piqued. Ancestor Hong Q's cave abode is located on the Chaos Q planet, which is located on the left side of the Chaos Q starfield. After Ancestor Hong Q left 1,000,000 years ago, the Chaos Q starfield listed that place as a holy land. It's not just the Chaos Lac star, the other stars around it have been empty all these years. No one from the Chaos Lac star field has settled there. The other stars around it are fine as they only have a few top-grade spirit herbs growing there. The higher-ups of my Chaos Lac star would occasionally go there to harvest them for refinement. However, very few people have set foot on the Chaos Lac star where Ancestor Hong Q's abode is located. Even this old man has only been there a few times. These red lotuses are actually the karmic red lotus fire. Which cultivator like us hasn't killed before? Once one comes into contact with this karmic red lotus fire, all of the bad karma accumulated throughout one's life will instantly be ignited, transforming into karmic red lotus fire that burns one's body and soul. It's impossible to predict, and it's extremely dangerous. The reason why the karmic red lotus fire occasionally appears on the surface of the Chaos Lac star is because Ancestor Hong Q's abode is located within the core of the star. Truth be told, Ancestor Hong Q's abode within the core of the star is merely an entrance that connects to a parallel space. That parallel space is where Ancestor Hong Q's abode truly resides. If Ancestor Hong Q really did leave behind the refinement notes for the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, then it must be in that parallel space. However, I can't enter that place. Back then, there was a fellow Daoist who was skilled in the Tao of fire manipulation. His cultivation was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao, and because he was very confident, I persuaded him to enter that parallel space. However, as soon as he entered, the soul lamp he left outside extinguished, and he died on the spot. I'm sure I don't need to explain how terrifying the karmic red lotus fire is, but I don't know why Ancestor Hong Q isn't afraid of it. However, there's one thing I'm certain of, and that is that when Ancestor Hong Q refined the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, he used the karmic red lotus fire. It could even be said that it was necessary. Therefore, in the ancient records of the Chaos Lac star field, there's an unproven and unverifiable ancient saying. This ancient saying clearly states that the 9 heavenly Tao elixir that Ancestor Hong Q left behind in that parallel space is indeed the manuscript. However, only those who don't fear the karmic red lotus fire, or those who can refine such a terrifying flame, can obtain it. The reason for this is because the refinement of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir requires the karmic red lotus fire. Otherwise, even if one obtains the manuscript, they won't be able to refine the karmic red lotus fire if they can't tame it. That's probably why Ancestor Hong Q left the manuscript in the parallel space enveloped by the karmic red lotus fire instead of bringing it out and keeping it with the higher-ups of the Chaos Lac star field. I see. Hearing this, Yi Xian finally understood. Although the sudden news of the red lotus karmic fire had indeed shocked him, at the same time, Yi Xian was secretly delighted. Because from what Hong Dao said just now, although the parallel void connected to Hong Q's star core was extremely dangerous, if there were no accidents, Hong Q's manuscript for refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was very likely to be left there. Since that was the case, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't miss it. Although the karmic red lotus fire was indeed mysterious and terrifying, once it came into contact with it, it could unknowingly ignite the evil karma accumulated in one's life, turning it into a karmic fire that could burn one's body and soul. However, Yi Xian's Shunnong treasured cauldron contained the Shunnong 9-colored flame, so he might not necessarily be afraid of the karmic red lotus fire. He might even have the opportunity to devour the karmic red lotus fire and refine it. However, this was only a guess and he didn't have the slightest confidence. He would only know after he tried. After all, the karmic red lotus fire was too extraordinary and too mysterious. It was even more powerful than the so-called world-extinguishing black flames. Yi Xian hadn't come into contact with it before, so he couldn't accurately determine its strength. It seems that fellow Daoist Yi has made up his mind. Yi Xian insisted on exploring Hong Q's star core cave dwelling. Hong Dao frowned and pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, "That's fine too. Fellow Daoist Yi's cultivation is astonishing, and more importantly, you have the Shunnong 9-colored flame. Perhaps you can find a way to resist the karmic red lotus fire. The refinement method of the 9 heavens great Tao elixir is no small matter. The elixir has been lost on the left bank for millions of years. If it can reappear in fellow Daoist Yi's hands this time, it will be a very good thing for my Hong Q starfield. In that case, this old man will wish fellow Daoist a triumphant return here. However, fellow Daoist, You must not force yourself. If you enter that parallel void and find that you can't do anything, you must remember to immediately turn around and return. Where there's life, there's hope. In any case, Ancestor Hong Q's cave dwelling is right there. It won't run away. If there's really no other way, we can come up with another plan. In the end, Hong Dao stood up and cupped his fists towards Yi Xian. He reminded him in detail with a face full of concern. The other survivors of the heavenly Tao in the hall also stood up and nodded when they heard what he said. It had to be said that this group of fellows were indeed old foxes who had lived for a long time. Not only Hong Dao, but the other dozen or so people were also extremely shrewd. They didn't reveal the slightest flaw. They were practically possessed by drama queens. That was right. Even Yi Xian couldn't see any clues. When he saw how righteous Hong Dao and the others were and how concerned they were with him and reminded him not to act rashly and to prioritize his own safety, he even felt a little touched. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. After everything was agreed upon, the group no longer hesitated. Under Hong Dao and the others' lead, Yi Xian followed behind the survivors of the heavenly Tao and rushed out of the planet where Hong Q Palace was located. They rushed towards the left bank in the depths of the Chaos Q Galaxy. The Chaos Q Galaxy was extremely vast. Even though they were traveling quickly in the galaxy, the group of heavenly Tao experts still took half a day to reach the region where Hong Q's cave dwelling was located. In the dark void in front of them, there were nearly 100 abandoned planets lying in the void. Some were near, and some were far. In the center was a huge planet. If there were no accidents, this huge planet should be where Hong Q's cave dwelling was located. Hong Dao and the others did not continue forward. They stopped 10 billion kilometers away from the circle of nearly 100 planets. Turn around. Turning around to look at Yi Xian, Hong Dao raised his hand and pointed forward. He said, "Fellow Daoist Yi, this area is the sacred land of the Chaos Q Galaxy. The biggest planet in the middle is Ancestor Hong Q's cave dwelling. The entrance to the passage parallel to the void is within the core of the planet. Fellow Daoist, you must be careful. Red Lotus karmic fire will appear on the surface of that planet from time to time. It's impossible to guard against it. Therefore, if there's no need, we will not set foot in it. If fellow Daoist wants to explore the interior of the planet, it's best that you activate your defensive measures before you land on the surface of the planet. This is to prevent you from being caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the karmic fire." As soon as his voice fell, an imperceptible low buzzing sound came from the void in front of them. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound and saw that in the center of this star circle 10 billion kilometers away, on the right side of the surface of the largest giant star, a red light flashed quietly. It was an ocean formed by red flames. Every wave in the ocean was in the shape of a red lotus that was about 3 meters in size. It looked incomparably enchanting, and it even emitted a creepy and mysterious aura. No, it didn't matter. The red light that was like an ocean flashed and disappeared like a flash in the pan. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the left side of the planet as if it had entered the depths of the earth. Hong Dao did not say anything else. After retracting his gaze, he looked at Yi Xian and shook his head with a bitter smile. The meaning behind his words was no different from saying, "See, I was right, wasn't I? Thank you for your reminder, fellow Daoist. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. If I really can't do it, I will immediately retreat." Yi Xian was also a little frightened. His expression was solemn. As he spoke, he cupped his fists towards Hong Dao and the others and did not say anything else. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into the distance. Great Elder, this kid. Could it be that he really took out the other half of Ancestor Hong Q's refining manuscript? When Yi Xian's figure appeared in the distance, the smiles on the faces of Hong Dao and the others instantly disappeared. Their expressions all became extremely gloomy, revealing a malicious intent. One of them immediately spoke out with a hesitant expression on his face. He turned to look at Hong Dao and paused for a moment before continuing. Back then, when Ancestor Hong Q left, he left behind instructions for the secret refinement method of the 9 great Tao treasured elixir of the 9 heavens. If one gathered the refinement manuscripts he left behind, they would be able to obtain. But because refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir required the Red Lotus karmic fire, Ancestor Hong Qiu split the manuscript into two. One half of the manuscript was left in the parallel space enveloped by the Red Lotus karmic fire. He said that he would wait for fate. As for the other half of the manuscript, the reason why he gave it to our Chaos Lac Starfield was to ensure that the fated person who could subdue the Red Lotus karmic fire would be able to form a good relationship with our Chaos Lac Starfield. In the future, when he refines the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, at least our Chaos Lac Starfield would be able to share a share. After all, the other half of the manuscript was provided by us. But now, we are about to attack the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Clearly, we will form a grudge. If he really does obtain the other half of the manuscript in the parallel space, then Ancestor Hong Qiu's arrangements will be completely meaningless. With the temperament and style of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, I'm afraid that he will not be able to bury the hatchet with our Chaos Lac Starfield. These words made sense. Hong Dao and the others frowned when they heard this and fell into deep thought. The 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was indeed no small matter. If the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, could really subdue the Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel space, then after he obtained the other half of the manuscript, the Chaos Lac Starfield would only need to provide the other half of the manuscript. This supreme elixir that had been lost for millions of years on the left bank would be reborn, but if they really activated the Universal Furnace Array, they would most likely miss out on this opportunity. What a joke! Just as Hong Dao was hesitating, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the side of the void. Hong Jiang walked out with a gloomy face. He first glanced at the heavenly Dao survivor who had just spoken, then his gaze landed on Hong Dao. How can the Red Lotus karmic fire be so easily subdued by a random person? Although this child has the 9-colored flame sea, that is only because he obtained the Shengnong cauldron. If we really talk about the Tao of fire control, can he be more proficient than that 8th-level survivor? That's true. Hong Dao nodded and seemed to have made a final decision. He turned to look at Hong Jiang and the other survivors of the heavenly Tao. Finally, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he waved his hand. If that's the case, then there is no need to hesitate. There is no time to lose. This child's methods are extraordinary. I'm afraid that the situation will change if we delay. Everyone, enter the array and activate the Universal Furnace Array. Chapter 5132. That's true. Hong Jiang's words made Hong Dao make the final decision. As he spoke, he turned to look at Hong Jiang and the other survivors of the Heavenly Way. Finally, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand. In that case, there's no need to hesitate, there's no time to lose. This kid's means are extraordinary. I'm afraid there will be changes if we delay. Everyone, enter the array and immediately activate the Great Universal Furnace Array. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Hong Dao's voice fell, the survivors of the Heavenly Way immediately moved. More than 20 people rushed forward and rushed to the star circle formed by more than 100 abandoned stars in front of them. Previously, Hong Jiang had already led the 4 survivors of the Heavenly Way to hurriedly set up the array. They buried a large number of array flags in the nearly 100 stars, forming an invisible Great Universal Furnace Array. There were more than 20 main array cores in this array, and they were the 20 or so stars among the 100 or so stars. Now, Hong Dao, Hong Jiang, and the others were rushing toward these 20 or so main array cores. The other dozens of stars were the secondary array cores. When the array was activated, the nearly 100 stars would instantly condense into one. With the powerful cultivation base of Hong Dao, Hong Jiang, and the other survivors of the Heavenly Way, relying on these nearly 100 stars, they would absorb a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi from the void and transform it into an invisible great furnace force. They would then launch an all-out attack on the Hongqiu Cavern Star in the center of the star circle. The power of this grand formation was extremely terrifying. Even the peak heavenly Tao of the 9th stage Grand Perfection realm would be trapped inside. If the core of the Hongqiu Cavern Star, as well as the vast and majestic Red Lotus Hellfire in the parallel void were included, even Yi Xian, who was one of the best in the peak heavenly way of the Heavenly Way, would be completely suppressed and trapped. He would not be able to hold on for long, and would soon be seriously injured and dying. At that time, Hongdao and the others would be able to activate the power of the Great Universal Furnace Array and teleport him out of the Hongqiu Cavern Star like a dead dog. They would be able to control his life and death with just a thought. Boom. Rumble. Very quickly, Hongdao and the others all entered the main formation core stars. Without any hesitation, they communicated with each other with their divine senses and immediately activated the Cosmos Furnace Grand Array formation. An earth-shaking rumble rang out. At that moment, the 100 or so stars all shook together. Immediately afterwards, a deep rumble rang out from all the stars. The formation flags buried in the planet's core were activated by Hongdao, Hongjiang, and the others at that moment. More than 20 people in the Tao of Heaven worked together, and the might of the entire formation's domain was instantly pushed to its limits. Rumble, hum. In the next moment, a loud rumbling sound rang out. The originally low and weak buzzing sound of nearly 100 buzzing sounds converged into one, and it was incomparably blazing. Among the nearly 100 stars in the entire star circle, except for the Hongqiu Cave Mansion star in the center, all the other stars blossomed with boundless radiance. Nearly 100 stars were already dead. But now, they were shining with dazzling light like stars in their prime, illuminating the entire chaos-lac starfield, which was hundreds of billions of miles away. What did she give birth to? Over there. Hiss. It's actually the star circle where Patriarch Honk's cave mansion sacred ground is located. Such blazing starlight is clearly being activated by Heavenly Tao realm experts. And there's more than one of them. They even formed some kind of mysterious formation, the Great Cosmos Furnace Array. This is definitely the rhythm of the Great Cosmos Furnace Array. What exactly happened? It actually made Hongdao, Hongjiang, and the other Heavenly Tao elders join forces to activate our Chaos-lac galaxy's strongest star-killing array. In the next moment, nearly 100 stars blossomed with boundless starlight, illuminating the entire Chaos-lac galaxy. In the abandoned stars in the Chaos-lac galaxy, countless survivors trembled violently. When they looked over, their expressions changed drastically. Like a tidal wave, cries of shock and astonishment surged out like a tidal wave. Hum. The humming continued, and the more shocking it got, the louder it became. It was as though the entire void was resonating with it, vibrating along with it. The nearly 100 stars in the star circle changed at that moment. These stars were originally arranged in a disorderly manner in the void. Anyone who saw them would not have any special thoughts. But now, under the control of Hongdao, Hongjiang, and more than 20 Heavenly Tao realm experts, they used the array flags buried deep in the cores of the 100-plus stars to form an invisible connection with each other, forming a single entity. The power of the domain was also being activated. Rumble, boom, at a speed visible to the naked eye, among the nearly 100 stars, except for the Hongqiu Cave Mansion star in the center of the star circle, all the other stars moved rapidly in the void. Everything happened too fast. In just half an incense stick's time, the nearly 100 stars completed a new arrangement in the void. From their current arrangement, the nearly 100 stars clearly formed a huge furnace. This furnace had the void as its background, and the nearly 100 stars as its nodes. They all bloomed with blazing starlight and were connected by the power of the domain. The overall diameter of the furnace was as long as 360 billion miles. It was not an exaggeration to call it the universal furnace. Swoosh, 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 in the dark void in the distance, in the abandoned stars of the Chaos-lac galaxy, a large number of survivors rushed out of the stars. Their faces were full of shock as they looked over from afar, all of them trembling violently. Swoosh. As they sucked in a cold breath, a tide of astonished exclamations came again, covering the sky and earth. Yes, yes. At this time, Hongdao, Hongjiang, and the others who were guarding the more than 20 main nodes of the void furnace did not pay attention to all of this at all. They were completely distracted by the universal furnace array, so they had no time to care about other things at this time. At this time. Now, under their full strength, although the universal furnace array had been fully formed and fully activated, the power of the domain surged to the extreme. At this time, the Chaos-lac cavern star, which was still at the center of the star circle, suddenly looked like it was inside the furnace, was completely sealed, but their purpose was not only to seal the star and trap the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. What came next was the real highlight of the show. They would join forces to activate the second layer of the universal furnace array's power change. The first layer of the heaven-defying array's power change was only to seal, while the second layer of the array's power change was to unleash a shocking power of slaughter. The manifestation of this kind of slaughter power, besides the joint efforts of the more than 20 heavenly Tao experts in the main eye of the array, the more important support was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the endless void outside the universal furnace. Brain. All of this flashed through Hong Dao's mind. At this time, sitting on the peak of a certain mountain on a certain star, Hong Dao's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, the second layer of the universal furnace array's slaughter is fully activated." The universal furnace array was unknown to the outside world. It was the #1 killing array in the Chaos Lac starfield. The first layer of the heaven-defying array's power change was only to seal, while the second layer of the array's power change was to unleash a shocking power of slaughter, and the manifestation of this kind of slaughter power, besides the joint efforts of the more than 20 heavenly Tao experts in the main eye of the array, the more important support was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the endless void outside the universal furnace. Only by gathering massive amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy from the endless void as kinetic energy, and then using the manifested void cauldron array formation to convert it, could the heavenly Tao realm experts trapped within the cauldron be able to form a suppressive killing intent. Brain. All of this flashed through Hong Dao's mind. At this time, sitting on the peak of a certain star, Hong Dao's eyes flashed. He waved his hand. His voice was instantly transmitted, revealing an endless chill. "Everyone, the second layer of the universal furnace array's slaughter is fully activated." Hum, boom, rumble. At this moment, as Hong Dao, Hong Qi, and more than 20 survivors of the heavenly Tao joined hands and pushed their cultivation bases to the maximum, the terrifying array field of the heaven and earth great furnace in the void that had a diameter of 300 billion kilometers was also fully activated. A heart-palpitating buzzing sound was heard. This time, the vast void within a radius of 1 trillion miles really trembled along with the universal furnace array's vibration, as though it was resonating with it. Nothing, a terrifying suction force was emitted from the heaven and earth great furnace. It sucked in all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 1 trillion miles of the void and turned it into a formless killing force. It crushed towards the Hongqiu cavern star in the void at the center of the great furnace. Whoosh, with a sound, Yi Xian's figure turned into a ray of light and flew away. In an instant, he was above the Chaos Lac star in the middle of the star circle. Just now, he saw with his own eyes a red tide of flames that looked like an ocean suddenly appear on the left side of the planet. It disappeared in a flash. Every wave in the sea of flames was a terrifying karmic fire that was about 3 meters wide. They were in the shape of red lotuses, beautiful and terrifying. Yes. Yi Xian himself could not accurately judge the power of the red lotus fire. He did not have absolute confidence in it. Therefore, now that he was close to the star, he immediately took out the Shennong's treasure cauldron. It was only 10 feet in size and hung 1,000 feet above his head. It poured out a 9-colored mist that turned into a curtain to protect his whole body, just in case, after everything was done, he lowered his body and reached the surface of the star in the blink of an eye. Looking around, the surface of this Chaos Lac star was no different from an ordinary abandoned star. What entered his eyes was only a desolation with undulating mountains, but there was no vegetation. The void was terrifyingly quiet. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to catch an extremely mysterious rhythm that existed invisibly, but he could not touch it at all. The atmosphere made his heart palpitate. The Chaos Lac star's cave was located in the deepest part of the star's core, and the passage to the parallel void where the endless red lotus fire turned into an ocean was also in the core. Therefore, there was no need to stay on the surface of the star for too long. Yi Xian glanced around. Very soon, his figure flashed, and he entered the ground, heading straight for the core in the deepest part of the star's underground. Soon, he arrived. There was indeed a space that had been opened up in the core. It had a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In this vast space, some scattered red lotus fire wandered. Although they were delicate and beautiful, the aura they exuded was extremely shocking. Even Yi Xian did not dare to get close to them because he was not very confident, he shuttled through the scattered red lotus karmic fire. At the end of his line of sight, there was a floating palace. It was not very luxurious, and it was not very big either. It was only about 1,000 feet wide, and there was only one lonely main hall. The doors to the main palace were even open, but when one peered through the two open doors, all one could see was endless darkness, like a black hole, as if there was nothing inside. But, if one extended their divine sense and entered the main hall, they would be able to capture a world formed by a sea of red flames. Obviously, the main hall was the entrance to the parallel void. This place was connected to the parallel void shrouded by the endless red lotus fire. Whoosh! With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian's figure came to an abrupt stop 1,000 feet in front of the main hall with a faint sound of breaking air. There was a hint of hesitation on his face. The main hall in front of him was not eye-catching. It was dark inside the main hall, and there was nothing. However, if he entered through the door, it would be like entering the passage to the parallel void. He would be facing a majestic sea of flames formed by the red lotus fire. Although he had the Shunnong nine-colored flame and the Shunnong treasured cauldron, he was still very afraid of the red lotus fire. At this time, he was indeed a little hesitant. This kind of top heavenly strange fire was too strange. It could ignite the accumulated bad karma of a living creature, turning it into an invisible fire that burned the body and soul. There was no way to defend against it, nor could it be extinguished. It could not be removed because this fire came from the body and existed in the dark. Although he was afraid, he was already here. There was naturally no reason to stop. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Yi Xian's figure instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed into the main hall, directly entering the parallel void. Whoosh! In an instant, the whistling sound of flames sounded in his ears. It was frightening. Yi Xian's heart was in his throat at this moment. He did not know if the nine-colored fog released by the Shunnong treasured cauldron hanging above his head could block the red lotus fire. Strong, as a result, he was pleasantly surprised. Before he entered the hall, he had compressed the nine-colored fog of the farmer god's treasured cauldron to a radius of only 10 feet. Although there were violent waves at this moment, it did not collapse just like that. Like this, today, Yi Xian was already in an endless sea of red flames. The Shunnong treasured cauldron hung above his head. His body was protected by the nine-colored fog released by the cauldron, forming a light shield with a radius of 100 feet. He was unharmed. The Shunnong nine-colored flame is really extraordinary. At this moment, the heart that had been in his throat finally settled down. Yi Xian let out a long breath and murmured softly. A look of joy appeared on his face. What he did not know was that it was at this moment that the great universal furnace array was fully activated by Hong Dao and the others. It was just that he had already left the core of the Hongqiu Cauldron Star and entered the parallel void connected to the Hongqiu Cauldron Star field. He could not hear the various movements in the Hongqiu star field at all. That is, in the next moment, as Yi Xian's figure wandered within the boundless red lotus karmic fire, a fiery red jade slip entered his eyes, causing his eyes to instantly light up as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss! Could it be the Hongqiu manuscript? After arriving at the core of the Hongqiu Cauldron Star, Yi Xian immediately entered the parallel void connected to the Hongqiu Cauldron Star field. Therefore, from that moment on, he was completely unaware of the various movements in the Hongqiu star field. The movements were too loud, and he could not hear them at all in the parallel void. After confirming that the red lotus fire could not penetrate the dense light screen formed by the nine-colored fog of the Shunnong cauldron and threaten him, Yi Xian's heart that had been in his throat finally settled down. Soon, with the cauldron on his head, he wandered in the boundless red lotus fire. His purpose of coming here was to find the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that Hongqiu might have left behind. However, this parallel void was already covered by the endless red lotus fire. In order to find the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he had to wander around. That is. After a while, a fiery red jade slip fell into his eyes in the red sea of flames in the distance to his right. It was bobbing up and down. Yi Xian did not expect to have a result so quickly. After a moment of shock, his eyes lit up and he gasped, hiss. Could it be Hongqiu's manuscript? This was simply too surprising. He originally thought that after entering this place, he would have to search for at least a period of time before he could find anything. In fact, it was very likely that he would not find anything in the end. This was because he did not have any accurate information that could prove that Hong Qiu had indeed left the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir in this parallel void. However, the pleasant surprise came so quickly. After a few minutes, a blood-red jade slip appeared in the sea of flames in front of him to his right. Oh my God! I'm afraid that this is not the 9 heavenly great Tao elixirs manuscript. It must be related to Hong Qiu. At the very least, it can be considered as a clue to find the 9 heavenly great Tao elixirs manuscript. Shoo! As he moved, a ray of light shot out from the endless sea of flames in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the dense light screen formed by the 9-colored fog of the Shenong treasure cauldron under Yi Xian's permission and landed in his hand. He could not wait any longer. He immediately extended his divine sense into the jade slip and began to investigate. It really is Hong Qiu's manuscript. In just an instant, Yi Xian's eyes were burning, but soon, they flashed and he frowned as he fell into deep thought. The jade slip in his hand was indeed left by Hong Qiu. It did contain the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, but it was only half of it. It was incomplete. Until, as for the other half, Hong Qiu had clearly stated in the jade slip that he had taken it out of the parallel void and handed it over to the upper echelons of Hong Qiu Starfield for safekeeping. He also said that he hoped that the fated person who obtained this half of the manuscript would be able to live in harmony with Hong Qiu Starfield. After obtaining the other half of the manuscript, he would be able to refine some of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for the upper echelons of the heavenly great Tao elixir. In addition, Hong Qiu had clearly stated in the jade slip that in order to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, one had to refine the red lotus karmic fire mother flame in this parallel void. Mother flame. After refining the flame for one's own use, one would be able to obtain an endless supply of red lotus karmic fire. However, this mother flame was not so easy to find and refine. Hong Qiu could not help in this matter, and could only rely on the methods and luck of the fated person. It seems that those old fellows in Hong Qiu Starfield are up to no good. After putting away the jade slip in his hand, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. As he muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth instantly curled up into a cold sneer. Yes. Hong Dao had not mentioned that the other half of Hong Qiu's manuscript was in their hands. Just this point alone was enough to explain the problem. However, Yi Xian did not take this matter to heart. Wasn't it just half of the manuscript? Since it was confirmed that it was in Hong Dao's hands, then it was easy to deal with. Back. If the old man honestly handed it over, then it would be fine. Otherwise, if he continued to play dumb, at most, he would just snatch it away. This matter was not urgent. Hong Qiu Starfield was a big place, and the monk could run, but the temple could not. The other half of the manuscript would be obtained sooner or later. Now my top priority right now is to find that strand of red lotus origin flame. Since Hong Qiu said that the red lotus karmic fire is required to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he must not have said it without thinking. Not to mention, the red lotus karmic fire is a top-grade heavenly flame that is rarely seen. Now that I have encountered it, if I have the chance to refine it, it would be a great opportunity. Swish. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately took action. He wandered through the boundless sea of karmic flames in search of the red lotus origin flame. Also, it was at this moment that something strange happened. In the distance, the originally calm sea of karmic flames suddenly began to churn violently. Red lotuses of karmic flames that were around 3 meters in radius suddenly roared and wreaked havoc along with the endless waves of flames. The reason for this was obviously because the 20 or so survivors of the heavenly Tao in Hong Qiu Starfield had activated the Cosmos Furnace formation and activated the second level of killing power of the formation. Yi Xian was currently trapped in the Hong Qiu Cave Star by the Cosmos Furnace formation, but because he did not rush out, he did not know about this matter. However, with the activation of the second level of killing power of the Cosmos Furnace formation, even if he did not rush out, he would still be affected by the power of the formation, including the endless sea of karmic flames in the parallel void. Now that the flame energy had been activated, it instantly began to wreak havoc. Buzz. By the time Yi Xian reacted to what had happened, an incomparably deep buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Following that, as this majestic and endless sea of karmic fire raged, The dense light screen formed by the 9-colored dense mist poured out by the Shunnong's treasure cauldron above his head shook even more violently, and it was still slowly shrinking inward. The diameter of the dense light screen was originally 10 feet, but now it was shrinking inward. This was clearly the riot of the endless red lotus karmic flames in the sea of karmic flames. This dense light screen was about to be unable to hold on any longer. As all of this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. His eyes shone with a blazing light, revealing an endless chill. Although he did not understand what had happened, he could vaguely guess that it must have something to do with Hong Dao and the others. He might have fallen into a trap that they had set up long ago. Casting aside these thoughts, Yi Xian immediately rushed forward again and wandered in the endless sea of karmic flames. He had to find the mother flame as soon as possible and refine it. In this way, he would not be afraid of the endless karmic flames in the parallel void. 2 hours passed very quickly. There was still no trace of the red lotus mother flame, but the dense light screen that protected his body had shrunk to 10 feet. Now, its diameter was only about 90 feet. There was not much time left. Yi Xian's eyes shone with a dark light as an idea flashed through his mind. An extremely bold idea instantly surfaced. Perhaps, the crisis in front of me is actually a great opportunity. If I can use the red lotus karmic flames as a material to fuse with the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor for the 8th time, wouldn't the crisis be resolved instantly? As he muttered softly, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He would try to refine the void-shattering shuttle again. In just 2 hours, the dense light screen that protected his body had been suppressed to a diameter of 90 feet under the raging of the endless karmic flames in the surroundings. It had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. While, however, there was still no trace of the so-called red lotus mother flame. In the end, if this layer of dense light screen shrunk to its limit under the suppression, Yi Xian himself would be in a life-and-death crisis. Facing this kind of pressure, an idea flashed through his mind. In an instant, he had a bold idea. In his opinion, the crisis in front of him was actually a great opportunity. If he could use the red lotus karmic flames as a material to fuse with the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor for the 8th time, the crisis would naturally be resolved instantly. It sounded a little mysterious, but it was not completely impossible. After all, the fusion system that was attached to the devouring system in his body only needed to provide the treasure itself and some additional consumables when fusing treasures. The red lotus karmic flames in this parallel void might not be unable to be seen as a special kind of consumables for fusing. Moreover, once this was feasible, fusing the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor would definitely consume a huge amount of red lotus karmic flames. At that time, even if Yi Xian could not find the red lotus mother flame in a short period of time, he would not have to worry about the dense light screen that protected his body collapsing. After all, the red lotus karmic flames in this sea of flames were largely consumed, so its power would naturally be weakened. For example, in this way, he would have more time to find the red lotus mother flame. As for the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor that had been fused with the red lotus karmic flames for the 8th time, its power would definitely soar to a surprising extent. After all, this was not an ordinary heavenly flame. Now, Yi Xian's small private battleship, the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor, had already been fused and condensed 7 times. Currently, they were starry sky treasures. Counting the time, the last 7th fusion was actually something that happened a long time ago. While the reason why he had not fused these 2 treasures for the 8th time for such a long time was mainly because he lacked a suitable material for the fusion. After reaching the level of Starry Sky Supreme Treasure, the next target would be the level of Desolation Supreme Treasure. This kind of artificially created treasure was different from the natural minerals, crystals, and other natural treasures. It was very difficult to reach the level of Desolation Supreme Treasure. It could be said that the fusion object chosen during the 8th fusion was extremely important. After mixing in, it would be able to cause a qualitative change to the 2 battle treasures. Previously, even though Yi Xian had countless treasures and all sorts of rare resources, he hadn't been able to find a suitable fusion object for a while now. In addition, the further the fusion went, the higher the chances of an accident that would cause the fusion to fail. Although the fusion system of the devouring system had not failed until now, It did not mean that such a situation would not occur. Fusion. There was a clear explanation in the fusion system's description. There was a certain chance of failure in the fusion of treasures. Although it was not high, it still existed. The 3 treasures in Yi Xian's hands had been successfully fused several times, and each time, a rare treasure was fused. Yi Xian basically didn't have any of these treasures in his hands anymore. If he were to casually start a new round of refinement and fail, causing the battle treasure to collapse, Yi Xian probably wouldn't even have a place to cry. Yi Xian. It was precisely because the subsequent refinement had yet to begin. As Yi Xian's cultivation increased explosively time and time again, the 3 basic battle treasures that he carried with him weren't powerful enough, so Yi Xian hadn't used them for a long time. Yi Xian. A long time ago, the withered demon blood blade of the 3 personal treasures had been fused again. The results were very pleasing. Not only had it successfully advanced to the ancient desolate treasures level, but its power had also increased greatly. Even now, it was enough for him to use. Now that he had encountered a sea of red lotus hellfire, although it was a little risky, in his opinion, it was worth it to take the risk to fuse the void-shattering shuttle and the indestructible glass armor for the 8th time. After making the decision, Yi Xian quickly took out the void-shattering shuttle and the indestructible nirvana armor from the immortal world. Then, he contacted the devouring system in his body and fully activated the supplementary fusion system. Next, after receiving the command, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Treasures that can be fused, indestructible nirvana armor, red lotus hellfire. Will you fuse them immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Treasures that can be fused, void-shattering shuttle, red lotus hellfire. Will you fuse them immediately? Yes, I can use them. As the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, Yi Xian's heart jumped. He was pleasantly surprised. Then, he did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative answer. Moreover, he fused them twice at the same time. Very quickly. Soon, with a thought from him, the undying nirvana armor and void-shattering shuttle were both handed over to the devouring system. As for the red lotus karmic fire, it was right beside him, and the surroundings were boundless and boundless. Yes, the system was in his body. Therefore, for the fusion to start, he had to guide the red lotus hellfire into his body. Otherwise, if the fusion materials were not in place, the 8th fusion of these 2 treasures would obviously become empty words. It was impossible to start. However, guiding the red lotus hellfire into his body was an extremely dangerous thing to do. If it were someone else, it would be tantamount to courting death. That is, even though Yi Xian had already confirmed that the 9-colored fog of the farmer god's cauldron could block the mysterious power of the hellfire, it was still extremely dangerous to let the red lotus hellfire enter his body with the 9-colored fog. If something went wrong and it leaked, it would affect his body. Then, everything would really be destroyed, but now, there was no way out. The crisis in front of him was right there, and there was no other way to solve it. Whoosh, with a flash of cold light, Yi Xian immediately thought and activated the farmer god's cauldron. It opened up a sealed passage in the fog that enveloped him, leading directly to his body. This passage was completely formed by the 9-colored fog released by the farmer god's cauldron. In an instant, it guided the red lotus hellfire into Yi Xian's body. It was like a passage, but the red lotus hellfire in the passage did not come into contact with Yi Xian's body. The moment it arrived, it was immediately guided away by the devouring system. The next moment, he keenly felt that the pressure of the sea of flames pressing down on the light screen had suddenly lightened. After all, the originally raging sea of flames now had a passage to vent its flame energy. This result made Yi Xian heave a sigh of relief once again. Everything was still daunting but not dangerous. Cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Very quickly, soon, as the red lotus hellfire, as the refining material, continuously flowed through the dense passage formed by the 9-colored fog, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible nirvana armor has begun. Progress 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the void-shattering shuttle has begun. Progress 1. It has finally begun. Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. His inexplicably tight heartstrings immediately relaxed. Chapter 51-33. As the red lotus karmic fire, which was used as a smelting material, continuously flowed through the dense pipe formed by the nine-colored fog. A familiar system prompt quickly sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible Nirvana armor has begun. Progress 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the void-shattering shuttle has begun. Progress 1. It had finally begun. At this moment, Yi Xian subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. His inexplicably tight heartstrings immediately relaxed. From the beginning to the end, although his combat weapon, armor, and battleship had fused many times, there had never been a situation of failure. Until now, he had succeeded 7 times in a row, and the void-shattering shuttle had even succeeded 8 times in a row. However, the further the fusion went, the higher the possibility of failure. Same as the further the fusion went, the more serious the loss to Yi Xian would be if the fusion failed. Being worried about his gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little apprehensive at this moment. Yes, with the precedent of the successful fusion of the withered demon Bloodblade, although Yi Xian was still a little worried, he was more hopeful. Thinking of this, he gradually calmed down and no longer worried about the result of the fusion. After sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, he quickly entered a state of oblivion, allowing time to pass without any surprise or joy. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Almost in the next instant, the familiar devouring system notification sounded in his mind. The fusion of the combat armor and battleship had finally been completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible Nirvana armor has succeeded. Obtained the treasure, Nirvana Fire Armor. Grade: Primordial Treasure Grade. Quality: Flawless Perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the Void-Shattering Shuttle has succeeded. Obtained the treasure, Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. Grade: Primordial Treasure Grade. Quality: Flawless Perfection. The fusion was a success. The 2 combat treasures had both leveled up. Previously, they were Starry Sky treasures, but now, they had become primordial treasures. The degree of increase in power was obviously worth looking forward to. The Void-Shattering Shuttle had completed its 9th refinement, and now its name had changed. From now on, it would be called the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. Just from the addition of the 2 words Red Lotus in front of its name, one could imagine its power. Presumably, once it was used, it would be able to penetrate the void and freely roam, and at the same time, launch an attack using the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Furthermore, due to the uniqueness of the Red Lotus Hellfire, the current Red Lotus Void Breaching Shuttle would be even more powerful in terms of penetrating the void and breaking through obstacles. It would be perfect if they could directly pass through the invisible barrier formed by the primordial chaos void law that enveloped the entire Milky Way. However, Yi Xian also knew that such expectations might be a little too high. It was almost unrealistic. Being able to directly break through the slightly weaker Source Hive star's invisible barrier would already be pretty good. Arrival in terms of speed, there was naturally no need to mention it. After all, their grades had been improved from the Starry Sky grade to the Primordial grade. As for the original indestructible Nirvana armor, after this round of refinement, although it had only been refined 8 times, which was 1 time less than the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle, its grade had also increased to the level of a desolate ancient treasure. Similarly, after completing the 8th refinement, due to the addition of the Red Lotus Hellfire, as a refinement material, the indestructible Nirvana armor, which had been upgraded to the primordial grade, had once again undergone a magnificent transformation. In the future, it should be called the Hellfire Nirvana armor. Just from the fact that the name of the armor had been changed to the 2 words Hellfire, one could roughly guess its power. Presumably, after using the armor, there would be endless, Red Lotus Hellfire, appearing around the body, which could be used to defend and also to defend against enemies. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression immediately changed. The Red Lotus Void Breaching Shuttle was fine. Although it was one of the 3 basic treasures of Yi Xian, it was after all a small private warship used for transportation. Even if there were endless red lotuses surrounding the body of the warship, it was still fine. However, the Hellfire Nirvana armor was different. This was an armor. Once it was used, it would directly enhance the body. The situation was naturally different from a small private warship used for transportation. When the indestructible Nirvana armor was first refined, a female armor of the purplish warbler was added. After the refinement was completed, its form was extremely feminine. After that, although this armor went through refinement again and again, due to the influence of the most basic refinement, until the 7th refinement was completed, the armor became the indestructible Nirvana armor. Its grade had also been upgraded from the quasi-starry sky grade to the starry sky grade. The overall feeling of the armor still gave people a feminine sense of déjà vu. This matter had always made Yi Xian feel miserable and unhappy. Most of the time, he tried his best to avoid using the indestructible Nirvana armor in battle. The armor on a man's body was actually so feminine. How could he endure it? No, in the past, because his cultivation had increased explosively time and time again over the years, the power of the Starry Sky Treasure Undying Nirvana armor was insufficient. It had been a long time since he had used it, so Yi Xian had already forgotten about it before the refinement this time. Now that the refinement was completed, he suddenly remembered that this was the reason why his heart skipped a beat and his expression changed abruptly. Before the refinement, the indestructible Nirvana armor was already very feminine. Now that the Red Lotus Hellfire was added as a material to complete the 8th refinement, wouldn't this situation become even more serious? After all, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus looked extremely beautiful. If he activated his battle armor, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would appear from time to time in the shape of red lotuses. They would appear and disappear continuously. Just thinking about that kind of scene made Yi Xian shudder. With apprehension, he did not hesitate anymore. He did not care about the Red Lotus space-shattering shuttle that had also completed the refinement. Instead, with a thought, he directly used the Nirvana armor. Whoosh, an extremely weak sound broke through the air. A red and purple light shot out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It expanded without any wind and turned into an armor in the blink of an eye. Compared to before, the general shape of the indestructible Nirvana armor was still there. However, looking at it now, the aura of the entire armor was much thicker and more solid than the indestructible Nirvana armor back then. It gave off an ancient and profound feeling that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. All of this was not what Yi Xian was concerned about. This was because after the grade of the armor was upgraded to the level of a primordial treasure, this was what it should be. What he was truly concerned about, the only thing he was concerned about, was whether the current Nirvana armor had a feminine form and whether there would be red lotuses blooming and disappearing after the armor was used. Before he waved his hand and used the armor, he still had some expectations in his heart. Perhaps it could be said that he was just lucky. However, as the armor was used and draped over his body in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian lowered his head and looked at the enchanting red lotuses that were disappearing and disappearing around him. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He raised his head and let out an extremely miserable howl. Screech. Screech, as the armor was used and draped over his body in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian lowered his head and looked at the enchanting red lotuses that were disappearing and disappearing around him. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He raised his head and let out an extremely miserable howl. Too enchanting, too beautiful, too King. I don't have the face to meet anyone. Since I'm a man, the dignified master of the magic hall, a supreme existence that shakes the entire right bank and dominates the left bank, yet the armor on my body is so enchanting and beautiful. This is simply my brain. As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, an indescribable anger instantly rose in his heart. He subconsciously vented his anger on Hong Dao and the others for this matter. If it wasn't for that group of old fellows suddenly playing tricks and causing the Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel void to suddenly erupt and fall into danger, how could he have made such a risky choice when he had no other choice? Now, on the other hand, even though the fusion of the two battle treasures was a success, and their grades were raised to the level of primordial treasures. However, after the fusion this time, the Nirvana armor's beauty could be considered to be irreversible. From now onwards, it would continue to walk down this path until the end. Damnable old fellow, this matter isn't over. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xian instantly gnashed his teeth. He must go back and properly settle this score with Hong Dao. It's simply too sullen and unbearable. No, now was not the time to be tangled up in this matter. After all, although the crisis in front of him had been resolved, he had yet to complete what he had to do. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the red lotus karmic fire on Yi Xian's body turned into a purplish-red ray of light. In a flash, it entered between his eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, the Shunnome treasured cauldron was still above his head. The 9-colored fog that poured out from the cauldron formed a dense light screen that enveloped his body and blocked the invasion of the red lotus karmic fire outside the light screen. First, when he started the fusion, the diameter of the dense light screen that protected his body had already been forced to a diameter of 90 feet. However, from that moment onwards, the red lotus karmic fire that surged violently outside the dense light screen found a vent and was drawn into Yi Xian's body to continue to be consumed. Therefore, from that time onwards, the light screen no longer shrank inwards. Right now, it was still 90 feet in diameter. Calculating the time, this fusion had actually taken a total of 7 days. During these 7 days, the red lotus karmic fire outside the dense light screen had been in a frenzied state. However, its influence on the dense light screen that protected Yi Xian's body was far less than before. He had actually used up too much of the red lotus karmic fire to refine the void-shattering shuttle and the nirvana armor again. According to Yi Xian's estimation, about half of the red lotus karmic fire in the entire parallel void had been used up. Although there was a wisp of the red lotus mother flame dormant in this sea of red lotus karmic fire and could continuously produce new red lotus karmic fire, the consumption in these 7 days was too great. A large amount of red lotus mother flame was continuously devoured by the system. Even the red lotus mother flame could not replenish it in a short period of time. In other words, Yi Xian still had enough time to find the red lotus mother flame. He just had to complete it before the sea of red lotus mother flame in the parallel void recovered to its original size. Before that, the power of the sea of red lotus karmic fire in the parallel void did not pose a threat to him. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Yi Xian's figure flashed and turned into a ray of light, wandering in the parallel void once again. In the entire parallel void, half of the endless, red lotus karmic fire that was originally like an ocean had been continuously used up when refining the void-shattering shuttle and the nirvana armor. Although it was still majestic and endless, it was much more sparse than before. Yi Xian began to search, and his progress far exceeded before. After searching for 2 days, when he was wandering around the parallel void for the 4th time, a dark red color suddenly flashed in front of him to the right, attracting Yi Xian's attention. The red lotus karmic fire in the parallel void was all bright red. Moreover, the shape of each red lotus karmic fire was about 10 feet long, and they looked like a blooming red lotus. But the dark red color that flashed by just now was not only dark in color, but also gave off a restrained and thick feeling. Its shape was not a red lotus that was about 10 feet long, but a flame that was only the size of a thumb. There must be a reason for this abnormality. This flame that was only the size of a thumb was most likely the red lotus origin flame that he was looking for. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate anymore. With a flash of his body, he immediately chased after it. Very soon, he saw the figure of the dark red flame again. It was extremely agile, as if it had a life of its own. It was swimming through the endless, red lotus karmic fire, like a fish swimming in water. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian finally came to a realization. No wonder he couldn't find it previously. It turned out that this red lotus origin flame had been swimming. When he ran, it also ran. It had been circling in the parallel void, like a cat playing hide and seek. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately felt annoyed. Without hesitation, he instantly activated the power of the Shunnome Cauldron's domain and locked onto the aura of the dark red flame. Whoosh! A dense light formed by the 9-colored fog swept out from the mouth of the cauldron like a waterfall. In an instant, it shot out and enveloped the red lotus origin flame that was trying to escape. Then, with a contraction and a pull, it disappeared into the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron in the blink of an eye. It worked. Yi Xian's eyes burst with light. Without hesitation, his figure flashed and directly entered the space inside the cauldron from the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared, leaving only the Shunnong cauldron that had shrunk to a height of about 10 feet. It was still suspended in this parallel void in the Red Lotus karmic fire, motionless. Cauldron inner space. Whoosh, an extremely weak sound of breaking through the air sounded. A light fell from the sky and directly entered the interior of the central region volcano in the cauldron's space. It was Yi Xian. Soon, he came to the bottom of the central region volcano and saw the Red Lotus origin flame that was only the size of a thumb. At this moment, this Red Lotus origin flame was in the center of the 9-colored flame pool. There was a majestic 9-colored flame pool in the 9-colored flame pool, but this Red Lotus origin flame was only the size of a thumb. Now that it was suppressed by the 9-colored flame pool, it had nowhere to escape. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was relieved. Just based on this point alone, he was roughly certain that this strand of Red Lotus mother flame would definitely be refined by him. With the help of the 9-colored flame pool's domain, it should be very easy for him to do so. Without any hesitation, he immediately sat down cross-legged in the void beside the 9-colored flame pool. His divine sense was immersed in the flame pool. With his eyes closed, he began to refine it with all his strength. Time slowly passed. Yi Xian, whose mind was immersed in this matter, had already forgotten the existence of time. His entire mind was focused on this matter as he carefully refined the Red Lotus origin flame in the 9-colored flame pool with all his strength. This flame was indeed extraordinary. It seemed to be only the size of a thumb, but its power was extremely vast. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, it took him a full 2 days to completely refine it with the help of the 9-colored flame pool's domain. The Red Lotus origin flame was obviously extraordinary. It seemed to be only the size of a thumb, but its power was extremely vast. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, completely refining it with the help of the 9-colored flame pool's domain was not something that could be done overnight. His mind was immersed in this matter, and he had long forgotten the existence of time. His entire mind was focused on this matter as he carefully refined the Red Lotus origin flame in the 9-colored flame pool with all his strength. After 2 days, everything was finally completed. Huff! In the next moment, a huge wave suddenly rose up in the 9-colored flame pool. All of the huge waves were formed by the Shunnong 9-colored flames in the flame pool. With a roar, they converged into a 9-colored river and rushed towards the crater of the central domain volcano. Its speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored river had already rushed out of the crater of the volcano. Without stopping, it rushed into the sky of the cauldron's space, from the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist, to the parallel space outside. On the surface of the 9-colored river, a dark red flame the size of a thumb could be clearly seen. It was the Red Lotus Flame Mother. Now, this strand of Flame Mother had already been refined by Yi Xian, and it clearly revealed the aura of Yi Xian's divine sense. No. Although Yi Xian's figure was still sitting cross-legged beside the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano, in fact, his divine sense had already entered this dark Red Lotus Flame Mother. It was like a king had descended, standing proudly at the peak of the 9-colored river and rushing out of the cauldron's mouth. For the past 2 days, the sea of karmic fire in the parallel space had been roaring and churning. But now, as the 9-colored river rushed out of the cauldron's mouth, or more accurately, as the strand of Flame Mother standing proudly at the front of the 9-colored river suddenly appeared, the sea of karmic fire that was roaring and surging suddenly calmed down. This was the result of Yi Xian's mind control. He had already refined the Red Lotus origin flame, and his divine sense was transmitted through the Red Lotus origin flame, commanding the entire sea of karmic fire. This was what it should be. Whoosh! Huff! After a moment of silence, the entire boundless sea of karmic fire roared again. However, this time, it did not surge wildly and randomly. Instead, it turned into a beautiful red river that soared into the sky and rushed towards the 9-colored river that had just rushed out of the cauldron's mouth. Hanging on the red river, there were countless red lotuses blooming. Each lotus was only about 3 meters in size, but there were so many of them that they gathered to form a river. In the next moment, Yi Xian's thoughts moved, and the 9-colored river shrank back into the cauldron's mouth. It was originally meant to be used as a guide. Now that all the red lotus karmic fire in the parallel space had gathered into a river, it was naturally time to return. Huff, 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 huff. In the space inside the cauldron, the sound of shocking waves of flames suddenly came from the sky. Looking up, 2 majestic and endless rivers of flames were falling from the sky, like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, they had fallen into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, one after another. One after cutting it, Yi Xian opened his eyes. What he saw instantly made his eyes shine with joy, and a smile appeared on his face. In the 9-colored flame pool, the 9-colored flame sea was still there, occupying 90% of the flame pool. The other 10% was a red ocean, and every wave in the ocean was made up of red lotuses that were about 3 meters in size. In the center of this area, there was a dark red flame that was only the size of a finger's belly. It was the red lotus mother flame. Now that it had been refined by Yi Xian, it had a profound connection with him that was connected to his flesh and blood. Everything was finally done. The red lotus mother flame, including all the remaining red lotus karmic fire in the parallel space, had all been collected and refined by Yi Xian. According to his estimation, this majestic and endless red lotus karmic fire could be completely integrated into the 9-colored flame sea. At this time, the Shunnong 9-colored flame would also welcome another shocking transformation. From the current 9-colored flame, it would evolve into a 10-colored flame. Its terrifying power was simply unimaginable. But Yi Xian did not intend to start on this matter now, because the red lotus karmic fire was already extraordinary, and it would definitely take a long time to integrate it with the other heavenly flames. Moreover, after many integrations, the Shunnong heavenly flames had now evolved into a 9-colored flame. The subsequent transformations would definitely be more difficult. Time was only one aspect. More importantly, he needed to immerse himself in controlling and paying close attention to everything. Otherwise, if there was an accident, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xian finally decided to take some time to integrate it. For now, he would put it aside for the time being. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and he immediately put this matter to the back of his mind. He stood up, and with a flash of his body, he rushed out of the bottom of the volcano and arrived at a hillside at the edge of the volcano in the central region. Big brother, was that the red lotus karmic fire? Just as he rushed out of the central region's volcano, he saw the goat horn immortal head-on. This old fellow's face was filled with astonishment, and even the way he addressed Yi Xian had changed from fellow Daoist to big boss. On the one hand, he had changed his mind and decided to follow Yi Xian in the future. On the other hand, it was because he suddenly saw the majestic river formed by the red lotus karmic fire being sucked into the Shunnong cauldron. He was too shocked and was completely convinced by Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not hide anything. He immediately nodded and said a few words casually. After the old fellow got the confirmation, the shock on his face became even stronger. When Yi Xian turned around and rushed toward the sky, he immediately retreated to a mountain range in the distance, far away from the central region volcano. Open. What a joke. The red lotus karmic fire was no joke. Once it came into contact with it, it would instantly worsen the accumulation of one's life and transform it into an invisible karmic fire that would burn one's body and soul. He did not have the ability to resist it. Looking at this situation, the old fellow probably would not dare to go near the central region volcano with the karmic fire river in it in the future. Whoosh! Break! There was a sound in the air. Yi Xian rushed out of the mouth of the treasured cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, the Shunnong cauldron was instantly sucked into his body. Looking around, this parallel void was empty. All the red lotus karmic fire had been sucked into the treasured cauldron's space. Naturally, there was no need to take out the treasured cauldron and release a dense light screen to protect himself. In fact, even if the sea of karmic fire was still there, Yi Xian did not need to do this. The red lotus flame mother had been completely refined by him, so the red lotus karmic fire naturally had no effect on him. Now, even if Yi Xian was in the sea of karmic fire, he would be unharmed and even like a fish in water. Counting the time, it has been more than 10 days since I entered this parallel void. Although the sea of karmic fire has disappeared, there is clearly a mysterious and violent force in this parallel void. As he muttered to himself, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He turned to look at the exit and sneered, "It seems that Hong Dao and the others have not stopped. I want to see what they have been doing for the past 10 days. Whoosh." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly rushed out of this parallel void. More than 10 days had passed since Yi Xian entered this parallel void. Right now, although the sea of karmic fire had disappeared, there was clearly a mysterious and violent force in this parallel void that was affecting it imperceptibly. Very obviously, Hong Dao and the other old fellows had not stopped. Even now, they were still doing something outside. Whoosh! As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, killing intent instantly surged in his heart. With a thought, his figure turned into a ray of light and shot out. He immediately rushed out of this parallel void and arrived at the core of Hong Qiu's cavern star outside the passageway. Everything in the core was the same as it was 10 days ago. However, the moment Yi Xian's figure appeared, his expression immediately darkened. He was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage in the heavenly Dao realm. His divine senses were sharp, and his divine sense was terrifyingly powerful. In just an instant, he felt the invisible suppressive force in the void. Although the void was not chaotic like when more than 10 heavenly Dao experts worked together to exert pressure, in fact, this invisible suppressive force surpassed that level of chaos in the void. In other words, even though Yi Xian had returned from the parallel void, he was currently within the core of the Hong Qiu cave star. He was unable to leave at all. Not to mention teleportation, even the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system within his body could not be activated. Moreover, even though he hadn't tried it yet, Yi Xian could basically guess that even if he were to rush out of the core of the Hong Qiu cavern star, he would still be trapped in the void outside. This kind of invisible suppression was too powerful. It was extremely likely that a large number of heavenly Dao realm experts had joined forces and had even borrowed the power of some kind of mysterious array to achieve such an effect. 1. With this in mind, he immediately sent out his divine sense. A look of realization quickly appeared on his face. Around the Hong Qiu cave abode star he was in, nearly 100 other stars in the star ring had shifted positions. They formed a void furnace formation, and more than 20 stars had the auras of heavenly Dao realm experts emanating from them. Just like that, even the remaining planets had array flags set up as well. These old fogies were truly extravagant. They had mobilized more than 20 heavenly Dao realm experts and nearly 100 stars to form a powerful cauldron array. They were able to absorb massive amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy to form a void suppression. At that moment, Yi Xian's killing intent was extremely cold. He wished he could immediately kill all these old fogies to vent his anger. But in fact, this was something he could not do at the moment. At the very least, it was impossible before he rushed out of the void furnace. The most important thing now was to rush out of here. Once he was outside the void furnace formation, everything would be fine. The suppressive force of this cavern formation was too powerful. There was even a second power variation. This was clearly a killing force. Yi Xian was still fine inside the cavern star's core, but once he rushed out, the pressure he had to endure would be even heavier. Even with his peak heavenly Dao realm cultivation at the great circle of the 9th stage, he would probably be able to force his way out quickly. After all, his figure had yet to appear. The suppressive and killing force of the entire cavern formation was spread out evenly within the large cavern formed by nearly 100 stars. But, once his figure appeared, the 20 or so heavenly Dao remnants sitting in the eye of the formation would definitely activate the power of the cavern formation's field at the first moment, locking onto Yi Xian's aura and tracking and suppressing him. In that case, he would definitely be exhausted from running for his life. He would not even be able to protect himself. How would he have the strength to break through the suppression of the cavern formation and rush out of the void covered by the formation's field? Perhaps, in the face of such a predicament, the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle would be a good choice. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian's mind flashed, and his eyes instantly burst out with light. He thought of the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle that had just completed its 9th refinement. For example, compared to the previous Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, the power of today's Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle was obviously no longer the same. This point, just from the addition of the word Red Lotus in front of its name, one could imagine its power. There was no need to say much about its speed. After all, its grade had been upgraded from the previous starry sky level to the current desolate level. Except in addition to this, other powers were also worth looking forward to. If there were no accidents, once it was used, it could penetrate the void and roam freely, and it could also launch an attack formed by the Red Lotus Hellfire. And, moreover, due to the special nature of the Red Lotus Hellfire, the current Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, in terms of penetrating the void and breaking through obstacles, must be even more powerful. Yi Xian had even thought that if he could use the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle to directly pass through the invisible barrier formed by the power of the primordial void law that enveloped the entire Milky Way starfield, of course, this idea was almost unrealistic. Whether it could directly break through the weaker invisible barrier of the Source Nest star was still unknown. But, according to Yi Xian's inference, using the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle to just rush out of the suppression of the cavern formation should not be a problem. More, what was perfect was that the current void-shattering shuttle, after this fusion, had been newly integrated with the elements of the Red Lotus Hellfire. If Yi Xian entered the void-shattering shuttle and urged it to rush out of the cavern formation, at that time, a large amount of Red Lotus Hellfire would appear on the surface of the shuttle as a cover. Everything would be unknown, and the more than 20 remnants of the Heavenly Way sitting in the eye of the formation would most likely think that this was the Red Lotus Hellfire rushing out of the cavern. If he hurriedly dodged, he would be afraid that it would be too late. It was absolutely impossible for him to guide the power of the Great Furnace Formation's domain to intercept and attack the void-shattering shuttle. If that was really the case, then Yi Xian would be able to easily charge out of the Void Furnace Formation. Thinking of doing it, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of light in his eyes, he suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh, with a very weak sound of breaking through the air, a black and red light quietly flashed, and under the wind, it instantly turned into a small private warship that was 1,000 feet long. Now the void-shattering shuttle had reached the level of a desolate-era supreme treasure. Not only was the internal space extremely huge, like a star, even the size of the shuttle had long been controlled. With a thought, the Red Lotus Hellfire gushed out of the void-shattering shuttle's 1,000 feet long body. Each flower was only a few feet in size, in the shape of a red lotus, and looked incomparably beautiful, but invisibly emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. There were more than 1,000 of these red lotuses, covering the entire body of the void-shattering shuttle. At a glance, this was clearly a large canopy of red lotus karmic fire. There was no sign of the void-shattering shuttle at all, and even its aura was perfectly concealed. Very quickly, the 300-meter-long void-shattering shuttle shrank to only a few dozen meters. Following that, Yi Xian's figure flashed and directly entered the interior of the ship. He activated the power of his domain with all his might and transformed into a ray of light that shot out of the star core. If he wanted to rush out of this void furnace formation in one go. Chapter 51-34. With a thought from Yi Xian, the Red Lotus karmic fire gushed out from the void-shattering shuttle. There were more than 1,000 of them, and they enveloped the entire void-shattering shuttle. At a glance, this was clearly a huge cloud of Red Lotus karmic fire. There was no sign of the void-shattering shuttle at all. Even its aura was perfectly concealed. After completing all this, he shrunk the void-shattering shuttle from 1,000 feet long to only a few dozen feet long. Then, his figure flickered and entered the interior of the shuttle. He fully activated the power of the domain and turned into a ray of light that shot out of the star core. Whoosh, the void-shattering shuttle was too fast. Along with the roaring sound of flames, the void-shattering shuttle, which was enveloped by thousands of Red Lotus karmic fire, rushed out of Hong Q's cavern star in the blink of an eye. Without any pause, it shot out of the void furnace formation. At this moment, Hong Dao, Hong Jiang, and more than 20 heavenly Dao's old monsters of the Chaos Starfield were still sitting in the 20 or so planets that served as the core of the formation. They were fully activating the power of the universal furnace formation's domain to suppress the cavern world in the center of the furnace. When the formation was activated, Hong Dao had already activated the power of the domain of the cosmos furnace formation to enter the parallel void. He saw Yi Xian, who was holding up a light screen to protect himself. He immediately withdrew his divine sense. According to his calculations, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, should be able to hold on for about half a month. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to collect the spoils of war. According to the time, they still had to wait for a few more days, but whether it was Hong Dao, Hong Jiang, or the other survivors of the heavenly Dao, none of them had expected that at this very moment, the red lotus karmic fire, which was about 100 feet long, would rush out from the interior of Hong Qiu's cavern star. In the blink of an eye, it was heading towards the edge of the Chenkuan furnace formation. There happened to be a main array core star in that direction, and the remnant of the heavenly Dao who was guarding this main array core star happened to be Hong Jiang. Damn it, what happened? Why would the red lotus karmic fire rush out? Hong Jiang's expression changed drastically when he saw the red lotus karmic fire rush out of Hong Qiu's cavern star. His body swayed and he rushed out of the star's main formation. When he arrived in the void above the star, he exclaimed in shock. What is this? The red lotus karmic fire was aimed directly at the main array core star that he was guarding, so he had no choice but to dodge. Otherwise, once he came into contact with it, he would instantly ignite the sins of his life, turning into an invisible karmic fire that burned his body and soul. It was impossible to extinguish. Even if he was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. Yi Xian immediately saw through the clues as soon as Jiang Chen charged out of the main array core within the planet. Hong Jiong was Hong Fei's elder brother. The two brothers looked 80% similar, so Yi Xian could naturally recognize him. At this moment, he instantly understood everything. So it turned out that the 7th level Heaven's Dao that he had killed in the boundless darkness in front of the right section of the left bank was actually from the Chaos Lac Star region. Moreover, it seemed to be related by blood to this peak Heaven's Dao of the Chaos Lac Star region. In this way, everything that had happened before could be explained. This group of old guys had planned this all along. They deliberately did this, so it was understandable that he was caught off guard and fell into their trap. Phew. As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, his killing intent was immediately aroused. He could ignore the other survivors of the heavenly Dao in the Chaos Starfield, but he definitely could not let this guy go, because the enmity between them could not be resolved. He immediately activated the void-shattering shuttle, and in a flash, it shot toward Hong Jiang in the left side of the void in front of him. Damn it, what's going on? Hong Jiang had just rushed out of the main formation core star in order to avoid the red lotus karmic fire that was heading straight for the star. However, at this moment, the red lotus karmic fire that was rushing toward the star suddenly changed its direction and shot toward him, catching him off guard and instantly changing his expression. Phew. Before Hong Jiang could react, Yi Xian had already activated the attack field of the void-shattering shuttle. In an instant, the red lotus karmic fire that enveloped the void-shattering shuttle roared and turned into a sea of red flames, surrounding Hong Jiang in the blink of an eye. The old man was just about to retreat when he realized that the red lotus karmic fire was blocking his path. He was so frightened that his body trembled, and he immediately froze in midair. His face was pale, and his soul was shaken. At this moment, Yi Xian also stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle and activated the perfect vibration spiritual power mystic technique. Not only did he conceal his body, but he also completely restrained his aura. Even Hong Jiang, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Dao, could not sense him at all. Go. The moment he stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle, Yi Xian was already in his violent ape form, and he also took out the big-headed black stick. However, Hong Jiang and the others were completely unaware of all this. Raw, catcher. Silently sneaking behind Hong Jiang, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. The violent ape raised its head and roared angrily. The big-headed black stick suddenly blasted out like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, directly smashing toward Hong Jiang's head. At the same time, he also activated the spiritual source core that was suspended in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the spiritual lightning technique was activated, and a thunderbolt exploded above Hongjiang's head. Startled. Amidst the crisp sound, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from the top of Hongjiang's head. In an instant, Hongjiang was struck dizzy. Before he could recover, the big-headed black stick had already smashed down. Bang! Bang! The sound was earth-shattering. The big-headed black stick landed squarely on Hongjiang's head. The old guy had no time to react at all. His entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread. The whistling sound of the wind sounded in an instant. Yi Xian waved his hand at the first time, and a majestic invisible qi whistled out, sweeping up the blood mist. However, he did not send it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. This was because the vitality of the remnant powerhouses was not as rich as that of the fierce beasts. Even the remnants of the natural law were the same, and they could not be refined into the natural law blood essence. But he could not waste it either. He could give it to the high-level members of the fierce beast army under the magic hall to devour. There would definitely be a lot of benefits. Whoosh! As Hongjiang's body exploded, there was also a faint sound of breaking through the air. A light shot out and was caught by Yi Xian. It was a Qiankuan bag, and its grade was quite extraordinary. It was the storage magic treasure of the old monster Hongjiang. This was the result of Yi Xian deliberately holding back. After all, the remnant powerhouses were different from the fierce beasts. The fierce beasts rarely used magic treasures, and even if they did, they were some natal magic treasures. However, the remnant powerhouses needed to refine medicine and various treasures, so they would definitely have storage magic treasures or Qiankuan bags. Yi Xian's divine sense quickly spread into the bag. After a sweep, his face immediately showed a look of joy. As expected of the peak of the natural law at the great perfection of the 9th stage. This old guy was simply a moving treasure trove. Not only were there a variety of treasures in this Qiankuan bag, but there were also several kinds of natural law original liquid. For Yi Xian, this was simply an unexpected surprise. Beasts rarely used magic treasures, and even if they did, they were some natal magic treasures. However, the remnant powerhouses needed to refine medicine and various treasures, so they would definitely have storage magic treasures or Qiankuan bags. Because of this, Yi Xian deliberately took away Hongjiang's Qiankuan bag when he killed him. After extending his divine sense into it, with just a sweep, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. This old guy was indeed a peak of the natural law at the great perfection of the 9th stage. He was simply a moving treasure trove. Not only were there a variety of treasures in this Qiankuan bag, but there were also several kinds of natural law original liquid. For Yi Xian, this was simply an unexpected surprise. Originally, he just wanted to kill the old guy to prevent future trouble, but he didn't expect to obtain so many cultivation resources. All of them were top-grade items, especially those several kinds of natural law original liquid, which completely caught Yi Xian off guard. After thinking about it, it was understandable. The Chaos Lac star field had half of the Chaos Lac manuscript. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Way in the star field must want to have the opportunity to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao liquid in the future, so it was natural for them to collect some natural law original liquid. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart moved. He turned around and looked at the other stars. There were still more than 20 survivors of the heavenly Tao present, so they definitely had some heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. If they missed such an opportunity, it would be too much of a pity. Moreover, he had to get the other half of the Chaos Lac manuscript left behind by Hong Qiu. In addition, this group of old guys had plotted against him previously. Now that he had made a move to punish them and kill them instead, it was natural. At this time, the corner of the void where he was still enveloped by the majestic sea of karmic fire from the void-shattering shuttle. The people outside didn't know what was going on at all, and they didn't dare to extend their divine sense, afraid that they would touch the karmic fire and bring disaster to themselves. It was a good opportunity to launch another sneak attack. With this thought, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He still used the perfect vibration of his spiritual power to hide his body and restrain his aura, but he left the sea of karmic fire behind. He also left the void-shattering shuttle in it, and rushed to the other main formation core star nearby. Soon, he arrived at the sixth star. The person overseeing this star was a third-stage heavenly way. Yi Xian went behind him and directly hit him with his staff. Bang! Whoosh! A loud sound came from the sky, and the third-stage survivor's body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that was collected by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. At the same time, his storage magic treasure also shot over and landed in Yi Xian's hand. There were indeed a lot of top-notch cultivation resources inside, but they couldn't be compared to Hong Jiang's, and there was only one type of heavenly way origin liquid. After waving his hand and putting away this storage magic treasure, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately raised his head and roared, "Roar, Hualala!" At the same time this attack was completed, his body was also exposed and revealed in the void, so there was no need to hide anymore. Looking up, with the first roar, there was a strange sound of water splashing in the void. Yi Xian's body collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, covering a corner of the void of the universe, revealing an endless bloody aura. Roar, roar, screech. Immediately afterwards, in 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and violent howls. In the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. 3 When the Great Blood Sea Avatar appeared, the cultivation aura emanating from its body was at the perfected Heavenly Tao Realm's 9th stage. This scene happened too suddenly. No one expected the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, to appear here. He was clearly trapped in the parallel void where the passageway deep in Hong Qiu's cave abode was connected, but now, he suddenly appeared. Instantly, the surrounding void fell into a dead silence. Including Hong Dao, the other 20 or so survivors of the Heavenly Tao were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Yi Xian with their mouths slightly agape. Their minds rumbled as they didn't understand what had happened. As for Yi Xian, he did not stop. As his figure appeared, the 3 Blood Sea avatars raised their heads and roared angrily. The 9 Devil Ape transformations Bloodline Divine Power's final form, the Devil Ape True Body, was also activated by him. Instantly, boundless energy surged out from the 3 Devil bodies. It was as though a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity as they rapidly gathered together. Their backs fused together, and in the blink of an eye, they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Phew. At the same time, Berserk Ape flipped his hands. With a faint sonic boom, a beam of light shot out. The Shunnong medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black cudgel was dragged by his right hand as it emitted a torrential ferocious aura. Hualala! Black with a thought, the fog avatar shot out a beam of light from its glabella. It expanded with the wind and transformed into a vast sea of 9 colored flames. This sea of 9 colored flames instantly condensed to its limits, transforming into a gigantic 9-colored ribbon. After a few spirals, it wrapped around the black fog avatar's body in the blink of an eye. The 2 ends of the ribbon extended out from its chest like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Swish! The skeleton avatar still did not use the fallen sky bow this time, but with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade appeared in its palm. Its entire body was covered with countless obscure blood patterns, and its shape was incomparably ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. As the blood blade was used, the withered demon blade in the demonic blade instantly let out an earth-shattering roar. The invisible ferocious and violent intent was simply shocking to the ears. On the spot, Hong Dao and the other 20 or so remnants of the Heavenly Tao in the distant void all trembled violently. As their expressions changed drastically, they finally came back to their senses. They immediately gasped and cried out in shock. "Oh my God! Oh my God, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Damn it, what the hell happened? Isn't he trapped in that parallel void? How did he suddenly come to the outside world? And it's so quiet. Hiss. It's over, it's really over this time. The Red Lotus Hellfire just now must be related to him. The second elder Hong Jiang is still trapped in the Hellfire Sea. No one knows whether he's dead or alive. It's really unpredictable." Without waiting for the exclamations from the surrounding void to end, the 3-headed, 6-armed Yi Xian had already waved his hand suddenly with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Ching! In an instant, with the sound of the flame wave, the hellfire sea in the void not far away shrank instantly and all retreated into the void-shattering shuttle. Immediately after, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The void-shattering shuttle, which was still only 90 feet in size, and the surface of the shuttle was still covered with more than 1,000 red lotus hellfire. In an instant, it turned into a red light and shot to Yi Xian's feet. Here at that time, although Yi Xian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he had shrunk his body and was only about 3 meters tall. When the void-shattering shuttle arrived at his feet, it was like a flying sword that was used to travel. It looked extremely imposing and awe-inspiring, suppressing Hong Dao and the others on the spot. After a moment of deathly silence, an earth-shattering roar exploded in the air. Damn it, he actually refined the Red Lotus karmic fire. Run! Following a flash of red light, the 90-foot-long void-shattering shuttle instantly arrived beneath Yi Xian's feet. It was like a flying sword that was used to travel. It looked extremely imposing and awe-inspiring. This scene was so unexpected that it stunned Hong Dao and the others on the spot. After a short moment of dead silence, an earth-shattering roar exploded in the void. Damn it, he has really refined the Red Lotus hellfire. Screech! The roar sounded, waking up all the remnants of the heavenly Tao who had fallen into a daze again. Immediately after, their expressions changed abruptly again. As they sucked in cold breaths, they exclaimed with endless shock. In an instant, they roared again like a tide. It's over. It's over. It's really over this time. All the previous calculations have gone down the drain. The consequences are even more unimaginable. He's too savage. As soon as he appeared, he killed a heavenly Tao elite with a single strike. This guy is already enraged. This time, we're really in trouble. Heavens, where's Elder Hongjiang? That sea of hellfire shrank and shot over to the feet of the Magic Hall Master, but Elder Hongjiang's figure is nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Damn it. We've been tricked. When the Red Lotus karmic flames charged out from Hong Qiu's abode star earlier, the Hall Master of the Devil Hall was definitely hiding within it. Elder Hongjiang was killed by him silently in a moment of carelessness, too savage. In just a short moment, he killed 2 heavenly Tao elites. The losses are too heavy. It's simply unbearable. Fellow Taoists, retreat immediately and avoid the danger. The Great Furnace Formation has been broken, and this violent ape will soon show its ferocious power. We can't fight against it. Screech, whoosh whoosh whoosh, as these shocked cries sounded, more than 20 remnants of the heavenly Tao, including Hong Dao, rushed out of the main formation core star. The Great Furnace Formation instantly collapsed, and these 20 remnants of the heavenly Tao were like stray dogs. They turned around and fled in all directions. You want to leave now? Don't you think it's too late? In the face of all this, Yi Xian immediately sneered. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted, and with a thought, he instantly activated the Red Lotus space-shattering shuttle under his feet. Whoosh! The sound of flames rang out, and his figure stood on the space-shattering shuttle covered in a large amount of Red Lotus hellfire. Like a demon god descending to the world, he shot forward. His speed was too fast, and even Yi Xian could not reach it with his full speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind a remnant of the heavenly Tao who had turned around and fled. Roar, crack. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. As it raised its head and roared, the big-headed black staff suddenly blasted out like a giant pillar, smashing towards the head of this remnant of the heavenly Tao. The fog avatar cooperated and directly activated the spiritual source core suspended in the sea of consciousness in its head. The spiritual lightning technique was activated, and a lightning bolt exploded above the old man's head. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from the top of his head. All of this happened too quickly, and it was completely unexpected. No one expected Yi Xian's speed to be so terrifying that even a heavenly Tao realm expert was caught off guard. The blood-colored lightning struck down, and in an instant, this remnant of the heavenly Tao was in a daze. Before he could recover, the big-headed black staff had already smashed down. Bang! There was no suspense as the big-headed black staff landed squarely on his head. The old man's entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread. Yi Xian waved his hand and swept it into his body. Similarly, this remnant storage Dharma treasure was not destroyed. It had been deliberately left behind by Yi Xian. Now, it had transformed into a beam of light and shot over. After it landed in his hand, Yi Xian did not investigate it because there was no need. He directly stored it in his undying world. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, from the moment Yi Xian charged out of the primordial fire cave abode star to the moment he killed the third remnant of the heavenly Tao from the primordial fire star domain, it had only taken a little more than 10 seconds. Every heavenly Tao realm expert had to cultivate for countless years to reach their present height. The amount of tribulations they had to go through during this period was uncountable. Yet now, in a short period of over 10 breaths of time, 3 such supreme existences had perished. All of this was simply like a dream. However, when it entered into the eyes of Hong Dao and the other experts of the Heaven Dao in Chaos Lac Stellar region, the shock and horror they felt was utterly impossible to be described with words. If they were not careful, their countless years of bitter cultivation and all the tribulations they had gone through would vanish in an instant. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the hearts of these old fellows trembled. At this moment, the fear in their hearts was imperceptibly magnified to the extreme. An intense sense of life and death crisis that they had never felt before caused all of them to be terrified. They were just short of trembling. There was hesitation, but there was no reason for them to stay. The remaining 21 remnant of the heavenly Tao from the primordial fire star domain pushed the power in their bodies to the extreme. They gritted their teeth and fled in all directions. Although, this kind of appearance like a stray dog really made people blush, but there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Even the great elder Hong Dao, who was at the peak of the 9th step, was running for his life. What else was there for them to be concerned about? If you still want to escape, this lord will catch up with you one by one and kill all of you. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As soon as he finished his words, he immediately activated the void-breaking shuttle under his feet again. Whoosh, the sound of waves roaring sounded again. His figure stood on the void-breaking shuttle covered with a large amount of red lotus hellfire. His speed was simply too fast. In less than half a breath's time, he, who was like a demon god descending to the world, shot forward. In an instant, he was behind another remnant of the heavenly Tao, less than 1,000,000 miles away. Roar. Rumble. The next moment, the violent ape raised his head and roared. The devil ape real body, which had shrunk in size and was only a few feet tall, suddenly expanded. It directly turned into a terrifying figure that was millions of miles long. The 1,000,000 miles between it and the remnant of the heavenly Tao in front of it disappeared instantly. An earth-shaking rumble rang out. As his body expanded, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. As his body grew larger, the big-headed black stick, which was now like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, was swung high up and smashed down, bang. Compared with the big-headed black cudgel at this moment, the figure of this remnant of the natural law was like a star compared with a speck of dust. He was too inconspicuous. When the cudgel hit him, an explosive sound was heard in an instant. His running figure instantly turned into a bloody mist and exploded. Then, Yi Xian waved his hand. Together with the storage magic treasure that fell out of his body when his figure exploded, it was swept up together and directly kept in the undying world in his body. In just a breath's time, another remnant of the heavenly Tao was killed in the blink of an eye. The speed of the void-breaking shuttle was simply too fast. It was simply outrageous and made people feel despair. At this rate, even if there were still 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, they would be caught and killed one by one in the end. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Hong Dao, who was flying in the void to the right, showed a struggle on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sent out a voice with his divine sense, revealing a pleading tone, "Fellow Yi, don't attack again. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves to apologize." The speed of the void-breaking shuttle was too fast. Even the powerhouses of the heavenly Tao were no match for it. Now, just a breath's time had passed, and in the blink of an eye, another remnant of the heavenly Tao was killed. At this rate, even if there were still 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, they would be caught and killed one by one in the end. Thinking of this, Hong Dao, who was flying in the void to the right, showed a struggle on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sent out a voice with his divine sense, revealing a strong pleading tone, "Fellow Yi, don't attack again. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves to apologize." As the voice of this divine sense sounded out, Hong Dao's figure that was originally moving forward abruptly came to a halt in midair. His face was filled with fear as he turned around to look at Yi Xian. Hong Dao was the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield. Since he had expressed his stance, the other remnant of the Heavenly Dao naturally knew what to do. Although they were hesitant, they were not too conflicted. One after another, they all stopped and stood in the void in the distance. With uncertainty, they looked at Yi Xian. Including Hong Dao, there were a total of 20 remnant of the Heavenly Dao in the surroundings. Their cultivation levels ranged from level 1 to level 9. Now, they were all standing in the void. Although they were in different directions, the expressions on their faces all revealed fear and anxiety. Just now, although they had lost 4 remnant of the Heavenly Dao, they were the ones who attacked Yi Xian first. Although there was a reason for this, it was Hong Jiang's karma and had nothing to do with them. For example, today, Hong Jiang had already fallen. If they used the matter of Hong Fei being killed by Yi Xian as an excuse, it would seem even more feeble. Even more moreover, now that Yi Xian had subdued and refined the Red Lotus Hellfire, this meant that he had obtained half of the incomplete manuscript of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir that Hong Qiu had left in the parallel void. In other words, Yi Xian already had the ability to refine the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir. They naturally desired the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir. Moreover, before Hong Qiu left, he had indeed made arrangements to take care of the remnant of the Heavenly Dao in the Chaos Starfield. Under such circumstances, they naturally did not want to become enemies with Yi Xian. Previously, they had offended him, but now, they only hoped to bury the hatchet. Otherwise, Hong Qiu's painstaking efforts to take care of them before he left would go to waste, and they would basically have no chance of obtaining the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir. The reason why Hong Dao suddenly begged for mercy and took the initiative to say that he was willing to cut himself off as an apology was actually not entirely because he was afraid of Yi Xian. This was just one of the reasons. Most of all, the main reason was that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to mend his relationship with Yi Xian. This was something that the other 19 remnant of the Heavenly Dao were also well aware of. Although they were very afraid of Yi Xian, they wanted to obtain the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir more. Therefore, after hearing Hong Dao's words, they all gritted their teeth and stopped moving. They looked at Yi Xian anxiously with hope in their hearts. "What? You finally figured it out." Yi Xian was well aware that they had half of Hong Qiu's incomplete manuscript in their hands. At the same time, he could roughly guess what these old fellows were planning to do at this moment. Therefore, Yi Xian was not worried at all. When they all stopped moving and turned to look at him, he immediately shrunk his body. Even the void-shattering shuttle under his feet, which was covered by thousands of red lotuses of karmic fire, was kept into his body with a wave of his hand. However, he still maintained his true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He was only about 3 feet tall. The eyes of the 3 devil bodies shone with a fierce light, and he looked at all the old monsters of the Heavenly Dao who were standing hundreds of billions of miles away. Then, he put on a straight face and said in a deep voice, "I have roughly guessed the reason for what happened just now. Although it may not have been your intention, it is a fact that you participated in the encirclement to kill me. It cannot be denied." Although his tone was tough, at least Yi Xian had stopped his previous pursuit. This meant that there was something to talk about. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 20 old monsters of the Heavenly Dao from Hong Qiu Starfield exchanged glances across the distant void. Their hearts relaxed slightly, and they all moved to within 5 billion miles of Hong Qiu. Then, after that, Hong Qiu, who was in charge of Hong Qiu Starfield, squeezed out an awkward smile and cupped his fists at Yi Xian. "Fellow Daoist Yi, you must have realized it." "That's right. Hong Fei, who was killed by you back then, was a remnant of the Heavenly Dao from Hong Qiu Starfield. Moreover, he was the younger brother of the second elder, Hong Jiang. Although it was not a misunderstanding that we attacked fellow Daoist Yi, we had no choice. After all, Hong Jiang was the second elder of Hong Qiu Starfield, and his cultivation was the same as mine. He was also a peak Heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage, so, at this point, Hong Qiu paused for a moment and sighed. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it. Now that Hong Jiang is dead, he reaped what he sowed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Earlier, I said that I was willing to give fellow Daoist Yi an explanation and cut myself off as an apology. I hope that fellow Daoist Yi can be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. What do you think? It's not impossible for us to let bygones be bygones, but that depends on your sincerity. A bright light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He paused for a moment before continuing. All 20 of you participated in today's matter. Therefore, if we want to let bygones be bygones, everyone has to show their sincerity. If anyone wants to go back on their word, I will keep an eye on them. Just now, I killed 4 old monsters of the Heavenly Tao. There were peak Heavenly Tao cultivators at the peak of the 9th stage, and there were also existences at the early, middle, and late stages of the 9th stage. Therefore, I have a rough idea of what treasures and resources you have. Let's not talk about the other battle weapons and magic treasures. I'm not interested in them, but all kinds of top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures, especially the Heavenly Tao origin liquid, absolutely cannot be lacking. Don't tell me that you don't have it. Just the early stage Heavenly Tao cultivator that I just killed had 2 types of Heavenly Tao origin liquid in his storage magic treasure. Don't try to be careless about this matter. Hearing this, Hong Dao and the other 20 survivors of the Heavenly Tao from Hong Qiu Starfield who were standing in the void all frowned. What Xian said was indeed the truth. Every one of them had some Heavenly Tao origin liquid, more or less. It was fine if they had other top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but the Heavenly Tao origin liquid was too precious. They were a little reluctant to part with it. This was the main ingredient to refine the 9 Heavenly Tao treasured liquid in the future. However, although they were unwilling, the other half of Hong Qiu's incomplete manuscript had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Even the Red Lotus karmic fire, which was necessary to refine the 9 Heavenly Tao treasured liquid, had been taken away by Yi Xian. If they did not resolve their old grudges with Yi Xian and mend their relationship, no matter how much Heavenly Tao origin liquid they had, they would not be able to refine the 9 Heavenly Tao treasured liquid. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of old monsters of the Heavenly Tao exchanged glances again. Soon, they silently reached a consensus. Then, Hong Dao, the Starfield manager, gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Xian. He cupped his fists and said, "Since fellow Yi has already made the request, this old man and the others will accept it." Chapter 51-35. At this moment, Hong Dao, the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield, gritted his teeth and turned to look at Yi Xian. He cupped his fists and said, "Since fellow Yi has already made the request, we will accept it." Although the Heavenly Tao origin liquid was precious and was the main ingredient for refining the Heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir, if they did not resolve their old grudges with Yi Xian and repair their relationship, they would not be able to refine the Heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir no matter how much Heavenly Tao origin liquid they had. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of Heavenly Tao old monsters exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. Now that Hong Dao had expressed his stance, it was enough to show their sincerity. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as they finished speaking, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. The 20 Heavenly Tao old monsters, led by Hong Dao, gritted their teeth and waved their hands. Rays of light shot out and gathered at Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, they were already close to Yi Xian and stopped abruptly in front of him. These were 20 storage Dharma treasures. Of course, they were not all of these old men's belongings. They only took out a portion of the top-grade cultivation resources and the Heavenly Tao origin liquid, put them away with other storage Dharma treasures, and sent them out. The storage Dharma treasures in front of him were of all shapes and sizes, but the number was correct. There were 20 of them in total. In other words, including Hong Dao, the 20 Heavenly Tao old monsters in the void all gritted their teeth and sacrificed their blood. There was no other way. For the Heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir, they could only bear the pain and give up their treasures. Moreover, Yi Xian had just said that he would not let go of anyone who did not express their stance. This was not a joke, and no one dared to be the first one to stand out. Otherwise, not only would Yi Xian not let him go, but the other Heavenly Tao old monsters would also not let him go. Naturally, Yi Xian could not ask for more. Although Yi Xian could snatch it himself even if these people did not take the initiative to cut themselves off as an apology, it would take a lot of time and effort. Moreover, he was not very interested in killing the masters of the remnant people. When he thought of killing a heavenly Dao-old monster but not being able to refine the majestic qi and blood in his body into a heavenly Dao blood essence, Yi Xian felt excited. Not to mention, the other half of the Hongqiu manuscript that he needed was still in Hong Dao's hands. Hong Dao was a peak heavenly Dao at the pinnacle of the 9th level, so he was definitely not going to be easy to deal with. Although Hong Jiang was also a peak old monster of this level, the reason why Yi Xian was able to kill him so easily was because he was caught off guard. But now that Hong Dao was on guard, it was basically impossible for Yi Xian to forcefully snatch the remaining half of the manuscript from him. So, not to mention that he didn't have the intention to annihilate all of these old fellows, even if he did, he could only go with the flow and fight with them for the sake of that half of the Hongqiu manuscript and the current situation. At the very least, he had to get his hands on the remaining half of the manuscript first. At this time, as the light shot over, it stopped abruptly in front of him and turned into 20 different storage magic treasures. Yi Xian's divine sense also extended in at the first moment and began to investigate. These old fellows were quite sincere. After all, compared to Yi Xian, they obviously hoped that the two sides could resolve their old grudges. Therefore, if the things that they took out as an apology were not enough, it would be too insincere. These 20 different storage magic treasures all contained many top-grade cultivation resources. There were all kinds of them, and some of them were not even in Yi Xian's hands. It could be considered a great harvest. But what really made him happy was the Heavenly Dao Origin Treasure Liquid. The 10 Heavenly Dao Old Monsters of the Hongqiu Starfield did indeed have the Heavenly Dao Origin Treasure Liquid in their hands, more or less. For example, today, as an apology gift, the 20 Heavenly Dao Old Monsters waved their hands and handed over 20 storage magic treasures. Other than various top-grade cultivation resources, there were also Heavenly Dao Origin Treasures. The least was one type, while the most was probably from Hong Dao's hands. The fact that they actually gave 4 types of Heavenly Dao Origin Treasures surprised Yi Xian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, not bad, it seems that all of you are quite sincere. With a wave of his hand, the 20 storage magic treasures floating in front of Yi Xian were all kept in the undying world within his body. At this time, the expression on his face had eased up a lot, and he even revealed a smile. He turned to look at everyone in the surroundings and changed the topic. Only then did he say, however, in order to completely write off the old grudges from before, this king still needs one last thing. That is the half of the manuscript that Senior Hongqiu left in your Hongqiu Starfield, the remaining half of the manuscript. One hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Including Hong Dao, the 20 Heavenly Dao Old Monsters standing in the void all had a change in expression. Their bodies trembled slightly as they sucked in cold breaths. Then, they all cried out involuntarily, "What? He actually wants us to hand over the remaining half of the manuscript? This is definitely impossible. Even if he wants to refine the Heavenly Dao 9 Great Dao Elixir, it has to be our Hongqiu Starfield that cooperates with him. This remaining half of the manuscript was left behind by ancestor Hongqiu. If we hand it over, what right do we have to obtain the Heavenly Dao 9 Great Dao Elixir? Too greedy, too impolite. We just gave out so many top-grade cultivation resources, including the Heavenly Dao Origin Treasures. We haven't even warmed up yet, and he actually immediately made a new request. This magic hall master, Yi Xian, is clearly insatiable. We've been tricked. He's blackmailing us, and his requests are getting more and more excessive. If we hand over the remaining half of the manuscript, this old man dares to guarantee that he will definitely make other requests. This person is not trustworthy, and we can't coexist with him. It's not too late to repent now. Grand Elder, there's no need to hesitate. Give the order and summon all the other fellow Taoists. At most, we'll fight to the death with him." The last 2 sentences were said by a bearded Heavenly Dao survivor. This person looked to be in his 40s, and was a middle-aged man. His cultivation was average, only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Dao realm. However, his tone was not small, and it seemed that he had a bad temper. He actually urged Hong Dao to summon all the other Heavenly Dao survivors back to the Hong-Q starfield. He wanted to fight to the death with Yi Xian. When these words entered his ears, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the three demon bodies as they focused their gazes on this third-level Heavenly Dao survivor. Small. This lowly early-stage Heavenly Dao actually dared to say such words in front of him. It was simply too disrespectful. Coincidentally, he needed someone to show his might. Since he wanted to be the one to take the lead, then he would do as he wished. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. He immediately circulated all the energy in his body and directly teleported close to Yi Xian's figure before striking out. Whoosh, catcher, rumble. There was a weak sound of something tearing through the air, and at the same time, there was a cracking sound that shook one's soul. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers appeared out of thin air, instantly drowning this early-stage-old monster. Whoosh! At the same time, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Yi Xian, who had teleported close. One of the three demon bodies, Violent Ape, raised his big-headed black cudgel and smashed it down. Whoosh! Catcher! Rumble! There was a weak sound of something tearing through the air and a cracking sound that shook one's soul. The next moment, the Black Fog avatar used the spiritual lightning art. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers appeared out of thin air, instantly drowning this early-stage-old monster. Whoosh! At the same time, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Yi Xian, who had teleported close. One of the three demon bodies, Violent Ape, raised his big-headed black cudgel and smashed it down. TSK, it was all done in a hurry. No one expected that Yi Xian would actually attack after accepting the apology. Perhaps it was because of this that this old man dared to say those words just now. But now, he had reaped what he had sown. Before he could react, the big-headed black cudgel had already smashed down. Bang! The sound was earth-shattering. The big-headed black cudgel hit his body that was enveloped by the blood-colored lightning bolt. The old man had no time to react at all. His entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread. Whoosh! The sound of the howling wind sounded in an instant. The Black Fog avatar waved his hand at the first moment, and a majestic invisible force whistled out, absorbing the blood mist that had spread out into his body. Along with it, the storage magic treasure of this early-stage-old monster also shot out. Yi Xian's divine sense probed inside, and the corners of his mouth instantly outlined a satisfied smile. Old monster, there were actually two types of Heavenly Dao origin liquid in this guy's storage magic treasure. Previously, he had only handed over one type of Heavenly Dao origin liquid. As expected, he still had some reservations, but now, all of them had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Division in addition, Yi Xian had deliberately left half of his remnant soul behind this time. It was only at the early stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. With Yi Xian's current cultivation at the peak of the Heavenly Dao realm of the 9th stage, searching his soul was nothing more than a piece of cake. After obtaining this remnant soul, Yi Xian immediately began to search his soul. Previously, when he killed Hong Jiang and the other three, because he had acted too hastily, he had not been able to leave behind any remnant soul. Now, Yi Xian was using the opportunity of making an example of him to search his soul. His goal was to determine if the other half of the Hong-Q manuscript was in Hong Dao's hands. After all, Hong Dao was the person in charge of the Hong-Q star region. An important resource like the Hong-Q manuscript should be in his hands. However, after all, a guess was just a guess. Before it was confirmed, Yi Xian was still a little worried. None whether the other half of the Hong-Q manuscript was in Hong Dao's hands or someone else's, as long as he could confirm its whereabouts, then, if the remaining 19 old fellows refused to submit and voluntarily handed over the manuscript, Yi Xian could at least lock onto the target and forcefully seize it. As the soul search began, he obtained the results he wanted in an instant. At this moment, the eyes of the three demon bodies shone with a burning light. Yi Xian exclaimed softly from Bao Yuan's mouth, "What? There's actually another portion of the Heavenly 9 Great Dao Elixir?" This was simply too unexpected. The results of the soul search had exceeded his expectations. Not only had he confirmed that the other half of the Hong-Q manuscript was in Hong Dao's hands, he had even obtained more important information. Hong Dao actually possessed a portion of the 9 heavenly Great Dao elixir of the Great Dao. This heavenly 9 Great Dao elixir was only a small bottle. It was not enough to allow a heavenly Dao at the peak of the perfected 9th stage to successfully enter the primordial chaos Dao realm after the heavenly Dao. That would require at least 30 to 40 bottles. This, to Yi Xian, a completed portion of the heavenly 9 Great Dao elixir was obviously more significant. After obtaining the manuscript of the heavenly 9 Great Dao elixir, he could study this completed portion of the heavenly 9 Great Dao elixir. Everything he needed could be used as a reference. This completed portion of the heavenly 9 Great Dao elixir was left behind by Hong Q before he left. It had been preserved in the Chaos Q star domain for millions of years now. Hong had left behind this portion of the heavenly 9 Great Dao elixir as a sample in the Chaos Q star domain. In the future, when a fated person entered the parallel void of his cave abode star and obtained the other half of the manuscript, he would be able to refine the Red Lotus Hellfire and have a reference when preparing to refine the heavenly 9 Great Dao elixir. Damn it, fellow Daoistyi, what are you trying to do? The previous matter has already been resolved. Why are you still attacking us? Could it be that you want to go back on your words? Going back on his words and being capricious, this person is too arrogant. If this continues, how can we cooperate? Idiot, damn you. Not only did you give away your life in vain, you even leaked more important information. This is simply infuriating. Previously, Yi Xian's attack was too shocking, and it was a thunderous method. In just half a breath, everything was over. Although there were 19 survivors of the heavenly Dao present, they were all caught off guard. Even Hong Dao, who was at the peak of the heavenly Dao, was unable to rescue them. By the time they reacted, everything had already been settled. Not only had that early stage old monster died, but his storage magic treasure had also fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Even the half-remnant soul that Yi Xian deliberately left behind had been searched by him, revealing even more important information. Such a result instantly caused an uproar. Everyone sucked in a cold breath and exclaimed in shock. The person in charge of the Chaos Q star domain, Hong Q, was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed the early stage old monster who had just been killed. He was simply unable to accomplish anything and was good at ruining things. What a joke. This palace is unhindered on the right bank, and even on the left bank, I can look down on all directions. How can I disdain something like going back on my words? After the soul search ended, the 19 survivors of the heavenly Dao in the surrounding void cried out in alarm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the voice of his divine sense was immediately transmitted. Everything is just because you were too impatient. Just now, you took the initiative to say that you were willing to cut off your rights as an apology. Although this palace also had the same intention, I did not make a specific request. However, each of you immediately gave out a storage magic treasure. Admittedly, the cultivation resources in the 20 storage magic treasures can be considered sincere, but it does not mean that this palace has already approved. This palace then made a request for the other half of the Chaos Q manuscript, and you immediately turned hostile. The guy who was killed just now even clamored in public that he would fight to the death with this palace. The reason why this palace killed him was just to remind everyone not to forget that today's matter, it was you who took the initiative to apologize to this palace, and not this palace who asked for peace. Now that this person has been killed, this palace will now make a request. If you agree, this palace will resolve the old grudges today and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, if worse comes to worst, we can just fight again. What is this palace afraid of? At this point, Yi Xian's voice paused, and he turned to look at the 19 survivors of the heavenly Dao in the surrounding void, including Hong Dao. Then, after that, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and he proposed the final condition of dissolving the old grudges. In addition to the cultivation resources that were compensated just now, this palace only wants 2 things. The first is the half of the Chaos Q manuscript, and the second is the bottle of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir in your Chaos Q star domain. In addition to the cultivation resources that were compensated just now, this palace only wants 2 things. After that, he turned to look at the 19 survivors of the heavenly Dao in the surrounding void, including Hong Dao. After that, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and he proposed the final condition of dissolving the old grudges. The first is the half of the Chaos Q manuscript, and the second is the bottle of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir in your Chaos Q star domain. This time, Hong Dao and the others fell into silence and didn't go into an uproar. After all, Yi Xian had already mentioned the other half of the incomplete manuscript. As for the Heavenly 9 Great Dao treasure liquid, Ancestor Hong Q had left behind a bottle in the Chaos Starfield as a sample. Since Yi Xian intended to refine the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir, it was natural for him to ask for a sample of the elixir. They had already thought of this when this information was leaked through the Soul Search, so they weren't surprised at all. Moreover, what Yi Xian said just now was indeed reasonable. Although he stopped after Hong Dao expressed his willingness to apologize and didn't attack again, he didn't raise any conditions. Hong Tao and the others each gave out a storage magic treasure and thought that this matter was over. It was just their own wishful thinking at that time. After that, when Yi Xian proposed his conditions, the early-stage survivor of the Third Order of the Heavenly Dao flew into a rage because of his bad temper. He was indeed too impulsive to shout that he wanted to fight to the death with Yi Xian. Yi Xian killed him out of warning, so they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. All in all, Yi Xian didn't go back on his words. He didn't formally propose any conditions at all. He just had the intention to reconcile, so how could he go back on his words? But now, after causing a small disturbance, Yi Xian's final request was already an unyielding stance. If they didn't agree, then the great battle that had just rested for a short while would begin again in an instant. Furthermore, Yi Xian's final request was made. Moreover, if they were to attack again this time, Yi Xian would be enraged and his methods would be even more ruthless. Even if they turned around and fled, the other survivors in the Great Flood Starfield wouldn't be able to escape and would definitely be angered. This kind of thing was not unprecedented. The master of the Magic Hall would definitely do something like this in anger. At that time, the entire Chaos Q star domain would be turned into a dead zone because of this. It was absolutely possible that no one would be left alive. And this kind of consequence, they definitely couldn't bear it. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the remaining 19 Heavenly Dao's old monsters fell into deep thought. Their expressions were conflicted and hesitant. But in the end, they exchanged glances with each other across the distant void, and they had no choice but to come to a consensus. Fellow Daoist Yi, since you've already refined the Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel void, you must have obtained the other half of the manuscript left behind by Ancestor Hong Q in the parallel void. After a sigh, Hong Dao cupped his fists towards Yi Xian and then continued, previously, this old man did indeed hide the fact that the Chaos Q star domain had the other half of the manuscript. However, fellow Daoist, you should understand, after all, the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir is no small matter. If the outside world knew that the Chaos Q star domain had the other half of the manuscript and a sample of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir, I'm afraid there would be all kinds of trouble. The reason why Ancestor Hong Q left this half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir in the Chaos Q star domain was to ensure that the Chaos Q star domain would be able to obtain a share of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir after it was refined by a fated person. This could be considered as the ancestors' painstaking effort to benefit the future generations. In that case, it's not that this old man absolutely cannot give this half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir to fellow Daoist Yi, but there must be additional conditions. Otherwise, since we can't obtain the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir, this old man can just destroy the other half of the manuscript. I'm sure fellow Daoist Yi wouldn't want to see such an outcome, right? Are you threatening me? Yi Xian frowned. The eyes of the 3 devil bodies instantly shone with a cold light as they locked onto Hong Dao. A dense killing intent that couldn't be dispersed spread out from their bodies and rapidly spread. This old man isn't threatening you, this old man is merely stating the stakes. Seeing that Yi Xian seemed to intend to submit, Hong Dao raised his hand and stroked his beard. He smiled and said, "Why don't fellow Daoist Yi listen to the additional conditions this old man mentioned before making a decision? This matter is actually not that complicated. This old man will give this half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir to fellow Daoist Yi, but fellow Daoist Yi must promise to help us refine the Heavenly Dao elixir into the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir. In addition, according to the rules set by Ancestor Hong Q, If someone else provides the heavenly Tao elixir for fellow Daoist to refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, fellow Daoist has the right to receive half of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir as a reward. As for this half of the reward, fellow Daoist obviously can't take it all for himself. My Chaos Q star domain should share it equally with fellow Daoist. This request isn't too much, right? After all, this is what happened to ancestor Hong Q back then. There's a precedent. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian immediately asked, "How many heavenly Tao elixirs do you have?" "We can refine 3 cauldrons in total," Hong Dao nodded and continued, "In other words, we can gather 27 types of heavenly Tao elixirs and refine 3 cauldrons. That's enough." "All right." Yi Xian immediately expressed his stance. "This king swears on his Tao heart that if I get the half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir from you, I will help your Chaos Q star domain refine 3 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir after I fully comprehend the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. In the future, if other experts provide the heavenly Tao elixir and ask this king to refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir on their behalf, this king will receive half of the reward, and half of it will belong to your Chaos Q star domain." As soon as these words were spoken, Hong Dao and the other 19 heavenly Tao old monsters standing in the surrounding void immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes shone brightly, and their faces were filled with joy. They did not expect Yi Xian to be so easy to talk to. It was one thing for him to help them refine the 3 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, but the key was that Yi Xian would receive half of the reward. Although they had requested for 50% of the reward, they still had a bottom line. At the very least, they could accept 30% of the reward. However, there was no need to consider or be conflicted about all of this. This master of the magic hall was quite magnanimous. Without saying a word, he decided on a 50-50 distribution plan. To them, it was simply an unexpected gain. Moreover, Yi Xian had already sworn a Tao heart oath. At this level, he definitely would not joke about a Tao heart oath. Otherwise, if his Tao heart was damaged in the future, it would definitely be difficult for his cultivation to improve. Moreover, Hong Dao had already found out through some kind of channel that Patriarch Hong Q, who had left 1,000,000 years ago, would return soon. 1,000,000 years had passed, and since Patriarch Hong Q was returning now, his cultivation must have already broken through to the primordial Chaos Tao realm. With such a great Tao expert returning, they were not worried that Yi Xian would go back on his word. Whoosh! The sound of the air rang out, and a ray of light shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Yi Xian and abruptly stopped in the void. It was a storage magic treasure. If there was no accident, it should contain the half of Hong Q's manuscript that Yi Xian needed, as well as the bottle of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir as a sample. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian immediately extended his divine sense into it. After a brief investigation, his heart that was hanging in his throat instantly relaxed. Chu Feng stored it. There was indeed a jade slip in this magic treasure. It was exactly the same as the fiery red jade slip he had obtained in the parallel void connected to Hong Q's cave mansion star. Even the aura was the same. It was obviously the other half of the manuscript left behind by Hong Q. And, in addition, there was also a small emerald bottle in the storage magic treasure. The bottle was filled with a golden red liquid. It was quite thick and emitted an extremely pure energy aura. The power of the Heaven Tao realm must be the so-called 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. After withdrawing his divine sense, Yi Xian flipped his hand and stored this storage magic treasure into his body. Hualala! At this moment, the true body of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms collapsed in the void, turning into a sea of blood. In an instant, it condensed into a faint blood light. With a flash, the human form of Yi Xian stepped out of it. Fellow Taoists, I will definitely fulfill my promise. But now, I need to return and comprehend the treasured liquid manuscript left behind by Senior Hong Q. Once I've comprehended everything, I will naturally return and refine the 3 cauldrons of Grand Tao treasured liquid for all of you. While speaking, Yi Xian cupped his fist and bowed to Hong Dao and the others in the surrounding void. In that case, I will take my leave first. Everyone. See you again in the future. Hiss. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly tore a crack in the void in front of him. He stepped into it and disappeared in an instant. After he left, Hong Dao and the others in the void immediately moved and gathered together. They looked at each other and frowned. Their eyes flickered, and their expressions were uncertain. Everything that happened today had caught them off guard. Although everything had come to an end, they were still unable to calm down. Forget it. In the entire Chaos Lac Starfield, 5 heavenly Dao old monsters had died. This was definitely a huge loss, but compared to the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, it was nothing. The 5 heavenly Dao old monsters had already died, so there was no point in dwelling on this matter. To the 19 of them, the most important thing was the 9 heavenly Dao elixir that could help them break through to the primordial Chaos Dao realm in the future. The 9 heavenly Dao elixir is no small matter. He shouldn't be playing any tricks, right? After a short moment of silence, more than 10 heavenly Dao old monsters in the Chaos Lac Starfield looked at each other with uneasiness on their faces, and continued to speak. That's right, although an oath cannot be broken, he can definitely drag on the time. If he drags on for too long, we can't sit still and look for him. At that time, he can find an excuse and have no choice but to give in and take the initiative to reduce the 50% quota. This shouldn't happen, otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so readily just now. Moreover, although the master of the magic hall is cruel and ruthless, his temperament has always been straightforward. He shouldn't be playing such tricks. Wen Yun said. Everyone nodded, and the expressions on their faces relaxed. The hearts in their throats finally settled down. It wasn't that they were too conflicted, but that the 9 heavenly Dao elixir was too important to them. They couldn't afford to lose it, so they couldn't help but be worried. Alright, this matter has come to an end. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, needs time to comprehend the manuscript left behind by ancestor Hong Qiu. We don't need to be too conflicted. After that, Hong Dao said, not to mention that this old man obtained guidance from the life token of the ancestor of the Great Fire Hall 10 years ago, and I started to deduce. If nothing unexpected happens, then ancestor Hong Qiu will definitely return within 100 years. He left to search for a place to enter into closed-door cultivation and charge into the primordial chaos Grand Dao realm after the Heaven Dao for 1,000,000 years. Since his return now, then he has definitely broken through smoothly. In other words, a primordial chaos Grand Dao realm after the Heaven Dao realm will appear in my ancient Q starfield soon. It's fine if the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is honest, and we only have to sit back and take 50% of the profits when he refines the 9 heavenly Dao elixir in the future. If he tries to play tricks. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on Hong Dao's face, and he grunted coldly before continuing. Me. At that time, even if we agree, ancestor Hong Qiu won't let the matter rest. After all, how could the Red Lotus karmic fire and the secret technique to refine the ancestor's treasure elixir that he left behind be obtained by just anyone? Everyone instantly came to an understanding when they heard this, and their eyes shone with extraordinary splendor while pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. Only now did they understand the true purpose of ancestor Hong Qiu's arrangements. So it turned out that he left the 2 manuscripts and the Red Lotus karmic fire in the ancient Q starfield for the sake of finding a successor to help refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir in the ancient Q starfield. Of course, the successor was just a nice name. If it was really put to the truth, then it was nothing more than free labor. Moreover, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had already made a Dao oath that he couldn't go back on his word. So long as he helped someone refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, then he had to hand over half of the profits to the ancient Q star. On the other hand, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, required a large amount of 9 heavenly Dao elixir himself, and the heavenly Dao elixir he collected was definitely not enough. After all, he still had the enormous magic hall and countless subordinates under his command. So therefore, even if the ancient Q starfield continued to receive half of the profits for free, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. After all, he had also benefited from it. In the end, the ancient Q starfield was simply the biggest winner. They didn't need to do anything and would be able to receive half of the profits from the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Moreover, it was long-term. It was simply a win-win situation. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of old fellows was immediately overjoyed. They no longer hesitated and returned to their respective immortals' caves. All they had to do now was wait. Once the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, fully comprehended the 9 heavenly Dao elixir refinement manuscripts left behind by ancestor Hong Qiu, they would be able to obtain an endless supply of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to all of this, including the schemes of these old fellows. After leaving the ancient Q starfield, he didn't return to the right bank. Instead, he once again headed to the dark void in front of the left bank. Rip. Crack. With the sound of a silk cloth, a spatial rift appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it, and with a glint in his eyes, he turned to look at an abandoned planet to his right. That was the abandoned planet where he had entered seclusion when he was attempting to break through to the heavenly Dao realm. Now, Yi Xian had come here once again. He was also in seclusion, but this time, he was studying the manuscripts left behind by Hong Qiu. Chapter 51-36. Rip. Crack. With the sound of a cloth, a void rift appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it, and with a glint in his eyes, he turned to look at an abandoned planet to his right. After leaving the Chaos Q stellar domain, he did not return to the right bank. Instead, he came to the vast and endless dark void in front of the right bank of the left bank. Right, the abandoned planet in front of him was where he had entered seclusion when attempting to break through to the heavenly Dao realm. Now, Yi Xian had come here again. He was also in seclusion, but this time, he was studying the 9 treasures elixir manuscript left behind by Hong Qiu. Yi Xian was already well aware of Hong Dao's schemes. He wasn't so easy to fool. It was impossible to fool him into working as a free labor force for the Chaos Starfield in order to obtain the heavenly 9 Great Dao elixir of the Great Dao. Although the Yi Xian alliance had sworn a Dao oath, Hong Dao and company were still unable to succeed in this matter. However, after thoroughly studying the manuscript left behind by Hong Qiu, Yi Xian would definitely fulfill his promise to refine 3 cauldrons of the 9 treasures elixir for them. He had obtained the manuscript from the Chaos Q stellar domain, as well as a bottle of the 9 treasures elixir as a sample. It was only right for him to refine 3 cauldrons for them. However, apart from the 3 cauldrons of the 9 treasures elixir, the Chaos Q stellar domain's heavenly Dao patriarchs could forget about obtaining half a bottle of 9 treasures elixir from Yi Xian. Yi Xian had only promised that if he helped them refine the 9 treasures elixir, he would split half of the reward equally with the Chaos Q stellar domain. However, he had no intention of helping others refine it. Apart from the 3 cauldrons he had promised Hong Dao and company, even if Yi Xian wanted to refine the 9 treasures elixir, he would only refine 1 cauldron for himself to test its effects. After 1 cauldron, it was impossible for him to refine more. This was because from his point of view, it was not worth it. Refining a cauldron of the 9 treasures elixir required 9 different heavenly Dao origins liquids. The total number of 9 treasures elixir after it was refined was 81 bottles. Although, it was said that a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage would only need about 40 bottles of 9 treasures elixir to reach the primordial Chaos Dao realm after entering seclusion. However, from Yi Xian's point of view, the 9 treasures elixir, Hong Qiu, who had created the 9 treasures elixir, had left for millions of years, but they still had not come out of seclusion. The first type required millions of years to break through, while the other type only required a few years. The advantages and disadvantages of each type were already clear at a glance. It could even be said that Hong Qiu's 9 heavenly Great Dao elixir couldn't compare to the level 31 Grand Mist pellet that Yi Xian was preparing. They were on completely different levels. The reason why he wanted the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Great Dao elixir was because he felt that other than the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, there was a high possibility that other elements would be added into the 9 heavenly Great Dao elixir. And these elements might be the idea behind the 9 heavenly Great Dao elixir. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian was only using it as a reference. Once he was inspired by it and deduced the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill, this so-called 9 heavenly Great Dao elixir would instantly become trash to him. How would Yi Xian be interested in refining it? This was something he was certain of in his heart, yet Hong Dao and the others were completely unaware of it. It could only be said that no matter how much that group of old fellows planned, they still missed something in the end, and they were bound to rejoice in vain. Whoosh! a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. With a shake of his shoulders, Yi Xian's entire body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the core of this abandoned planet. After retracting his aura, he immediately sat down cross-legged. 1. With a wave of his hand, all the storage magic treasures that he had obtained in the Chaos Q-star field shot out and floated in the void in front of Yi Xian. He quickly categorized all the items in the storage magic treasures and stored all the top-grade precious materials, elixirs, and cultivation resources into the undying world within his body. Division. In addition, there were close to 20 different types of Heavenly Great Tao elixir and more than 30 portions. This was because some of the Heavenly Great Tao elixir were the same and were considered duplicates. As such, in addition to the few types that he already had, Yi Xian had a total of 27 types of Heavenly Great Tao elixir and more than 40 portions in total. Refining a cauldron of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir required 9 different types of Heavenly Great Tao elixir. In other words, if Yi Xian wanted to refine it, the amount of Heavenly Great Tao elixir he had was enough to refine 3 cauldrons of Heavenly Great Tao elixir. However, he obviously wouldn't do that. At most, he would refine 1 cauldron. The rest of the Heavenly Great Tao elixir would be kept and used to refine the level 31 primordial pill in the future. After counting the spoils of war, he immediately took out the bottle of 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir and injected his divine sense into it. While comprehending the 2 fiery red jade slips, he also compared them with the sample of 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir in his hand. Unknowingly, his mind was immersed in it and gradually forgot about himself. Half a month later, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of enlightenment. He muttered softly, "So that's how it is. It seems that the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir is only SOSO." Yi Xian had already completely comprehended the secret method to refine the Heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid that Q had left behind, as well as its train of thought. To be honest, although it was amazing, it was more than just a little bit inferior to his level 31 Grand Mist treasure pill. It could be said that it was completely incomparable. It also strengthened Yi Xian's determination not to refine the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir. Although the Heavenly Great Tao elixir in his hands had reached 27 types and 40 portions, it was still not enough to refine the level 31 primordial pill in the future. How could he waste it on the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir that he didn't recognize? First, previously, he had even thought of refining a cauldron to test the effect, but now, he didn't even have this thought. Because according to his deduction, if he added the Heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir into the perfect formula of the 31 supreme primordial pellets, he would need a total of 81 types of Heavenly Tao elixir, 1 portion of each type. Although he already had more than 40 portions in his hands, because some were similar, there were only 27 types. It was still far from enough. It's fine if I don't refine it. At least I can save 9 portions of Heavenly Great Tao elixir. Although there are duplicates, I can find an opportunity to exchange with others in the future. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he immediately made a decision. However, if I want to add the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir as an element into the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial pill, I have to personally test the effect of this 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir. Fortunately, I just happen to have a bottle. I can take advantage of this opportunity to break through again. However, if I want to add the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir as an element into the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial pill, I have to personally test the effect of this 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he made a decision in an instant. Although I haven't refined it yet, I have a bottle in my hand. Furthermore, I can take advantage of this opportunity to conveniently break through my cultivation. Xiao, after making a decision, he immediately waved his hand and took out the Shunnong treasured cauldron. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended within the core. Its aura was completely concealed. Then, Yi Xian stepped into it and sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. After he was ready, Yi Xian waved his hand again. Along with the faint sound of something breaking through the air, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including a bottle of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir. However, He didn't take out the Desolate Sovereign or the Heavenly Great Tao Blood Essence. Heavens, the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir could help a peak Heavenly Great Tao Elixir when breaking through to the Heavenly Great Tao realm. Moreover, it was quite obvious. Now that he was breaking through to the second stage of the Heavenly Great Tao realm, consuming 1 bottle was enough. There was no need for the Heavenly Great Tao Blood Essence to help him. Although he had 55 Heavenly Great Tao Blood Essences in his hands, they were to be used to refine the level 31 primordial pill in the future. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the level 31 primordial pill would most likely be different from the level 30 primordial pill from before. He might not be able to refine 1 primordial pill out of 55 Heavenly Great Tao Blood Essences. Extremely, it might be the same as the Heavenly Great Tao Elixir that was about to be added, which would also require 81 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. After the refinement with 81 Heavenly Great Tao Blood Essences and 81 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, as well as the 5 Elements Elixir, it was very likely that there would only be 1 level 31 primordial pill. Therefore, he had to conserve as much of the Heavenly Great Tao Blood Essence as possible. After taking out all the resources, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. With a flash of light in his eyes, he immediately activated the Shunnong Cauldron's domain. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them with a wave of his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The nascent soul fist ball melted the moment it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic energy river that slowly flowed through Yi Xian's body. As expected, the clanking of chains could be heard in an overwhelming manner. This time, the shackles that appeared in Yi Xian's body were the same as before. There was only 1 shackle. After entering the Desolate Supremacy realm, it was extremely rare for 2 shackles to appear at the same time, much less the current Heavenly Tao realm. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian focused his mind and used all his strength to activate the energy river that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. This time, perhaps it was because he had consumed a bottle of 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, but when all the cultivation resources that Yi Xian had swallowed melted and turned into a warm current that rapidly flowed through his meridians and limbs, he felt an intense piercing pain that he had never felt before. It was almost unbearable. After all, the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir was a supreme elixir that peak Heavenly Tao experts at the 9th stage of perfection would consume when they were in seclusion to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. As for Yi Xian, although he was at the 9th stage of perfection in the Devil Ape transformation, his true strength was only at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now, when he was in seclusion to break through, he had already withdrawn from the 9th stage of the Devil Ape transformation. He had not even activated the Devil Ape transformation's bloodline ability. As such, it was only natural for a 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm to endure the intense medicinal effects of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. However, no matter how painful it was, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. During this process, he even had to carefully experience the medicinal effects of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir to verify his understanding of the refinement method of this elixir. After an unknown period of time, when the energy river in his meridians was completely refined, Yi Xian only needed to launch a single attack before the thick shackles in his body broke. At the same time, the anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next stage of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current stage, 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next stage of the physical body's qi and blood realm. Current stage, 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. After calming his excited heart, he stood up and directly activated the bloodline ability of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. His strength instantly soared to the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Tao. Immediately after, he directly used this ability to the 9th stage. A hint of expectation rose in his heart, but the result disappointed him once again. He shook his head and sighed with a bitter smile. It was also useless. After this breakthrough, he was still suppressed by the primordial Tao. His cultivation strength did not reach the primordial Tao realm because of this, but remained at the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Although he was disappointed, he was already mentally prepared for this, so he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind and no longer worried about it. In the previous half a month, he had completely comprehended the refinement method of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir left behind by Hong Q. For example, after personally swallowing a sample of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir and personally experiencing its medicinal effects, Yi Xian now had a complete understanding of Hong Q's 9 heavenly great Tao elixir and no longer had any doubts. Continue. Next, he would deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial pellet. He would use the refinement method of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir as a brand new element, just like the 5 elements medicinal catalyst used to refine the level 30 heavenly great Tao elixir. With this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation strength broke through from the first stage of the heavenly Tao to the second stage of the heavenly Tao. Although he was suppressed by the primordial Tao and activated the bloodline ability of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir to the 9th stage, he was still only at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Even if they were all at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, there were differences in strength. After this breakthrough, Yi Xian's combat strength increased by another level, and so did his divine sense. First, previously, he had already started to deduce the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill. Then, he handed it over to the devouring system in his body and allowed it to use all its calculation abilities to continuously deduce the formula. Now that Yi Xian's divine sense had increased by another level after his breakthrough, and with the addition of the refinement method of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he decided to make use of this opportunity to deduce the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill in one go. After all, he was now at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. After his cultivation strength reached the peak of the 9th stage, he would need to consume a grade 31 primordial pill to enter seclusion and break through to the primordial Tao realm. Then after this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation strength had reached the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In this way, if he calculated carefully, he was only 7 small stages away from consuming a level 31 primordial pellet. To others, these 7 small stages might require a long time to break through, but he was different. He couldn't delay any longer. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to make use of this opportunity to completely deduce the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill while adding the refinement method and refinement method of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir into the primordial pill formula. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately closed his eyes again. Previously, the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill was already in the process of being deduced. After Yi Xian started, he handed this matter over to the devouring system in his body and let the system pour in all its calculation abilities to continuously deduce the formula. Calculate. It had been some time since this matter. At this time, he contacted the devouring system in his body and found that the deduction process of the primordial pill formula was already 1/6 complete. Very quickly, Yi Xian concentrated and threw away all other thoughts. There were no more distracting thoughts as all his mind was focused on this matter. The terrifying divine sense of the peak of the 9th stage great perfection heavenly Tao was activated to the extreme. Cooperating with the devouring system in his body, he started to deduce the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill with all his might. This time, in addition to the element of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst that had been added earlier, Yi Xian also added the refinement method of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that he had just thoroughly comprehended. It was injected into the pill formula as a brand new element. Very quickly, as the deduction began, Yi Xian's mind was quickly immersed in it. Gradually, he forgot everything and even the existence of time was completely forgotten. After an unknown period of time, he who'd always had his eyes closed suddenly woke up, and a wisp of a burning bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even his breathing was slightly hurried, and he revealed a wisp of excitement that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. It was done. The perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill was finally deduced. Li Xian's intuition was not wrong. The primordial pill was different from the heavenly great Tao elixir. In addition to the element of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst that was added when refining the grade 30 heavenly great Tao elixir, there was indeed a need to add new elements. And the refinement method of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that he had unintentionally started to pay attention to could indeed be used as a brand new element to integrate into the primordial pill. And he had already completed this point. Now, after adding the 5 elements medicinal catalyst and the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill was finally successfully deduced by him. However, the primordial chaos Tao realm was the most powerful realm in this mysterious primordial chaos void after all. Hence, a level 31 primordial chaos treasure pill was definitely not to be underestimated. The refinement conditions could be said to be extremely harsh. Even the level 30 heavenly path treasure pill from before was far from comparable, although the 5 elements medicinal catalyst had been added into the grade 10 heavenly great Tao elixir. The main pill ingredient was only the blood essence of a desolate supremacy. The number of grade 30 heavenly great Tao elixir that was refined was also related to the amount of blood essence of a desolate supremacy. If, indeed, the less blood essence of a desolate supremacy was used, the fewer grade 30 heavenly great Tao elixirs that were refined. Conversely, the number of grade 30 heavenly great Tao elixirs that were refined would also increase. The grade 31 primordial pill was different. In this aspect, the conditions were so harsh that Yi Xian was speechless. Refining a cauldron of grade 31 primordial pill required 81 heavenly great Tao blood essences and an equivalent amount of 81 heavenly great Tao elixirs. In addition, there was also the innate 5 elements medicinal catalyst. After investing so many top-notch resources to start refining, even if it was successful, there would only be 1 grade 31 primordial pill refined. It was simply outrageous. In order to refine a grade 31 primordial pill, the number of top-notch resources required was so high that it made one despair. Even the current Yi Xian had not collected all of them. It could even be said that he was lacking by a lot. Actually, other than the innate 5 elements medicinal catalyst that he already had, he only had 55 heavenly great Tao blood essences. As for the heavenly great Tao origin liquid, it was even less. It was said that there were more than 40 sets, but in reality, there were only 27 types. Compared to the 81 types that he needed, it was more than half. Looks like there's still a long way to go. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and laughed bitterly. As he muttered softly, there was a trace of helplessness that could not be dispersed. Whether it's the heavenly great Tao blood essence or the heavenly great Tao origin liquid, I still have to continue collecting them. The slaughter is far from over. Yes, the slaughter was indeed far from over. After all, he only had a gap in the heavenly great Tao blood essence, and there were more than 20 of them. If he included the heavenly great Tao origin liquid, then there would be even more. This was only assuming that he succeeded in refining the first batch. If the first batch failed, then the fun would be even bigger. Not only would he have to collect the heavenly great Tao blood essence and the heavenly great Tao origin liquid again, even the 5 elements medicinal catalyst was the same. Really, if that was the case, Yi Xian would probably be driven crazy by this matter. It was not completely impossible. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he instantly felt a strong sense of urgency. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he no longer hesitated and immediately rushed out of the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. Swish, with a wave of his hand, the Shunnong cauldron transformed into a ray of light and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into the space between his eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, as his figure rushed out of the cauldron, the chi of heaven and earth in the outside world sensed it, and there was an unexpected change in the void. Boom. Rumble, almost at the same time that Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Shunnong cauldron into his body, in the dark void outside the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, the sound of rumbling thunder suddenly came without any warning. The sound was so fierce that it could be said to be frightening to the ears. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian's divine sense subconsciously extended out from the core of the star. He immediately saw that in the void outside the star, there was clearly not the slightest bit of tribulation cloud, but the sound of thunder could be heard everywhere. Faintly, there was an invisible and terrifying destructive force that was rapidly condensing in the dark void above this star. Its power was so powerful and majestic that even Yi Xian, who was at the peak of the 9th order great perfection heavenly Tao, felt his scalp go numb and his heart skip a beat. The primordial pill tribulation? As expected, it still came. As a dark light flashed in his eyes, Yi Xian's heart flashed with understanding, and he immediately muttered softly. Back then, when he had deduced the perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, there had been a Heavenly Tao pill tribulation. Now that the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial pill had been deduced, this primordial void had sensed it, so it was natural for the primordial pill tribulation to descend. Boom! Rumble, almost at the same time that Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Shunnong cauldron into his body, in the dark void outside the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, rumbling thunder suddenly sounded without any warning. The sound was so fierce that it could be said to be shocking. Everything happened so suddenly that Yi Xian was completely caught off guard. He was stunned for a moment, but soon a look of understanding appeared on his face as he understood what had happened. Just as he had deduced the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial pill, the primordial void had sensed it, and the primordial pill tribulation had immediately descended. He was completely unafraid of this, but he had other considerations. Frown, after pondering for a moment, a faint light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the Shunnong cauldron that he had just stored into his body was brought out again. However, it was only about 10 feet in radius, and it hung above his head. As for Yi Xian himself, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and he once again sat cross-legged in the core of the abandoned star and sat down again. Buzz, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the Shunnong cauldron that was only about 10 feet in size above his head instantly poured out a 9-colored mist like mist, enveloping Yi Xian's body, leaving only a trace of qi leaking out, attracting the faint reaction of the primordial void's operating laws. He did this to maintain the primordial pill tribulation that was gathering outside the star, so that the pill tribulation would always exist. However, because it sensed that Yi Xian's qi was not complete, it was faintly discernible, so it only gathered and did not descend. The true power of the pill tribulation did not really strike down. After all this, Yi Xian closed his eyes and meditated like an old monk. He completely ignored the primordial pill tribulation that continued to exist in the dark void outside the star, as if he was waiting for something. Rumble, rumble. In the dark void outside the abandoned star, there was clearly not a single tribulation cloud enveloping it, but the rumbling sound of thunder was still there, and it did not stop for a moment. Its momentum was so fierce that it could be said to be hair-raising. This, however, the primordial pill tribulation was extraordinarily powerful. In an instant, countless ferocious beast forbidden grounds and the heavenly Tao experts in the remnant star region in the distance all sensed it one after another. Hiss! Hiss! This time, the rumbling of the primordial pill tribulation resounded incessantly. In the surroundings of the star field where Yi Xian was in seclusion, 66 sounds of silk being torn could be heard one after another. Void cracks appeared in the void, both near and far. From each crack, a figure stepped out. They were either remnants of the desolation era or ferocious beasts of the starry sky. Obviously, they were all from different forbidden lands of the ferocious beasts and remnants of the desolation era. However, there was one thing in common. These remnant world experts and astral beasts that came were all heavenly Tao realm existences without exception. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were extremely powerful. The reason why they kept coming here was all because of the primordial pill tribulation that had locked onto the abandoned star where Yi Xian was in seclusion. This area was not too far away from the left and right banks of the Milky Way. The dark void in front of the left and right banks could be said to be endless, but this place was not considered to be deep in it. And the primordial pill tribulation was extraordinary. Although it was not as terrifying as the real primordial lightning tribulation, it was far from what an ordinary heavenly Tao lightning tribulation could compare to. It was a power that was between the two, so it naturally attracted the attention of everyone. Time slowly passed. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the core of the abandoned star. His body was enveloped by the 9-colored mist from the Shunnong treasure cauldron that hung above his head, isolating his aura. Only a trace of it leaked out. Therefore, the invisible primordial pill tribulation that shrouded the dark void above the abandoned star continued to condense. Although the rumbling sounds were shocking, they did not condense. This state unknowingly lasted for 3 days. For 3 days, the commotion here was enough to attract the attention of all the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions in the right and left banks. In these 3 days, the number of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens that came after hearing the news numbered in the thousands. However, this was clearly not the total number of heavenly Tao realm existences in the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions in the right and left banks. Many heavenly Tao experts did not come at all. But even so, the lineup of thousands of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens was absolutely terrifying. Even Yi Xian had never seen it before. In fact, it had not appeared in the right and left banks for many years. Only just this point alone was enough to shock the entire two sides of the Milky Way. It could be said to be a grand occasion. It was just that the news had yet to spread, so the heavenly Tao experts outside the right and left banks were completely unaware of it. Among the thousands of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens, there was no sign of Longjing or Primeval Heaven's Eye. Even the other one of the 33 heavenly Tao experts who had participated in the encirclement of Yi Xian, the Ghost Realm Forbidden Grounds Nightmare 3, was nowhere to be seen. However, among the 20 or so heavenly Tao remnant citizens in the Chaos Q starfield, there were a few people who had come. Among them was the person in charge of the Chaos Q starfield, Hong Dao. Only in the right and left banks, the three-legged golden crow was famous for its ferocity. It was ranked 10th among all the heavenly beasts on the left bank. However, it was probably in seclusion to recuperate from its injuries and did not appear here. Although Hong Dao's personal strength ranking was not as good as his to enter the top 10 of the heavenly Tao remnant rankings, the Chaos Q starfield that he led was ranked 10th among all the remnant star regions on the left bank. Just this point alone was enough to show how high Hong Q's status and value was. Not to mention, Hong Q's ancestor, who created the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid 1,000,000 years ago, was from the Chaos Q star region. This unknowingly made Hong Dao, the person in charge of the Chaos Q star region, even more valuable. Here at this moment, Hong Dao was billions of miles away in the void to the left of the abandoned planet where Yi Xian was in seclusion. His brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were fixed on the abandoned planet where Yi Xian was in seclusion. His eyes flickered from time to time, as if he had fallen into deep thought. The heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors of the heavenly law from the left bank and the right bank were all gathered in the surrounding void. There was naturally no need to doubt the eyesight of an existence of this level. They had long seen the level of the lightning tribulation that invisibly enveloped this abandoned star. But this was also the source of their uncertainty, because this matter should not have appeared at all. Everything was exuding a strange aura that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. Ever since they had gathered here one after another, these thousands of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens had not said a word. But now, as 3 days had passed, the figures that had arrived gradually thinned out. All kinds of private discussions slowly appeared in the void. If one listened carefully, one could vaguely hear them, and all of them were filled with uncertainty. What on earth is happening here? For the past 3 days, the sky has been constantly rumbling with shocking thunder, but there is not the slightest bit of tribulation cloud. Even the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation can't be like this. Instead, the legendary primordial lightning tribulation just happens to be like this. Chapter 51:37. What exactly happened here? For the past 3 days, there has been an endless rumbling of thunder in the void, but there is no tribulation cloud at all. Even the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation can't be like this. On the contrary, the legendary primordial lightning tribulation happens to be like this. Could it be that there is actually an existence in seclusion on this inconspicuous abandoned star? Moreover, he has successfully broken through and stepped into the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao, and the primordial lightning tribulation is about to descend? Perhaps that is the case. After all, after ancestor Hong Q refined the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid 1,000,000 years ago, many heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and survivors of the heavenly Tao provided him with the heavenly Tao origin liquid and asked him to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid. It said that during that period of time, many peak-grade ferocious beasts and peak-grade survivors at the peak of the 9th stage obtained the 9 heavens great path's precious elixir needed to break through. From then on, they left and found a place to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the primordial great path after the heavenly path. Perhaps this inconspicuous abandoned planet happens to have an existence from back then. If that is the case, the situation on both sides of the Milky Way will change drastically. Now, whether it is the right bank or the left bank, There is not a single true primordial Tao realm expert. Once an existence of this level appears, the significance and far-reaching impact are simply unimaginable and immeasurable. I just don't know where this existence came from. Is he a ferocious beast or a survivor? In my opinion, this matter shouldn't be so simple. Although this old man has never seen the primordial lightning tribulation before, according to the old man's knowledge, its might shouldn't be like this. However, the power of the lightning tribulation that invisibly enveloped this abandoned star is definitely not the lightning tribulation of the heavenly Tao. If you think about it carefully, it should be between the two. The power level between the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and the primordial lightning tribulation? In that case, wouldn't that be the primordial pill tribulation? But how is that possible? Even the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid refined by ancestor Hong Q wasn't able to cause the primordial pill tribulation to descend. Could it be that there is actually an existence in this world who can already refine a primordial medicine that is more effective than the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid? I've never heard of this before. How could it suddenly appear without warning? Hong Dao, the leader of the Chaos Lakstar area, furrowed his brows even tighter as he listened to the discussions that were going on everywhere like a tidal wave. He naturally saw that there was something strange about the primordial lightning tribulation that enveloped the abandoned star in front of him. To be precise, this should indeed be the primordial pill tribulation, but how was that possible? Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, he subconsciously thought of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had just obtained the refinement method for the 9 heavenly Tao elixir left behind by ancestor Hong Q in the Chaos Lakstar field. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have comprehended it by now. However, even if he had fully comprehended the secret method of refining the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid, and had even successfully refined a batch of the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid, it was impossible for it to attract the primordial pill tribulation. The heavenly 9 great Tao elixir created by Patriarch Hong Q was indeed effective on the primordial chaos Tao realm experts who were at the peak of the 9th step of the heavenly Tao realm. However, this effect was far from being able to attract the primordial chaos pill tribulation. Hong Dao was certain of this. Just as he was feeling doubtful and unable to understand what was happening in front of him, a figure suddenly rushed out from the abandoned star 100 billion kilometers in front of him. It was Yi Xian. The moment he saw Yi Xian's figure, Hong Dao's breathing suddenly stopped. His eyes widened so much that they almost popped out of their sockets. With a face full of shock, he suddenly exclaimed, "The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian? This is impossible." Boom! 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 At this moment, just as Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the star core and into the dark void outside the star, the primordial pill tribulation, which had finished accumulating power, finally, fully descended. In an instant, the roar of thunder shook the heavens, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the sky, nor was there a single thunderbolt exploding, nor was there a single bolt of tribulation lightning striking down. Everything was like an illusion. On the surface, it did not seem to exist, but in reality, there was a formless and terrifying force that had unknowingly locked onto Yi Xian's figure and aura. He was the derivator of the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial Tao elixir. Therefore, the primordial pill tribulation this time had locked onto Yi Xian. Thus the so-called primordial pill tribulation referred to the tribulation lightning that descended when the primordial Tao elixir was refined. However, the heavenly Tao elixir and the primordial Tao elixir were no small matter. Therefore, even if one had only derived the perfect pill formula for these two types of primordial Tao elixir and had not refined the primordial Tao elixir, there would still be a pill tribulation. Previously, when Yi Xian had derived the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly Tao elixir, the heavenly Tao of the primordial world had sensed it and sent down a heavenly Tao pill tribulation. Thus, today, he had also derived the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial Tao elixir. Therefore, the primordial pill tribulation had been triggered. Since it was a pill tribulation, the power of the lightning tribulation naturally could not be compared to the real primordial lightning tribulation. However, it was definitely not comparable to the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Its power was between the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and the primordial lightning tribulation. Therefore previously, Yi Xian had taken advantage of the situation and used the primordial heavenly punishment to scheme against the dragon whale and the primeval heaven's eye. With Yi Xian's current terrifying cultivation, if there was only one primordial pill tribulation of this power, he would at most be lightly injured. However, it was impossible to say that he would be seriously injured. Because of this, after estimating that the commotion outside the abandoned planet for the past 3 days should have attracted most of the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and the heavenly Dao experts in the remnant star region on the left bank and right bank, without hesitation, he waved his hand and put away the Shunnome cauldron that was suspended above his head. After that, he immediately rushed out of the core of the isolated planet. At this moment, as he rushed out, his figure appeared. In the next instant, he was enveloped by an invisible force. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, Yi Xian's figure seemed to have been struck by lightning. He suddenly froze in the void and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, there was only one pill tribulation. After a wave of power poured out, everything stopped. The violent and raging invisible energy disappeared without a trace in an instant. It was at this moment that the thousands of heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and the remnant citizens gathered in the void finally saw his figure. After a moment of dead silence, a wave of gasps rang out. All the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and the remnant citizens trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out involuntarily, especially Hong Dao's exclamation of shock from before. It had undoubtedly instantly allowed everyone to know who exactly this existence that had charged out from the abandoned star and forcefully resisted the primordial pill tribulation was. At this moment, Yi Xian was the focus of everyone's attention. The illustrious name of the master of the magic hall could be said to be like the sun in the sky. As Yi Xian's figure charged out from the core of the abandoned star and forcefully resisted the power of the primordial pill tribulation that had unknowingly locked onto his aura, the thousands of heavenly Dao beasts and survivors that were gathered in the surrounding space finally saw his figure. At this moment, Yi Xian was the focus of everyone's attention. The illustrious name of the master of the magic hall could be said to be like the sun in the sky. Everyone knew who the existence that rushed out of the abandoned planet and resisted the primordial pill tribulation head-on was. After a short moment of dead silence, a wave of gasps rang out. All the heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and the remnant citizens trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out involuntarily, "The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian? How could it be him? What happened? This is the primordial lightning tribulation. How could it be related to the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian? Look at his cultivation. He's still at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Dao realm. This is how it should be. Could it be that you think he can break through and step into the primordial Dao realm after the heavenly Dao realm? That's ridiculous. It seems that this is indeed the primordial pill tribulation. It's not the real primordial lightning tribulation, but the sign of the birth of a treasure pill, hiss. The primordial treasure pill. It must be the primordial treasure pill. I've heard that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has already refined the heavenly Dao treasure pill and is preparing to refine the primordial treasure pill. It seems that it's true. Back then, the 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid that Senior Hong Qiu refined did not trigger the primordial pill tribulation. Just this point alone shows that there's a problem. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is simply heaven-defying. Since the primordial pill tribulation has descended, the effects of the primordial treasure pill that he refined are obviously stronger than the legendary 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid. Damn it, the forbidden area that I'm in seems to have offended him. If I had known that this would happen, I would have regretted it. I'm afraid I'm going to miss a huge opportunity. Whoosh, fellow Daoists, how have you been? Along with the earth-shattering exclamations, Yi Xian, who had successfully withstood the invisible primordial pill tribulation, rushed over at this moment. His face was flushed, as if he had been slightly injured by the primordial pill tribulation just now. However, his expression was rather excited, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He looked around at the thousands of heavenly Dao's old monsters who were gathered in the void. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "I'm ashamed. Originally, I was only comprehending the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid here. I didn't expect that just as I comprehended it, I would trigger the primordial pill tribulation. I unintentionally alarmed everyone. I really didn't mean to. Please don't blame me. As soon as he said this, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The group of Heavenly Dao's old monsters were caught off guard. They were all stunned for a moment, and then they reacted. Their expressions changed abruptly, and they cried out in surprise again. The 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid? What's going on? Where did the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, obtain the secret method to refine the 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid? And he even comprehended it thoroughly. How is this possible? It must be an excuse, right? He must have already refined some kind of heaven-shaking primordial treasure medicine. He was afraid that it would be too shocking, so he used the 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid as an excuse. Although it's a good excuse, it seems to be a bit too childish. Even the Chaos Starfield doesn't have the secret method to refine the 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid. How could it fall into his hands? Fellow Daoistyi, aren't you being a bit unkind? The primordial treasure medicine is no small matter. Since fellow Daoist has refined it, you should share it with everyone. We are willing to pay any price, as long as we can take a look at the primordial treasure medicine. Roar! In an instant, the void became noisy again. All the old monsters of the Heavenly Dao were excited, and they were certain that Yi Xian must have refined the legendary primordial treasure medicine. At this moment, the gazes that converged on him were all filled with a burning desire that couldn't be dispersed. At this moment, Yi Xian could be said to be extremely popular and admired by all. Only Hong Dao, the leader of the Chaos Q Starfield, was taken aback by his words, but he soon furrowed his brows. In his opinion, Yi Xian's words were most likely true. He had just obtained the secret method to refine the 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid from the Chaos Starfield not long ago. Calculating the time, it should be just right for him to completely comprehend it. As for the so-called primordial treasure medicine, not to mention that this matter was not confirmed, even if Yi Xian really had the ability and method to refine such a supreme treasure medicine, there was simply not enough time. No, although he was more or less certain of this point, he still had other doubts in his heart. This was because even when ancestor Hong Qiu refined the 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid 1,000,000 years ago, he had never attracted the primordial pill tribulation. But now, Yi Xian had only thoroughly comprehended the secret method to refine the Heavenly 9 Great Dao treasure liquid that ancestor Hong Qiu had left behind. He hadn't even truly opened the furnace to refine it, so how could he possibly cause the primordial pill tribulation to descend? There was something strange about this matter, and there were definitely other secrets behind it. However, Hong Dao was unable to figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. He was simply unable to figure out what exactly the trick was. The 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid is no small matter. How could I joke about such a thing? Seeing that the Heavenly Dao old monsters in the surrounding void did not believe him at all, Yi Xian sneered inwardly. However, he did not show it on his face at all, and his face was still full of smiles. As he spoke, he glanced at Hong Dao and pointed at him from 100 billion miles away in the void. Then, he continued, "What's more, fellow Daoist Hong Dao from the Chaos Starfield is right here. What I said just now is true. Fellow Daoists, why don't you ask fellow Daoist Hong Dao and you'll know immediately." This was the truth. When it came to the 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid, there was indeed no one else in the entire left bank of the Milky Way other than Hong Dao, who was in charge of the Chaos Starfield. These thoughts flashed through their minds. After being reminded by Yi Xian, the more than 1,000 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and old monsters in the surrounding void were suddenly stunned. Then, they turned at the same time and gathered their gazes on Hong Dao. Ahem. Yi Daoyi is right. The secret method to refine the 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid left behind by ancestor Hong Qiu is indeed in his hands now. Hong Dao coughed twice and cleared his throat. He turned to look at everyone and paused for a moment before continuing. Nearly a month ago, fellow Daoistyi came to my Chaos Starfield and entered the parallel void where ancestor Hong Qiu was in seclusion. By chance, the secret method manuscript of the 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid left behind by ancestor Hong Qiu was obtained by fellow Daoistyi, as well as the Red Lotus karmic fire that was necessary to refine the 9 Heavenly Dao treasure liquid. After that, fellow Daoistyi bid farewell to this old man and left, saying that she wanted to find a place to comprehend the ancestor's manuscript. Counting the time, almost a month has passed now, so it should be just enough time for her to completely comprehend the secret technique manuscript left behind by the ancestor. With him personally confirming it, there was naturally no longer any doubt in this matter. The 1,000 or so old monsters of heavenly Tao who had gathered in the area were caught off guard. They were all dumbfounded on the spot, but they soon registered what had happened. Their expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise. Hong Dao was the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield. With his confirmation, there was naturally no doubt. Moreover, in the past million years, there were actually many heavenly Tao old monsters on the left bank who went to the Chaos Starfield because of its fame. They wanted to try to enter the parallel void connected to the Chaos Starfield. Among them, there was even an old monster of the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao who was skilled in the art of controlling fire. Due to his overconfidence, he unfortunately lost his life to the terrifying might of the Red Lotus karmic fire after entering the parallel void. However, therefore, not only did all the heavenly Tao old monsters present know about this matter, but some of them had even been to the Chaos Starfield and observed it from afar outside the Chaos Starfield. Because of that, when they heard Hong Dao's words, the 1,000 or so old monsters of heavenly Tao who were gathered in the area were caught off guard. They were instantly dumbfounded, but they soon reacted. Their expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise once again. This is too surprising. It's actually the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Counting the time, the 9 heavenly Tao elixir has been lost on the left bank for millions of years. I didn't expect it to reappear today. It's really something worth celebrating. The master of the magic hall is indeed extraordinary. After all, he is an existence who possesses the Shenong 9 colored flames. He can even refine the Red Lotus karmic fire. I've heard that the refinement of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir requires such a terrifying top-grade heavenly flame. Since the Red Lotus karmic fire was refined by the master of the magic hall, it's only natural that the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir was passed down to him. However, even the 9 heavenly Tao elixir did not attract the primordial pill tribulation back then. Now, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has not even opened the furnace to refine it. He has only thoroughly studied the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, and he has already attracted the primordial pill tribulation. This is definitely not normal. It seems that he has some kind of enlightenment and accidentally saw through some kind of shocking secret. If that's really the case, doesn't that mean that the effects of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir refined by the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, will be even more shocking, surpassing the effects of ancestor Hong Qiu back then? This is very likely, and it's most likely the truth. The 9 heavenly Tao elixir refined by ancestor Hong Qiu back then was already incredible. If the master of the magic hall has a new discovery, the significance of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir refined is simply immeasurable. This is the rhythm of piercing through the sky. As these words rang out, even the eyelids of Hong Dao, who came from the Hong Qiu starfield, twitched wildly. He also had a similar guess in his heart, and this was indeed the only explanation for the scene in front of him. Thinking of this, his heartstrings suddenly tightened. With a flash of light in his eyes, he immediately looked at Yi Xian. An anxious expression appeared on his face as he impatiently asked, "Congratulations, fellow Daoist Yi. You've finally successfully comprehended the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir left behind by ancestor Hong Qiu. It's even very likely that you've made a new breakthrough." Halfway through, he suddenly changed the topic, and the flesh on his face twitched a few times. "I believe fellow Daoist should still remember the agreement you made with this old man nearly a month ago. I wonder if it's convenient for you to..." Fellow Daoist Hong also saw that this hall just endured the power of the primordial pill tribulation. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and interrupted him. Although the primordial pill tribulation is not as powerful as the primordial lightning tribulation, it is definitely not something the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation can compare to. After all, it contains a trace of primordial qi. Even if it was only a single bolt of tribulation lightning, this hall was almost unable to withstand it. Now, I'm already injured. Nearly a month ago, this hall did promise fellow Daoist Hong to refine 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir for your fellow Daoists in Hong Qiu Starfield. Although this hall has thoroughly comprehended the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, due to my injuries, it's not the best time to refine it. Hearing this, Hong Dao's expression suddenly changed. His heart, which was already taut, trembled as a bad feeling surfaced in his heart. He was originally worried that Yi Xian would refuse, but now it seemed that this was really the case. This was not good news. To him, the 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir that were already set in stone were tantamount to endless variables in an instant. However, just as he was about to try to persuade Yi Xian with a displeased expression, Yi Xian suddenly changed the topic halfway through his words. With a wave of his hand, he continued, "Fellow Daoist Hong, there's no need to frown, and there's no need to be nervous. This hall hasn't finished speaking yet. Don't think too much. This hall has always been a man of integrity. Since we agreed that after thoroughly comprehending the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, I will immediately help you refine the 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir when I come out of seclusion, there is absolutely no possibility of breaking this agreement. Isn't it just a little injury? If it's only 3 batches, I can barely hold on. This hall will immediately open the furnace and refine it for fellow Daoist. It just so happens that the fellow Taoists of the left bank present can also be witnesses. Are you serious?" Just a moment ago, he was still worried about this matter, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly change the topic. The pleasant surprise came so quickly that even Hong Dao was caught off guard. His eyes burst out with a blazing light of surprise, and he subconsciously exclaimed softly. After that, he realized that his attitude was a little too impatient, and it seemed that he was a little too unsightly. His face suddenly felt awkward, and he rubbed his hands and smiled repeatedly, pretending to be polite. "Actually, fellow Daoist doesn't have to be so anxious. How can this old man not trust fellow Daoist's credibility? If you are really injured, in this old man's opinion, fellow Daoist should first go into seclusion to recover from your injuries, and then refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. If that's the case, this hall is afraid that fellow Daoist Hong won't be able to sleep and eat in peace." Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his face was still smiling. He nodded and said, "Don't forget that this hall withstood a primordial pill tribulation just now. Although it didn't cause any serious injuries, it was definitely not ordinary. If you really want to go into seclusion to recover and fully recover from your injuries, I'm afraid you won't be able to come out of seclusion for at least a year or so. Can fellow Daoist Hong's 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir really wait that long?" Hong Tao was dumbfounded on the spot. He opened his mouth, but the fake polite words he wanted to say later couldn't be said in an instant. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, the thousands of heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the old monsters in the right part of the void naturally understood what had happened. After recovering from the shock, the group of old fellows trembled slightly. They gasped and immediately exclaimed out loud, "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! What? Fellow Daoist Yi is going to start refining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir now? Hiss! 3 batches of it. The Chaos Lac star field is really generous, it's simply enviable. 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, that's more than 200 bottles, it's enough for 5 or 6 peak heavenly Tao elixirs to use, but unfortunately, I don't have a share. It's simply a pity, how can I be willing? Raw, I don't agree with this matter. Why does the Chaos Lac star field have to refine 3 batches of it at once? I also have the heavenly Tao elixir, and I'm willing to pay half as a reward to ask fellow Daoist to refine it. Of the 3 batches of it today, I must take 1. 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, that's more than 200 bottles, it's enough for 5 or 6 peak heavenly Tao elixirs to use, but unfortunately, I don't have a share. It's simply a pity, how can I be willing? Raw, I don't agree with this matter. Why does the Chaos Lac star field have to refine 3 batches of it at once? I also have the heavenly Tao elixir, and I'm willing to pay half as a reward to ask fellow Daoist to refine it. Of the 3 batches of it today, I must take 1. What a joke, fellow Daoist has only refined 3 batches of it today. Even if the Chaos Lac star field has given you 2 batches, why should you monopolize 1? That's right, you're talking as if I don't have the heavenly Tao elixir, or perhaps, you think I'm not your opponent. Hiss, this matter concerns the 9 heavenly treasures elixir, so whoever wants to monopolize it will have to ask me first. As Yi Xian declared that he would refine 3 batches of the 9 heavenly treasures elixir today, the thousands of heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and old monsters standing in the void immediately began to argue. The atmosphere in the air became tense, as if a dispute would descend at any moment. Hong Tao frowned, his face heavy with worry. Although the Chaos Lac starfield was ranked 10th among the remnant starfields on the left bank, and even his personal strength was ranked in the top 10 among the remnant starfields on the left bank, there were thousands of heavenly Dao ferocious beasts here. Now, there were more than 1,000 old monsters of the heavenly Dao gathered here. Besides the survivors of the primordial era, there were also the ferocious beasts of the stars. If they were enraged, he and the Chaos Lac starfield would not be able to withstand it. These old fellows were all heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, and they would do anything for the 9 heavenly treasures elixir. After all, on both sides of the Milky Way, the 9 heavenly treasures elixir was the only hope to break through to the primordial Dao realm. Moreover, this hope had been lost millions of years ago. Now that it had suddenly reappeared, one could imagine how shocking and attractive it was. As these thoughts flashed through Hong Dao's mind, he subconsciously turned to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have been so anxious to ask Yi Xian about the 3 batches of the 9 heavenly treasures elixir in front of everyone. Back he could have waited for the crowd to disperse before asking in private. How could there be such trouble now? Fellow Taoists, there is no need to argue about this. Just as Hong Dao was feeling gloomy, Yi Xian spoke again. He turned to look at the thousands of heavenly beasts of the 9 heavenly treasures elixir in the Chaos Lac starfield. His voice paused for a moment before he continued. The 3 batches of 9 heavenly treasures elixir in the Chaos Lac starfield are things that I have promised you about a month ago. I cannot delay it for long, so I must fulfill my promise today. As for your request, I am indeed injured today. After I finish refining the 3 batches of 9 heavenly treasures elixir, if I still have energy left, I will try my best to help you refine 2 more batches. Of course, there are only 2 batches. There are too many monks and too little gruel. However, fellow Hong has already prepared for this. You can just ask him later. At this point, Yi Xian did not say anything else. He turned to look at Hong Dao and said, Fellow Hong, we will talk about the rest later. I have already said that I will help you refine the 3 batches of 9 heavenly treasures elixir today. Now, you can take out the ingredients. When they heard Yi Xian's words, the expressions of the 1,000 or so heavenly Dao's old monsters in the air softened a little. Even though Yi Xian did not say it explicitly, they understood what he meant. He had clearly expressed that although he had only refined a few furnaces today, he could continue to refine the heavenly 9 treasures liquid for the various heavenly Dao old monsters in the future. As for this matter, Yi Xian would not interfere and leave everything to Hong Dao to handle. This was within expectations, so no one was surprised. After all, in order to obtain more 9 heavenly Dao elixir of the 9 heavenly Dao, even Patriarch Hong Qiu had publicly refined 9 heavenly Dao elixir for the heavenly Dao experts of the left bank. Only just by refining it, one could receive half of the treasured liquid as a reward. As long as one had the ability, anyone would be willing to do such a thing. When these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 1,000 or so old monsters of heavenly Dao who had gathered in the air around them instantly relaxed. They stopped arguing. On the other hand, Hong Dao's heart relaxed. He smiled as he looked at Yi Xian with gratitude. Yi Xian's words just now seemed to be light and did not say anything explicitly, but they reminded the heavenly Dao's old monsters who had gathered in the surroundings. It made them realize that the reason why Yi Xian could obtain the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir was because of Hong Qiu Galaxy. Therefore, in the future, even if he wanted to help others refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, this matter would be spread through Hong Qiu Galaxy. Under such circumstances, naturally, no one would dare to offend Hong Dao. Otherwise, they would be going against themselves. When they returned, they would think of ways to avoid it or try to push it back as much as possible. When that happened, they would really have a headache. In reality, even now, Hong Dao had already seen some differences in the gazes of the heavenly Dao experts who had gathered in the surroundings. This made him extremely satisfied. He secretly praised the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, in his heart. He had unknowingly helped him resolve the crisis. He was really too kind. Xiao. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, there was a faint sound of something tearing through the air. A ray of light was sent out by him. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Xian and turned into a storage artifact. Yi Xian had promised him a total of 3 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir. Refining 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Dao elixir required a total of 27 portions of heavenly Dao elixir. Of course, this could be repeated, because each cauldron only required 9 portions of heavenly Dao elixir. As long as the 9 types of heavenly Dao elixir were not the same, there would be no problem at all. And now, this storage magic treasure that Hong Dao had sent over with a wave of his hand just so happened to contain 27 portions of heavenly Dao essence liquid. Of course, there were also various other supplementary materials, and all of them were top-grade items. These 27 portions of origin liquid were not all different. There were some that were similar, but there were a total of 17 to 18 types. This is among them. There were 7 or 8 that were not present in the 40-plus portions of origin liquid in Yi Xian's possession. Although Xian had more than 40 portions of origin liquid in his possession, there were only slightly more than 20 types. Among them, 15 to 16 portions were similar. These 15 to 16 portions were of no use to him and had to be replaced. Because refining a level 31 primordial chaos pellet required 81 different types of origin liquid in the cauldron. Now, among the 27 portions of origin liquid that Hong Dao had taken out, there were 7 or 8 types that were not present in Yi Xian's possession. He could completely replace these 7 or 8 types of origin liquid without anyone noticing before he started the refining process. In this way, the remaining items that were similar to each other were reduced by half, leaving only 7 or 8 types. And this was also the reason why Yi Xian was anxious to fulfill his promise and help Hong Dao refine these 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Dao elixir on the spot. After all, the heavenly Dao essence liquid was really hard to find. To be able to replace half of the 15 to 16 portions of similar items in the blink of an eye was definitely not a small matter to him. After Yi Xian put away the storage magic treasure, all of this was done silently in the short span of a breath. After that, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, a ray of light shot out from his body. Chapter 51:38. Whoosh! After silently exchanging half of the dozen or so identical items in his hands, Yi Xian's heart relaxed and he instantly waved his hand. A sharp sound broke through the air, and a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the farmer god's treasured cauldron. It was huge and spanned across the void. At the mouth of the cauldron, a 9-colored mist was dense like a spring, dazzling everyone. For in the surrounding void, there were gasps. Although the more than 1,000 heavenly beasts and old monsters gathered here had long heard of the fierce name of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, they knew that he had the farmer god's treasured cauldron in his hands. It was a primordial treasure of an era in a large world. It contained the farmer god's 9-colored flame, a top-grade heavenly flame. However, except for a few existences, the rest had only heard of it and had never seen it with their own eyes. Before this, many of the heavenly beasts present had never really met Yi Xian. Now that they suddenly saw him take out the farmer god's treasured cauldron, it was normal for them to have such a reaction when they were caught off guard. In fact, among these heavenly beasts, there was a flash of greed in the depths of some of their eyes. It was obvious that they were greedy, but that was all. Yi Xian's fierce name was well known on the left bank and the right bank. They dared to think about it, but it might not be realistic to actually make a move. Moreover, Yi Xian was related to the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir. His identity was too sensitive. Who would have the guts to suddenly make a move on him in public? Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to all of this. As the treasured cauldron was taken out, his shoulders shook, and his entire body instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. He directly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Although the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir was far inferior to the level 31 primordial pill, it was the only supreme elixir on both sides of the Milky Way that was helpful in breaking through to the primordial Dao realm. It was naturally not easy to refine it. Even if Yi Xian were to make a move, with his attainments and experience in the Dao of medicine, it would still take him several days to refine it. Moreover, He couldn't be distracted in the slightest during this process. He had to devote all of his attention to it. In this situation where there were more than 1,000 heavenly beasts around, Yi Xian naturally would not put himself in danger. Now that he had entered the mouth of the farmer god's cauldron, the cauldron filled with 9-colored mist. The refinement of the 9 great Tao treasure liquid was completely carried out within the central region volcano within the cauldron. This was because the refinement of the treasure liquid required the use of the red lotus karmic fire, and after the red lotus karmic fire was refined, it had long since been stored by Yi Xian in the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. At this moment, following Yi Xian's thought, an earth-shattering rumble sounded out from the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. The boundless red lotus karmic fire directly soared into the sky and floated in midair at the center of the central region volcano. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 3 cauldrons formed purely by the red lotus hellfire. 3. The flame energy cauldrons were lined up in a row. Countless red lotuses were blooming inside and outside. They were extremely beautiful, but they were emitting a terrifying pressure that made one's heart palpitate. Although Yi Xian had forcefully withstood the primordial pill tribulation, in reality, he had already secretly swallowed some primal chaos medicine. His injuries had long since recovered, and he wasn't injured as he had said. If he were to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir now, not to mention 3 cauldrons, even 300 cauldrons would not be a problem. This could be seen from the fact that the 3 cauldrons were being refined at the same time. Dang! However, only he knew about this. Everything in the cauldron was not visible to the 1,000 heavenly beasts gathered in the void outside. They could not detect anything. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Soon, there was a faint sound of breaking through the air from the center of the volcano. A total of 27 portions of the heavenly great Tao elixir were divided into 3 batches. Each batch had 9 portions, and they shot out into the 3 flame energy cauldrons that were lined up in midair. At the same time, the other auxiliary materials for refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir also shot out. They were all thrown into the cauldron by Yi Xian. Then, he began the refinement. Heavens! The 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was indeed extraordinary, but Yi Xian's talent in the Tao of alchemy was also not to be underestimated. Even if he refined 3 cauldrons at the same time, with his current terrifying divine sense, it was still easy for him. However, none of this was known to outsiders. In their eyes, Yi Xian entered the mouth of the Shunnong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. After sitting down cross-legged, he closed his eyes. His expression was extremely solemn, as if it was quite strenuous for him. Time slowly passed. According to Yi Xian's estimation, refining the same cauldron of treasures at the same time would take at most 4 days to complete. This matter in fact, it was indeed so. When the 4th day was about to pass, the 3 flame energy cauldrons hanging in midair above the volcano exploded at the same time. The cauldrons once again turned into a sea of red karmic fire, gathered together, and directly fell into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. While, what was left in the void were 3 cauldrons of treasures. Each cauldron was divided into 81 small cauldrons. Each small cauldron of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was only the size of a nascent soul's fist, but the energy aura it emitted was extremely shocking. It clearly contained a trace of weak primordial power. When this scene fell into the eyes of the rhinoceros beetle, the old man's expression changed instantly. His body trembled violently as he gasped in shock. Hiss! 9 heavenly great Tao elixir? Big brother, you are really a big shot. You actually made 3 cauldrons and more than 200 bottles. Previously, when Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Shunnong cauldron, this old man had already sensed it. He walked out of the distant mountain range in the cauldron space and went to a place not far from the volcano in the central region to watch from afar. He did not understand what Yi Xian was going to do today, but at this moment, he suddenly understood. The 9 heavenly great Tao elixir had been lost on the left bank for millions of years. Even the goat horn immortal had only heard of it. Such as now that he suddenly saw this kind of supreme treasure elixir appear again, and 3 cauldrons and more than 200 bottles appeared at once, the shock in his heart was intense, which could be seen from this. But Yi Xian did not pay attention to him at all, because even Yi Xian did not have a share of these 3 cauldrons of treasure elixir, let alone the goat horn immortal. Although the treasure elixir was refined, Yi Xian did not get up. His figure was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. His eyes were closed tightly, and his expression was solemn. It seemed that he was still trying to refine the treasure elixir. Again, after sitting for 4 or 5 days, he estimated that the time was almost up. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth outlined a relieved smile. Whoosh! With a thought, the 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that had been refined long ago gathered together in an instant, transforming into a ray of light that rushed out from the belly of the volcano in the central region. It directly rushed toward the mouth of the cauldron that Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged. With a thought from Yi Xian, the 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that had been refined long ago gathered together in an instant, transforming into a ray of light that rushed out from the belly of the volcano in the central region. It directly rushed toward the mouth of the cauldron that Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! After rushing out of the cauldron, the 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir were immediately stored in small bottles by Yi Xian. Hong Dao had long since been prepared for this. Among the storage magic treasure that he gave to Yi Xian with a wave of his hand, there were 243 small bottles that were used to store the refined heavenly 9 great Tao treasure elixir. This scene unfolded at the mouth of the cauldron. More than 1,000 heavenly lore ferocious beasts and experts gathered in the distance saw it with their own eyes. In an instant, along with a large number of gasps, soft cries that were like a tide came from all over the place. Look, the refining of the 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir has been completed, hiss. So many 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. The aura is rich, and each small bottle contains a wisp of primordial energy. It is definitely the legendary 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, 3 full cauldrons, more than 200 bottles, almost blinding this old man's eyes. It's too amazing. 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. It really is the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. It has been lost on the left bank for millions of years, and now it has finally reappeared. This is really a blessing for the people of the left bank. From now on, the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir has reappeared on the left bank. Although this is indeed a blessing, don't forget that the main material needed to refine this kind of elixir is the heavenly great Tao elixir. Even millions of years ago, the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir had once caused a bloody storm on both sides of the Milky Way. This time, I'm afraid, who cares about that? For the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, so what if we hunt down the incarnations of the will of the heavenly great Tao? In this world, the strong are respected. If you don't have the original body to protect you, why can't you help others? Roar, hiss hiss hiss. When they were excited, some powerful space beasts instantly raised their heads and let out shocking roars and howls. All of them revealed boundless excitement, and an iron-blooded killing aura instantly filled the void. Obviously, they were a little impatient. Refining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir required 9 different types of heavenly Tao origin elixir as the main material. Although there were over 1,000 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and survivors present, not all of them had more than 9 different types of 9 heavenly Tao elixir in their hands. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, many of the existences present would probably immediately start hunting after they dispersed today. It was not only those existences who were once incarnations of the heavenly great Tao of a large world that had to be vigilant, but the other heavenly great Tao experts were also the same. Because, even if they were not incarnations of the heavenly great Tao of a large world, since they were heavenly great Tao experts, it was possible for them to collect heavenly great Tao elixir. Killing others to seize their treasures was simply too common in the vast starry sky. It was precisely because they realized this point that the expressions of the 1,000 over heavenly great Tao experts that were gathered in all directions instantly turned cold, and the atmosphere in the void imperceptibly became heavy and oppressive. This Yi Xian was well aware of all this, but he did not care. The more chaotic the situation was, the more advantageous it was for him. In this way, he could take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters and silently make a fortune. Soon, the 243 bottles of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir were filled up, and all the small bottles were kept in the storage magic treasure by Yi Xian. Then, with a wave of his hand, he directly sent it to Hong Dao in the distance. At this moment, the eyes of more than 1,000 heavenly great Tao beasts and heavenly great Tao experts all gathered on this storage magic treasure that was shooting toward Hong Dao, revealing endless greed. Even more, some people's breathing was rapid, and their chests were violently rising and falling. The 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was currently the only supreme elixir on both sides of the Milky Way that was helpful for breaking through to the primordial Tao realm, and it had been lost for millions of years. Now, there were more than 240 bottles in this storage magic treasure, and its weight could be seen at a glance. Seeing this storage magic treasure shooting toward Hong Dao, a strong intention to snatch it surged in the hearts of some people, but this impulse was forcefully suppressed by them in the end. Because there were more than 1,000 heavenly great Tao old monsters present. No matter who made a move, it was absolutely impossible for them to escape smoothly. Instead, they would die because of this. Namely, he escaped with his life, but from now on, he had offended Hong Dao and the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. It was absolutely impossible to ask them to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir again. At this moment, the atmosphere in the void was heavy to the extreme, and Hong Dao was even more nervous. His heartstrings were tight, and his heart was in his throat. He was really afraid that something would happen at this last juncture, but in the end, everything was calm, and the storage magic treasure that shot out smoothly fell into his hands. Fellow Yi is really trustworthy. With a flip of his hand, this storage magic treasure that contained 243 bottles of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was stored in Hong Dao's body. At this moment, his heart that had been hanging in his throat completely fell back, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He raised his head and laughed loudly, first praising and complimenting Yi Xian. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Oh right, other than the 3 batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that you promised this old man that day, Yi Xian also said that you want to see how your own condition is after refining it before deciding whether to help the other fellow Taoists refine 2 batches. I wonder how fellow Yi's injuries are now that you've finished refining these 3 batches? If you don't have enough strength, you can delay this matter a little. Don't try to be brave. It's better to focus on your own precious body." These words sounded nice. On the surface, it seemed like he was concerned about Yi Xian, but in fact, he was clearly urging him. When Xian heard this, he immediately sneered in his heart. This old man was really not a good person. He was simply burning the bridge after crossing the river. He had just refined 3 batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for him, and now he was being schemed against. He deliberately mentioned this matter. On one hand, it was to express goodwill to the thousands of heavenly Tao old monsters gathered around. On the other hand, it was clearly to divert everyone's attention. After all, if Yi Xian refined 2 more batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he wouldn't be the only one with the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. The risk of snatching it from him was too great. If he didn't succeed, he would offend others. Therefore, even if someone really wanted to rob him, they would definitely choose the other 2 batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. However, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. It had nothing to do with him who he robbed. However, this old man clearly knew that Yi Xian was injured, and he had just helped him refine 3 batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. In order to divert everyone's covetous thoughts, he actually ignored this point. To put it bluntly, he was no different from an ingrate. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. "You're heartless, I'm not righteous. You'll suffer later." But on the surface, he didn't show it. Instead, he nodded with a smile and promised, "Fellow Hong, you don't have to worry. It's not a problem to refine 2 more furnaces. Since I've already agreed, I naturally can't decline. These 2 furnaces. I'll refine them." There were more than 1,000 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and remnant old monsters present, but there were only 2 cauldrons of heavenly 9 great Tao elixir that Yi Xian was about to refine. It was not enough to share. No matter who the quota for these 2 furnaces was given to, the others would not agree. Regarding this matter, when Yi Xian was refining the first 3 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, Hong Dao had already discussed it with the over 1,000 heavenly law ferocious beasts and old monsters gathered in the surrounding void. The ferocious beasts and the survivors would each get 1 furnace. But however, it was still not for any one person. It was for fusion. As for the ferocious beasts, the 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts of the right segment each took out a portion of heavenly law origin liquid and fused it into a cauldron of heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid. After the refinement was completed, there were 81 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid that came out of the cauldron. These 9 ferocious beasts who had each provided a portion of the heavenly law origin liquid were equally distributed, each with 9 bottles. Until it was the same for Yu Emin's cauldron. The 9 heavenly Tao survivors who were famous in the right segment each took out a portion of the heavenly law origin liquid and fused it. This was naturally the best distribution plan. Even if there were still people who were unwilling, the 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts and 9 heavenly Tao survivors chosen by Hong Dao were all famous people in the right segment. Whoever objected would be going against them, and at the same time, they would also offend Yi Xian and Hong Dao, so that kind of situation would not happen again. Even if there were people who were unhappy, they could only accept it. In fact, when Yi Xian was refining the first 3 cauldrons, Hong Dao had not only confirmed the refining plan with the heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding void, but he had also already collected the portions of heavenly law origin liquid that the 18 ferocious beasts and survivors had each taken out, 2 cauldrons, a total of 18 portions of heavenly law origin liquid and other supplementary materials, were now in Hong Dao's hands and placed in another storage magic treasure. Fellow Taoists, although fellow Daoist Yi has agreed to refine the cauldron, this old man has to make one thing clear in advance. Seeing Yi Xian nod in agreement, Hong Dao nodded and then turned to look at the 18 heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors. With a solemn expression, he continued, "The 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid was created by the ancestor of my Hong Q starfield, Hong Q. 1,000,000 years ago, it was a custom on the left bank that anyone who provided the heavenly law origin liquid and other supplementary materials to ask ancestor Hong Q to refine the 9 heavenly treasured liquid would receive half of the treasured liquid as a reward, which is 40 bottles. Now, after 1,000,000 years, the 9 heavenly treasured liquid has reappeared on the left bank, but the rule from back then cannot be broken. Otherwise, I'm sure fellow Daoist Yi will be disinterested. After all, he has no obligation to do so. Therefore, in the future, if someone asks fellow Daoist Yi to refine the 9 heavenly treasured liquid, the reward will still be the same as back then, 40 bottles per cauldron. As for today, because these 2 cauldrons are refined by 9 fellow Taoists, in order to make it easier to distribute, this old man means that fellow Daoist Yi will only receive 36 bottles per cauldron. In this way, after deducting fellow Daoist Yi's reward, there will be 45 bottles left for each of the 9 fellow Taoists, which is exactly 5 bottles per person. Everything had been arranged for Yi Xian, but he did not explicitly say that the Hong Q starfield would receive 50% of the reward. This was clearly to let Yi Xian attract hatred. He was truly a sly old fox. No. Regarding the reward for refining the 9 heavenly treasured liquid, even if he did not say it, everyone already knew, so now that there was no objection, Yi Xian naturally did not take the initiative to say anything else. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he secretly sneered, immediately nodding in agreement. Whoosh! Seeing that Yi Xian nodded, the 1,000 or so heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the void did not have any objections. Hong Q was secretly delighted, and he did not hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, the storage magic treasure containing the 2 cauldrons of materials instantly shot toward Yi Xian. In his hand, the storage magic treasure landed in the center of his palm, and Yi Xian's divine sense immediately extended into it. As soon as he investigated, he was immediately delighted. Although there were only 18 bottles of heavenly Tao origin liquid in the storage magic treasure, half of them were not in Yi Xian's hands, and Yi Xian only had 8 types of identical heavenly Tao origin liquid. Also, in other words, he could secretly change all the identical heavenly Tao origin liquids in his possession right now. This way, the total of 43 heavenly Tao origin liquids in his possession would all be different, and there would be no identical items. Refining a level 31 primordial pill required 81 different types of heavenly Tao origin liquid. As long as Yi Xian replaced the last 8 identical items, he would have more than half of the heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands. This was naturally delightful. First, it was completed very quickly, and Yi Xian quietly replaced the last 8 identical heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands. At this moment, he was in a good mood, because one of the main reasons why he was so busy today was to replace the identical Heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands. Now, it was finally complete. Fellow Taoists, please wait a few more days. He let out a long breath, turned to the 18 Heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding void, and nodded. After greeting them, he immediately closed his eyes and began the refinement of the 9 Heavenly Tao origin liquid again. Boom, rumble. In an instant, following Yi Xian's thought, an earth-shattering roar sounded from the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. The majestic red lotus karmic fire directly rushed into the sky and floated in mid-air at the center of the volcano in the central region. However, this time, it only split into 2 cauldrons formed purely by the red lotus karmic fire. They also lined up in mid-air at the center of the volcano in the central region. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After the preparations were complete, a faint sound of air breaking immediately sounded. A total of 18 portions of Heavenly Tao origin liquid were divided into 2 batches. Each batch of 9 portions shot out and landed in the 2 flame energy cauldrons that were lined up in mid-air at the center of the volcano. The other supplementary materials for refining the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid were also thrown into the flame energy cauldrons by Yi Xian. The refinement of the 2 cauldrons of Heavenly Tao origin liquid was completed in just 3 days. At this time, the 3 flame energy cauldrons that were suspended in mid-air above the volcano in the central region exploded at the same time. They turned into a red sea of karmic fire that gathered and fell directly into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. While, what was left in the void were 2 cauldrons of Heavenly Tao origin liquid. Each cauldron was divided into 81 small cauldrons. Each small cauldron was only the size of a nascent soul fist. Yi Xian did not get up. He waited for another 3 or 4 days before suddenly opening his eyes. With a thought, the 2 cauldrons of Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid that had been completed instantly gathered together and turned into a ray of light that rushed out from the center of the volcano in the central region. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The faint sound of air breaking rang out continuously. After the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid rushed out of the cauldron, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and directly divided them into bottles. He kept 72 bottles, and the remaining 90 bottles were stored in 2 storage Dharma treasures. He waved his hand and sent out, for the past few days, the 18 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the old monsters who had each provided a portion of the Heavenly Tao origin liquid had been eagerly waiting. Now that the 2 cauldrons of Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid that belonged to them had finally been refined, the old fellows naturally did not have any hesitation. As soon as Yi Xian sent out the 2 storage Dharma treasures, the 18 Heavenly Tao old monsters split into 2 groups and divided the 90 bottles of Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid inside, 18 people, 5 bottles each. Although it was far from enough to let a peak Heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of perfection go into seclusion after swallowing it and successfully break through to the primordial Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao, that would require at least 40 bottles. However, this was the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid after all. It had been lost on the left bank for millions of years. Now, even if there were only 5 bottles in hand, it was still something to be happy about. The 8 old monsters all laughed happily. After keeping the 5 bottles of Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid into their bodies, they immediately cupped their hands and thanked Yi Xian. They said that Yi Xian had received a total of 72 bottles from the 2 cauldrons, which made them feel a little pained. However, this kind of etiquette could not be lacking. In the future, they would still have to rely on Yi Xian to continue refining the treasure liquid for them. Yi, without saying anything, his figure flashed out from the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. Then, with a wave of his hand, he directly kept the cauldron into his body. Swish. Without hesitation, after keeping the cauldron, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand again, and a ray of light shot towards Hong Dao. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him and stopped abruptly. It was a storage Dharma treasure. This storage magic treasure contained 36 bottles of Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid. It was a distribution plan that Yi Xian had discussed with Hong Dao back then. Half of all the rewards would be given to the Chaos Starfield. Although Yi Xian felt a little pained about this matter, he definitely couldn't be careless. This was because he had sworn a Dao Heart oath, so he naturally wouldn't lose the big picture over a small matter. Dang. However, although Hong Dao had obtained 36 bottles of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid for free this time, according to Yi Xian's plan, if nothing unexpected happened, such a thing would not happen again in the future. It was impossible for the old man to continue doing this kind of profitable business for a long time. Today I'll let him taste some sweetness first. Soon, he'll be crying, ha ha ha, fellow Yi, you've worked hard. You've really worked hard. Although Yi Xian did not say what was inside the storage magic treasure, when he waved his hand and sent it out, the light in Hong Dao's eyes had already become burning. Today he took the storage magic treasure that had abruptly stopped in the void in front of him. After using his divine sense to confirm that there were indeed 36 bottles of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid inside, his face immediately bloomed with an incomparably brilliant smile. With a flip of his hand, he put away the storage magic treasure and cupped his fists towards Yi Xian again and again, showing incomparable eagerness. In the previous 3 batches, he had already obtained 243 bottles of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid. Now that he had obtained 36 bottles, the total number of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid in Hong Dao's hands was already 279 bottles. This was definitely an astonishing number. It was close to 300. Although it was impossible to guarantee that all the Heavenly Dao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield would be given more than 40 bottles, at least half of them would be gathered. Naturally, this made him happy. Even more the key was Yi Xian's attitude. This fellow was indeed on the right track. He wasn't bragging when he spat out a nail. With him around, this business that had no capital and no profit would probably continue for a long time in the future. The Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid would always be soft. Everyone, fellow Daoist Yi was injured before. She clenched her teeth and held on for more than 10 days before she finished refining these 5 cauldrons of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir. If this drags on any longer, I'm afraid fellow Daoist Yi's body will be injured. In his joy, Hong Dao, whose face was flushed red, turned to the thousands of Heavenly Dao old monsters in the surrounding void and looked around. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "So, I'm afraid that the refining of the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid will end here today. However, everyone, don't worry. Fellow Yi is recuperating in seclusion. After he recovers, he will definitely take action again and refine the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid for everyone. Before that, this old man is willing to undertake the early arrangements for the refining of the liquid so that fellow Yi won't have to worry about these trivial matters after he comes out of seclusion and waste his energy and time. So, if anyone needs to refine the Heavenly Nine Treasures elixir, just tell this old man directly. After this old man returns, this old man will definitely make a unified arrangement and draw up a refining plan. Once fellow Daoist Yi comes out of seclusion, you can immediately start refining." The group of Heavenly Dao old monsters in the air were waiting for him to say these words. At this moment, when they saw that Hong Dao had taken the initiative to express his position, they immediately whispered to each other in groups of 2s and 3s. Moreover, someone quickly put forward a request to refine it. This imperceptibly exposed the approximate amount of Heavenly Dao origin liquid they had in their possession. No one is to compete with me. After fellow Yi recovers and comes out of seclusion, you must help me refine the first batch of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid. I also want to refine a batch. Yellow-robed old monster, don't you have 3 types of Heavenly Origin liquid? The number is just right. How about this old man refine one with you? Fellow Daoist Hong, the 3 of us are willing to refine 1 batch. Also, I already have 5 types of Heavenly Origin liquid. Even if fellow Daoist can take out 4 types to refine with me, when someone took the lead to express his position, the void instantly became lively. More than a third of the 1,000 or so Heavenly Dao old monsters spoke up. Those who were rich could refine a batch of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid by themselves, and the worst could only refine 1 batch with 4 or 5 people at most. Hong Dao was smiling so widely that he could not close his mouth. According to what he had said earlier, he would receive 40 bottles of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid as a reward for refining 1 batch, and Yi Xian would give half of these rewards to the Chaos Starfield to calculate. With every batch he refined, he would be able to get 20 bottles of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid for free. This was truly a win-win situation. The old man was incomparably attentive, and his grin reached the back of his ears. Even though the surroundings of the void were noisy, he was enjoying it, and he continuously used jade slips to record the refinement requirements raised by the old monsters of the heavenly Tao. Unknowingly, the heavenly Tao old monsters who had refining requirements gradually surrounded Hong Dao. They scrambled to contact their partners and report their refining requirements. On the other hand, Yi Xian was left out in the cold. When Yi Xian saw this scene, he immediately sneered inwardly. At the same time, the heavenly Tao old monsters who surrounded Hong Dao and took the initiative to report their refining requirements, whether they were fierce beasts or survivors, were all recorded in his heart. The reason why Yi Xian used the primordial pill tribulation this time to attract the heavenly Tao old monsters on the left bank and right bank was his ultimate goal. At this moment, all the old men's attention was attracted by the heavenly 9 treasures liquid of the great Tao. They completely did not realize that the heavenly Tao old liquid in their hands had quietly leaked out in Yi Xian's eyes, and he had already set his sights on it. They also did not expect that not long after, bad luck that made them grit their teeth would descend upon them. Chapter 51-39. Fellow Taoists, I am injured, so it is not convenient for me to stay here for long. I will return to the right bank to recuperate. After collecting most of the information, Yi Xian immediately sent out a voice transmission. As for the refinement of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, you can directly contact fellow Daoist Hong Dao in the Chaos Starfield during this period of time. A year later, I will personally come to the Chaos Starfield and start the refinement for all of you. Hearing this, the thousands of heavenly beasts and old monsters in the surrounding void all turned to look. When Yi Xian finished speaking, they all cupped their fists and bade farewell. Hiss, a crisp sound of breaking air rang out. Yi Xian waved his hand and tore open a void crack in front of him. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old monsters of the heavenly Tao did not stay for long. They all left one after another. Some of them who had some friendship with Hong Dao returned to the Chaos Starfield with him as guests. They took this opportunity to get closer to him and improve their relationship. Obviously, after today, Hong Dao's status in the right bank of the left bank would rise again. This was because the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had clearly made an agreement with him. Yi Xian was only in charge of refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, and Hong Dao was in charge of all the other trivial matters. This matter spread like wildfire and quickly spread from the right bank to the middle and left bank of the left bank. Presumably, even the right bank of the Milky Way would hear about it soon. This was what it meant. On both sides of the Milky Way, the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir had always been the only supreme elixir that was helpful in breaking through to the primordial Tao realm. It had been lost for millions of years, and now that it had finally reappeared, it was destined to shock both sides of the Milky Way. However, at the same time, a bloody storm that swept across both sides of the Milky Way would definitely descend because of this. Such a scene had already happened millions of years ago. In order to seize the heavenly great Tao elixir, the main ingredient for refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, who knew how many heavenly Tao experts would become prey and fall one after another due to being hunted, Xiao. A faint whistling sound rang out as a figure shot over from the dark void in the distance. It was none other than Yi Xian, who had announced that he would return to the forbidden area of the magic hall to recuperate. It was still the right half of the left bank because Yi Xian had no intention of returning to the right bank at all. Before refining the 5 cauldrons of heavenly 9 treasures elixir, he had already swallowed the chaos great medicine and completely recovered from the injuries caused by the primordial pill tribulation. Very soon, Yi Xian fully activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique. His figure instantly concealed itself, and all of his aura was withdrawn. Not a single trace of unusual aura could be detected in the air. The reason why he stayed at the left bank and right bank was to hunt down the heavenly Tao's old monsters and seize the heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. Previously, when the thousands of heavenly Tao's old monsters gathered at the right bank asked Hong Dao for the refinement of the heavenly Tao origin liquid, they had inadvertently revealed the approximate amount of heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. All of this was seen by Yi Xian and remembered in his heart. In just a short 2 days, he launched a hunting operation. The first target he chose was an old monster of the remnant people. This old monster of the remnant people's cultivation was not bad. He was at the late stage of the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. From the information he revealed earlier, this person should have about 5 or 6 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands. Hundreds of billions of kilometers ahead was the remnant people's star domain that this old monster of the remnant people was overseeing. However, Yi Xian, who had concealed himself and restrained all of his aura, did not continue to advance into the star domain. Instead, he waited outside because that old man had not returned yet. However, it would be soon. This time, Yi Xian did not plan to brazenly carry out the hunt. Instead, he planned to lie in the dark and wait for an opportunity to make a move from time to time. Thousands of years ago, the appearance of the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid had once led to a reign of terror on both sides of the Milky Way. In order to refine the heavenly Tao origin liquid that was necessary for the refinement of the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid, countless heavenly Tao beasts and remnant experts fought and killed endlessly. For example, although millions of years had passed since then, with the reappearance of the lost heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid, a similar reign of terror would inevitably sweep across both sides of the Milky Way. It could be said that before long, all kinds of killings would begin in full swing and continue endlessly. In this situation, Yi Xian mixed in with it, concealed his figure, restrained his aura, and occasionally made a move like fishing in troubled waters. It would not attract much attention at all. Although, even if he could brazenly rob and kill people everywhere, he would still be fearless. But since he could quietly make a fortune, why would he deliberately attract hatred for himself? No, wrong. Yi Xian was indeed fierce outside. Whether it was on the right bank of the Milky Way or the left bank of the Milky Way, he had done many massacres. But in fact, no matter how chaotic the two sides of the Milky Way were this time, as long as Yi Xian did not expose himself when he hunted, or killed all the existences that saw him, then, whether it was the heavenly Tao old monsters on the left bank or the right bank, they would definitely not suspect that he was also involved in this crazy slaughter. The reason was very simple. The other people started a massacre and set off a reign of terror in order to snatch the heavenly Tao origin liquid. Their ultimate goal in snatching the origin liquid was to ask Yi Xian to refine the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid. As for Yi Xian, if he wanted more heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid, he did not need to hunt and snatch at all. He only needed to spend some time and effort to refine it. For every furnace he refined, he could receive 40 bottles of the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid as a reward. Why bother? Rip. After waiting for only 2 days, the crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the dark void about 10 billion miles behind him on the right. A crack in the void appeared out of thin air without any warning. Then, a figure walked out of it. It was the 7th rank survivor that Yi Xian had been waiting for 2 days. Seeing the appearance of his target, Yi Xian's spirit was lifted. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately rushed over. At this time, he was in the form of a violent ape. He was about 10 feet tall, and he had already taken out the big-headed black stick in his hand. No, because the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique had always been in a fully activated state, this rank 7 survivor who had just torn through the void and arrived didn't notice anything unusual at all. He had no idea that the Grim Reaper was rapidly approaching him. Bang! As he approached, Yi Xian immediately attacked. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Yi Xian, who had rushed behind the other party, raised the big-headed black stick and smashed it on the body of the 7th rank survivor. Old master, this guy had already reached the door of his house and let his guard down. He did not expect such a thing to happen at all. He did not even have time to react before his entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Who? Crazy. The sound of the wind whistling rang out. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably boundless and invisible force whistled out, sweeping the blood mist and the storage magic treasure that had fallen into the air and directly sending them into his body. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian's attack succeeded. Before the 7th rank survivor could react, his body had already exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Accompanied by the howling of the wind, an incomparably boundless and formless force whistled out, sweeping the blood mist and the storage magic treasure that had fallen into the air and directly sending them into his body. Hiss! Then, he waved his hand to tear open a crack in the void and immediately rushed into it. In a flash, His figure disappeared. Half a day later, Yi Xian appeared from the void of another area. His figure was still hidden, but with a flip of his hand, he took out the storage magic treasure that fell from the body of the 7th rank survivor who had just been killed. After erasing the imprint of the divine sense, Yi Xian checked it and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. The old monster of the 7th rank was naturally extremely rich. The various precious materials and medicines in this storage magic treasure were simply dazzling, and all of them were top-notch items. While there were 5 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid that Yi Xian was concerned about. Unfortunately, he already had 2 of them in his hands. In other words, the current Yi Xian had 46 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid, 48 portions. Although, however, it was only an increase of 3 types, but after all, it was only a single attack. To be able to obtain such a harvest was already extremely good. This was the true meaning of no cost and no risk. Yi Xian silently made a fortune, and no one on both sides of the Milky Way would have thought of it. Roar. Rumble, damn you guys, you two actually dare to attack this king. At this moment, in the dark void in the distance, a shocking roar suddenly came, followed by the rumbling of thunder and the roar of a fierce beast full of endless resentment. A faint light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and he subconsciously turned to look. His shoulders also shook, and he quietly approached. Number after 100 billion miles, 3 figures appeared in the void. 2 of them were survivors, and they were all in the 7th rank of the heavenly Tao. The other figure was a fierce beast, and it was also in the 7th rank of the heavenly Tao. 3 The 2 old fellows were fighting fiercely, and the lone heavenly law ferocious beast had obviously been ambushed. Those 2 heavenly law survivors, who had the same cultivation as him, must have come for the heavenly law origin liquid in his hands. It seemed that this monstrous bloody storm that was destined to sweep across both sides of the Milky Way had most likely begun in the right section of the left bank. The scene in front of him could also be happening in the other areas of the left bank and right section of the right bank. The 3 old men who were fighting fiercely in front of him had similar cultivation levels. Although the heavenly Tao beast was alone, its lifeblood was abundant, and its baneful aura surged into the sky. It should be fine for a short period of time. This Yi Xian naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. The 3 old men did not expect that there would be someone lurking nearby. Furthermore, it was a peak heavenly Tao expert with terrifying cultivation levels. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian's sudden attack caught them off guard. There was at least a 70% chance of them being killed in a short period of time. Roar. Roar, just as Yi Xian's heart stirred, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he was about to attack. A few earth-shattering roars of fierce beasts suddenly sounded from the dark void in front of him to the right. They were filled with endless fury. Looking over, 4 incomparably huge figures were reflected in his eyes. They were 4 astral beasts, and all of them were existences at the heavenly Tao realm. The weakest was at the 5th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, while the strongest was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Yi Xian could not be sure if the 4 heavenly Tao beasts were acquainted with the 7th stage beast that was being besieged. However, since the 2 old monsters were besieging him, the result would be the same regardless of whether they knew each other. These 2 old monsters were really unlucky. Originally, they were 2 against 1, but in the blink of an eye, they had fallen into a dangerous situation of 2 against 5. Today, if they wanted to leave this place alive, they probably wouldn't have much of a chance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately sighed inwardly. At the same time, he no longer had a chance to make a move. Because if he counted the 4 ferocious beasts that were about to descend, the number of old monsters of the heavenly Tao gathered here had already reached 7. There was even a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Under such circumstances, even Yi Xian could not kill all of them in a short period of time. True. If he were to forcefully attack, his whereabouts would be exposed. The possibility of exposing himself was as high as 90%. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xian ultimately chose to give up. There were too many heavenly Tao old monsters in the left bank and right bank who had heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. There were hundreds and thousands of them. With so many targets to choose from, there was no need for him to expose himself for these few old fogies in front of him. Swish, after he made up his mind, he didn't hesitate any longer. He didn't wait for the 4 ferocious beasts of the Heaven Dao to approach him at all before he directly turned around and left. After he was a few 100 billion kilometers away, he waved his hand and tore open a spatial rift before heading to the next ambush location. The next target was not a remnant old monster, but a heavenly Dao beast. It was the one who had clamored that Yi Xian would be the first to refine it a year later. It was a demonic blood wolf mastiff, and its cultivation level was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It was extremely powerful. In fact, compared to the remnant old monsters, Yi Xian was more willing to target a heavenly Dao beast. Because, in order to hunt the remnant old monsters, in addition to the heavenly Dao origin liquid, they could also obtain all the cultivation resources in their storage artifacts. However, after the heavenly Dao beast's body exploded, it would form a majestic blood mist that could be refined into a heavenly Dao blood essence. In order to refine a level 31 primordial chaos pellet, in addition to the 5 elements medicinal catalyst and 81 different heavenly Dao origin liquids, it also required 81 heavenly Dao blood essences. However, Yi Xian only had 55 heavenly Dao blood essences, so he was lacking quite a bit. Therefore, it would be fine if his target was a remnant old monster. However, since it was a heavenly Dao beast, he could not afford to make any mistakes. The heavenly Dao blood essence and the number of heavenly Dao origin liquids vary. It is very likely that there are more than 9 heavenly Dao origin liquids. Yi Xian was determined to get it this time. Swish, after a few days, Yi Xian arrived at the Wolf Mastiff Forbidden Land where the demonic Blood Wolf Mastiff was guarding. However, he did not approach it. Instead, he hid in the dark void hundreds of billions of kilometers away from the edge of the Forbidden Land star zone. He was not sure if the demonic Blood Wolf Mastiff had returned to the Wolf Mastiff Forbidden Land, but it did not matter. As long as he stayed here, no matter what kind of ferocious beast passed by, Yi Xian would attack. After killing it with lightning speed, he only needed to search its soul, and he would be able to obtain the information he needed in an instant. What he did not expect was that after waiting for a day, he did not see any of the other ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land. However, the real deal unexpectedly appeared. Rip. With the crisp sound of ripping cloth, a void crack appeared out of thin air tens of billions of kilometers away from the right side of the front. Immediately after, a figure emerged from it, causing Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment. His eyes instantly burned. The Wolf Mastiff Forbidden Land. Yi Xian waited here for a full day. He did not see any of the other ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land. However, the real deal unexpectedly appeared. Rip. An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out. Tens of billions of kilometers away from the right side of the front, a void crack appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, a figure emerged from it. It was the demonic Blood Wolf Mastiff of the 8th level Heavenly Dao. This old fellow's cultivation was not weak. The 8th level of the Heavenly Dao was only 1 level away from the peak of the 9th level. If they were to fight head-on, even with Yi Xian's cultivation, it would take some effort to kill him. Although he was currently hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, this place was not too far away from the Wolf Mastiff Forbidden Land. It was only less than 200 billion kilometers away. Furthermore, once Yi Xian made a move, his figure would instantly appear. In this situation, if this demonic blood mastiff wolf reacted and used a secret technique to send a message, even if he was still killed by Yi Xian in the end, Yi Xian's whereabouts would be exposed. He had to be extremely careful in this matter. Otherwise, if he exposed everything just to hunt this demonic blood mastiff wolf, it would not be worth it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian had already silently shot towards the demonic blood mastiff wolf mastiff. After the other party stepped out of the void crack, he did not delay at all. With a flash, he rushed towards the edge of the Forbidden Land. Clearly, he had been delayed for some time due to other matters and had only just returned to the Wolf Mastiff Forbidden Land. Although the distance of 100 billion kilometers was not close, it was not considered too far for a powerful existence at the 8th level of the Heavenly Dao realm. Yi Xian did not have much time left. Otherwise, the other party would quickly enter the Wolf Mastiff Forbidden Land star domain. When that happened, it would be too late for him to make a move. Otherwise, he would definitely be exposed. With a sense of urgency, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. With a cold glint in his eyes, he immediately attacked. Phew! With a wave of his hand, a bright red demonic light suddenly flashed. As it expanded, a majestic river appeared in the void. The waves in the river were shocking, and each wave was only about 3 meters in size. However, there was no end to it. It was the red lotus karmic fire that had been conjured. It directly sealed the demonic blood mastiff's path of retreat and the left side of the void. This is the red lotus karmic fire? The sudden ambush caused the demonic blood mastiff's originally rapid body to come to an abrupt halt in the void. It cried out in alarm as its expression changed. At the same time, it turned to look in Yi Xian's direction. Appropriate. Just then, the demonic red light that had transformed into the red lotus karmic fire had shot out from this direction. This demonic blood mastiff was a powerful existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Its divine senses were sharp, so it naturally saw through this. In fact, as it attacked, Yi Xian's concealed figure and aura, which had been concealed by the perfect spiritual oscillation mystic technique, were all exposed. Suddenly seeing his figure, the demonic blood mastiff was stunned. Its face was full of astonishment. "Fellow Daoist, how could it be you? Catcher." Before he could finish speaking, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of millions of kilometers had already appeared out of thin air above his head without any warning. Amidst an earth-shattering crisp sound, it directly struck down. At this moment, Yi Xian pushed the spiritual lightning technique to its limits. This fellow was struck by the blood-red lightning bolt in a moment of carelessness. His body shook violently, and his eyes were instantly dazed. This was the spiritual lightning technique. With Yi Xian's current powerful cultivation, even a peak 9th level heavenly Tao expert would be stunned if they were to be suddenly struck by it, let alone this demonic blood mastiff who was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao. However, just this spiritual lightning technique was far from enough to kill him. It was even a little lacking in heavily injuring him. At most, this demonic blood mastiff's consciousness would be dazed for a few moments. But to Yi Xian, it was only a few short moments, but to Yi Xian, it was completely enough. "Go to hell." At this moment, Yi Xian's incomparably cold voice rang out. The big-headed black stick had already reached the target's head. Bang! With an earth-shattering sound, the big-headed black stick smashed down, landing squarely on the demonic blood mastiff's head. This old fellow didn't have time to react at all. His entire huge body instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. Huff! However, a heavenly Tao blood essence naturally couldn't be wasted. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and the sound of a fierce wind instantly rang out. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the blood mist and sending it directly to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron, starting the refinement of the blood essence. Until now, at this moment, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased by another one. Previously, he had already reached 55, but now, he had 56. However, he did not feel happy because of this. Instead, after a sound of alarm rang out in his heart, his expression instantly became gloomy. The ferocious beasts of space were different from the survivors of the primordial era. The experts of the survivors all had various magic treasures that they usually carried with them and placed them in their storage magic treasures. However, the ferocious beasts of space rarely had storage magic treasures. The important treasures and cultivation resources in their hands were all stored in their bodies. But now, Yi Xian had killed this demonic blood mastiff with a single strike of his stick. Although he had waved his hand to collect the boundless blood mist formed by the explosion of his body, other than that, he did not sense the aura of the heavenly Tao origin liquid in his body. The current Yi Xian was a peak heavenly Tao expert at the great circle of the 9th step. Naturally, there was no possibility of him making a mistake and destroying the origin liquid. As such, there was only one explanation for everything in front of him, and that was that the heavenly Tao origin liquid in this old fellow's hands was no longer in his hands. It was impossible for an important resource like the demonic bloodwolf mastiff to be placed elsewhere, much less handed over to someone else for safekeeping. Considering that he hadn't returned to the wolf mastiff forbidden area until now, Yi Xian instantly understood. The only possibility was that he had just returned from the Chaos Starfield, and the heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands had most likely already been handed over to Hong Dao, the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield. Bye! The Chaos Starfield that Hong Dao oversaw was a behemoth that was ranked 10th among all the starfields of the remnants of the left bank. Even his personal cultivation and strength could be ranked in the top 20 of all the remnants of the heavenly Tao on the left bank. In addition, he now had Yi Xian as a channel to obtain the heavenly Tao origin liquid for free, so the demonic blood mastiff was obviously not worried that he would be greedy for the heavenly Tao origin liquid. In order to get closer to Hong Dao, in order to get ahead of him to ask Yi Xian to refine the heavenly Tao origin liquid, it was completely understandable that he would give the heavenly Tao origin liquid to Hong Dao in advance, and this situation had most likely occurred at Hong Dao's request. In order to ensure his own interests, the old fellow could not wait to obtain the heavenly Tao origin liquid in advance from the hands of all the heavenly Tao old monsters who needed it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was instantly filled with hatred. His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Damn that old fogey Hong, this is simply outrageous. Damn that old fogey Hong, this is simply outrageous. After killing the demonic blood mastiff, although he waved his hand and collected the majestic blood mist that was formed when the body exploded, other than that, he did not sense the aura of the heavenly Tao origin liquid in the body. This result caused Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. He realized that the heavenly law origin liquid in the old fellow's hands was no longer in his hands. He immediately gnashed his teeth in anger. According to his estimation, this demonic blood mastiff definitely had a lot of heavenly Tao origin liquid in its hands, more than 9 types. If he could get it, it would definitely be a shocking gain for Yi Xian. But, now, after all this effort, he'd merely obtained a single heavenly Tao blood essence, yet the expected 9 types of heavenly Tao quintessence liquids had come to nothing. It was like drawing water with a bamboo basket, and it caused his heart to instantly feel empty and extremely displeased. Although this was only an example, if no measures were taken, similar situations would definitely continue to occur. Because, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the heavenly Tao origin liquid in the demonic blood mastiff's hands was most likely given to him at Hong Dao's request first. In order to ensure his own interests, the old fellow couldn't wait to get all the heavenly Tao origin liquid in the hands of the heavenly Tao old monster in advance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face darkened. He immediately made a decision. No, I can't let him continue like this. He's simply deliberately going against me. Whoosh, with a wave of his hand, a void crack appeared in front of him. Yi Xian darted into it and disappeared in an instant. This time, he did not go far. He hid in a forbidden area for ferocious beasts in the nearby star region. Forbidden area. The name of the place was Eagle Lake. The strongest person guarding it was a bloodplume goshawk. Its cultivation was extraordinary, and it was at the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle at the 9th level. This bloodplume goshawk also had a lot of heavenly Tao origin liquid. However, before this, Yi Xian did not plan to attack it at all. This was because the other party's cultivation was not weak. It was almost impossible to kill it silently before it could send out a message. Instead of attacking it, it was better to choose some of the heavenly Tao old monsters in the middle and late stages to hunt. Although he did not have as many heavenly Tao origin liquids as the other party, he could at most attack 1 or 2 more times. At least, he could ensure that the news would not be leaked. In reality, even though Yi Xian had his eyes on this bloodplume goshawk now, he did not expect to obtain at least 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids. This was because if that was the case, he would have to kill the old fellow. And if he wanted to kill it, Yi Xian would have to use the Shunnong 9-colored flames, the heaven-falling bow, or the red lotus hellfire. He would even have to use the strongest form of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body. If that was the case, even a fool would know who the attacker was. As such, he would not be able to achieve his main goal of changing his mind at the last minute and targeting this bloodplume goshawk. Whoosh, after waiting for half a day, an extremely sharp sound suddenly came from the end of the void to his left. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he turned to look. In his line of sight, a blood-red arrow was shooting toward him like a bolt of lightning. In fact, its speed was far faster than lightning. The invisible aura of cultivation that it emitted was that of the peak of the heavenly Tao Great Circle at the 9th level. It was here. The master had come. This blood-red arrow was that blood plume goshawk. Yi Xian was not in a hurry to make a move. Only when the enemy was within a few tens of billions of miles away did he wave his hand and casually take out a grey net. At first, it was only a weak grey light, but it expanded with the wind and turned into a huge net in the blink of an eye. It enveloped the void for tens of billions of miles and just happened to cover the blood plume goshawk's body. Hugging star net? You are. The blood-red arrow that was shooting over came to an abrupt stop. A goshawk that was over 10 million kilometers long appeared in the void. Its entire body was red like blood, and it looked extraordinarily powerful. Especially its pair of eyes, they seemed to have some kind of eye technique that could see through everything and directly look into the depths of the soul. Boom. Before the goshawk could finish speaking, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. A figure appeared out of thin air from his right rib. It was the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield, Hong Dao. At this moment, when he suddenly appeared, Hong Dao's expression was extremely gloomy. Without saying a single word, he directly punched towards the right rib of old monster goshawk. Catcher! Phut! Screech! It was too close, and the attention of the blood plume goshawk was shrouded in this void. It was attracted by the hugging star net that had just covered its head, so it did not notice the situation below its right rib. Suddenly, caught off guard, Hong Dao's punch landed squarely on the blood-feathered goshawk's body. A clear cracking sound came from within the blood-feathered goshawk's body. It was unknown how many bones in its body were broken. It opened its mouth and spat out a blood arrow. It even raised its head and let out a shocking howl. A dark light flashed in Dao's eyes, as if he was surprised, because after heavily injuring the blood plume goshawk with a single punch, the old fellow opened his mouth and spat out a stream of heavenly Dao origin liquid that was like a large river. He was once the incarnation of the will of the heavens in a large whirl. Swish! Without hesitation, Hong Dao immediately made his move. With a thought, an invisible and majestic force shot out, and in a tenth of an instant, it had already absorbed the large river that was lying horizontally in the void into its body. Hong Dao, it's actually you. Damned old thing, you are simply shameless. At this moment, the voice of the blood plume goshawk's divine sense suddenly sounded, revealing endless grief and indignation. Look. It seemed like he was furious, but he did not plan to stay and fight, because the punch just now had already severely injured him, and since Hong Dao had already planned to ambush him here, waiting for his arrival, it was naturally impossible for him to stop here. In fact, he had just left the Chaos Starfield. Hong Dao had also suggested that he hand over the 11 types of heavenly Dao origin liquid in his hands first and let the Chaos Starfield keep them. When the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, came out of seclusion, he would be the first to refine it. The demonic blood wolf mastiff in the wolf mastiff forbidden area agreed, but the blood plume goshawk refused on the spot. In the end, he was still worried, and his own cultivation was not bad either. He was also a peak heavenly Dao at the 9th stage great perfection like Hong Dao, so he was completely unafraid of him. However, he never would have thought that Hong Dao would be so crazy. Seeing that he refused, he actually went ahead and hid at the edge of the Eagle Pond forbidden area. When he arrived, he suddenly attacked, wanting to kill him and steal his treasures. This is not over, old thing. Just you wait. Boom. Thinking of this, the blood plume goshawk no longer hesitated. He used his bloodline secret technique and blew up half of the blood plume around him. His entire body once again turned into an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, with the support of the secret technique, he turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning and disappeared into the distance. He really does have a life-saving secret technique. After he left, Hong Dao waved his hand and put away the grey net in the void. As he muttered softly, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He instantly tore open a crack in the void and flashed into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye.